There are places scattered across this planet that defy logic, reason, and even the laws of physics as we understand them. Massive stones cut with a precision no modern machine could match. Ancient maps that seem to chart lands no one was supposed to know about. Entire civilizations that left behind breathtaking ruins, but no explanation for how they built them or where they went. These aren't legends passed down through whispered folklore. These are real places, real artifacts, real enigmas that continue to baffle historians, archaeologists, and scientists alike. How were they made? Who left them behind? And perhaps most unsettling of all, what knowledge was lost with them? Tonight, we invite you on a slow and immersive journey through some of the strangest, most unexplained archaeological mysteries ever discovered. Each story is a doorway into the unknown, so settle in, dim the lights, let your mind drift into a world where the past doesn't always follow the rules, and where the deeper you look, the stranger it becomes. Let's begin. Rising from the rocky soil of Sardinia like ancient sentinels, the stone towers known as Nureyev have watched over the island for thousands of years. Their weathered stones bear no inscriptions, no carvings of kings or conquests, and yet they remain among the most enigmatic constructions of the ancient world. More than 7,000 of them dot the landscape, some standing proud at top hillsides, others hidden among forests or swallowed by time. Who built them and why remains an unanswered question, and the more closely one looks, the more mysterious they become. To the untrained eye, a neurosis might appear as little more than a round stone tower, perhaps the remains of a fortress or a granary. But closer inspection reveals something far more intricate. These towers often rise to impressive heights, some reaching more than 60 feet, and are made of massive basalt blocks stacked without mortar, fitted with such precision that no blade can slip between them. Many of the stones weigh several tons. How they were quarried, transported, and set into place with such skill remains a mystery, especially given that they were built during an era long before cranes, iron tools, or the wheel were in widespread use on the island. Estimates place the construction of the Nurech between 1950 BCE and 700 BCE, a span that stretches across more than a millennium. This puts them in the same historical company as the pyramids of Egypt and Stonehenge in Britain. Monuments that also baffle and intrigue, but unlike those better-known sites, the Norga have never been fully explained. The people who built them left no written records. Their language, customs, and beliefs are lost to time. All that remains are these towers, stoic, enduring, and mute. The civilization responsible for the Nureg is known today as the Nuragic culture, named after the towers themselves. Archaeologists have uncovered bronze tools, ceramics, and figurines near the sites, pointing to a society that was complex, hierarchical, and well-organized. But beyond these clues, little is known. There are no surviving myths, no recorded lineages, no temples with walls covered in stories, just stone. Stone shaped into towers that may have once held the secrets of an entire forgotten world. Each Nurech is unique, though they share certain features. Most are shaped like truncated cones, narrowing as they rise with thick walls and interior chambers connected by spiral staircases. Some are simple single-tower constructions. Others form part of larger complexes with multiple towers connected by walls surrounded by circular stone huts that may have housed entire communities. Some appear to have been built for defense. Their narrow openings and elevated positions suggest watch points or fortresses. Others located far from any strategic location seem ceremonial or symbolic. Were they places of worship, administrative centers, homes for tribal leaders? No one knows for sure. The largest of these towers, Su Nurai de Baromini, offers a glimpse into the scale and sophistication of the architecture. This UNESCO World Heritage Site stands in the heart of southern Sardinia and features a central tower surrounded by 4 smaller ones, all linked by thick stone walls. Beyond the fortress lie the remnants of a village, its circular homes arranged like the coils of a forgotten labyrinth. Archaeological excavations have revealed hearths, grinding stones, and even water reservoirs, evidence of a thriving, self-sustaining community. And yet, despite its grandeur and preservation, Sunaraxi tells us little about its builders. It provides evidence, not answers. The question of how these structures were constructed looms large. Sardinia's rugged terrain and the size of the basalt stones suggest a labor force with considerable strength and organization. Without cranes or wheeled carts, it's believed that teams of workers used wooden sleds, levers, and ropes to move the stones from nearby quarries. But even this explanation struggles under the weight, quite literally, of the task. Some stones used in the largest weigh more than 10 tons. Moving them with Neolithic technology would have required not only manpower but engineering skill far beyond what one might expect for the time. Even more curious is the precision of the stonework. Without metal chisels or advanced cutting tools, the adult would have been incredibly difficult to shape. Yet the blocks fit together so tightly that centuries of wind and rain have done little to loosen them. In places, the joints are so fine that a knife blade cannot be inserted. The Norgr were not hastily built. They were crafted with patience, knowledge, and vision, qualities that hint at a culture with not only technical ability, but purpose. And that brings us to the most puzzling question of all. Why? Why build so many of these towers spread across such a wide landscape? Why construct them with such care only to leave no records behind? Some scholars believe the Nuraagi were military in nature, fortified strongholds for tribes in conflict. Sardinia's geography, with its hills and narrow valleys, lends itself to such a strategy. A network of watchtowers could have allowed early warning of invading forces, and the towers themselves would have made formidable defensive positions. But if this were the case, why build them in areas with no strategic value? Why waste such effort on a tower no enemy would ever approach? Others suggest religious significance, the alignment of some new age with celestial bodies. The solstices in particular has led some to propose that these towers were part of a spiritual practice, perhaps observatories or temples dedicated to deities now lost to time. The spiral staircases and upper chambers might have housed priests or served as places for ritual offerings. Yet the evidence is thin and no universal pattern connects all the towers to the heavens. Another theory holds that the Nuraagi were symbols of power, status markers for tribal leaders. Much like medieval castles or feudal estates, a nudge might have served as both a residence and a statement of authority. In this view, the towers were meant to impress, to intimidate, and to remind the people who held power over the land. Still, this does not explain why there are so many, far more than would be needed for any single ruling class. One of the more unconventional theories suggests that the Nuraagi were part of a broader system of communication, forming a visual network across the island. From one tower, the next might be visible on the horizon, allowing for signals, perhaps smoke or light, to pass from village to village. If true, this would mean that the builders of the Nuraagi had not only the technical skill to build them, but a coordinated island-wide social system capable of organizing such an endeavor. But perhaps the answer lies not in any one theory, but in all of them. Perhaps the Norgr were many things at once: places of refuge, symbols of faith, centers of leadership, and nodes in a forgotten network. Perhaps they evolved over time, their purpose shifting with each generation. After all, they were built over a span of more than 1,000 years. Cultures rise, change, and fade, and buildings often outlive the reasons they were made. There is also the matter of what the Nuraagi do not show. Unlike many ancient structures, they contain no art, no carvings of gods, no inscriptions, no depictions of daily life. The people who built them seemed less concerned with ornament and more focused on function, or perhaps on secrecy. Their silence speaks loudly. It tells us that what they meant may have been obvious to those who lived among them, but that knowledge did not survive. In recent decades, interest in the Nuraagi has grown, not only among archaeologists, but among those who seek alternative histories. Some speculate that the Nuraagi culture had contact with other ancient civilizations: Egyptians, Phoenicians, even Atlanteans. These ideas are often dismissed by academics, but their persistence reflects the allure of the unknown. When the evidence runs thin, the imagination fills in the rest. Excavations continue slowly and carefully. Each year, more towers are mapped, measured, and studied. And yet, the core questions remain. No definitive explanation has been found. No lost library unearthed. No Rosetta Stone to decode their silence. For the people of Sardinia, the Nuraagi are more than archaeological puzzles. They are symbols of identity, proud reminders of a time when their island was home to something powerful and unique. Locals walk among the towers as their ancestors did, feeling the weight of the stones, the passage of time, and the mystery that lingers in every curve of basalt. And for the rest of us, the Nururug are quiet invitations to wonder, to question, to look again at the past and consider how much we've lost. These towers, thousands of them, stand as a testament to human ingenuity and determination, even if we no longer understand their purpose. In the warm Mediterranean air, under a blanket of stars, they continue to rise from the earth like echoes of another age. Stone by stone, they whisper to us across the centuries, and though we may never know exactly what they were built for, they remind us that history is not always a straight line. Sometimes it leaves behind a trail of towers, tall, quiet, and waiting. In the lands between the Gambia River and the Salem Delta, something unusual marks the earth. The land is open, mostly flat, with scattered trees and dry grass that shifts quietly under the weight of time. But here, rising in patterns across hundreds of miles, stand pillars of stone arranged in deliberate circles, rows of shaped laterite placed so long ago that even the names of the people who set them there have been forgotten. These are the stone circles of Senegambia, one of the most extensive and least understood megalithic landscapes on Earth. Over 1,000 circles have been documented, each made of heavy cylindrical stones ranging from 3 to 8 feet high. Some stones are wider at the base, others taper slightly at the top. The circles are precise, some with 16 stones, others more. Many contain a central pillar, taller and heavier than the rest. These solitary columns are not always placed exactly in the center. Sometimes they are slightly offset, suggesting intention rather than symmetry. Across the broader region, more than 29,000 individual stones have been counted, and yet there is no script, no carved explanation, and no surviving building tradition to explain how or why they came to be. These circles span modern-day Senegal and the Gambia, stretching across plains and riverbanks, often far from modern settlements. They are quiet markers from a civilization that left few other traces, while the stones themselves stand in the open. Much of their meaning remains buried, both literally and metaphorically. Radiocarbon dating of nearby materials and grave goods suggests they were constructed between the 7th and 15th centuries, with the earliest burials in some locations possibly going back to the 3rd century BCE. That range spans over 1,000 years of human activity. Yet there are no known documents from this entire period that reference the circles directly. The builders did not leave behind inscriptions, seals, or coins. What survives are the stones and occasional artifacts found beneath them. Many of the circles have been associated with burial mounds. Excavations near the base of the stones have uncovered human remains, often interred with pottery, iron tools, beads, and in some cases, decorative metal objects. In some graves, multiple individuals were buried together. Others contained a single skeleton laid in a flexed position surrounded by offerings. Some of the tombs predate the stones that sit above them, while others seem to have been added afterward, suggesting long periods of reuse and reverence. It is likely that these circles marked important sites for the communities who live nearby. Whether they were built to honor individuals, serve ritual purposes, or demarcate sacred ground is uncertain. There is no universal pattern that holds across all of them. At some sites, the circles are dense and organized in rows. At others, they stand alone. Some are connected by stone paths. Others are isolated in the scrublands, far from any evidence of settlement. Near the village of Wasu in the Gambia, over 50 stone circles have been preserved. It is one of the largest and most studied sites in the region. The laterite stones here have been shaped with unusual precision, likely cut from nearby quarries using iron tools and transported by hand. The surrounding area contains traces of iron smelting, fragments of pottery, and hearths, indicating that the people who lived here had both metallurgical skill and stable communities. Just across the border in Segal lies the site of Sinanayan, equally significant and even more complex. Over 100 circles are present, including one that forms a double ring, suggesting a higher degree of planning and construction. The central stones at this site are often larger and more prominent, drawing the eye and raising questions about whether they marked leaders, ancestral figures, or something else entirely. The sheer effort required to build these monuments cannot be overstated. Each stone weighs several tons, and the shaping process involved quarrying hard, iron-rich rock, cutting it into regular forms and hauling it, often over considerable distances. With no evidence of draft animals or wheeled carts in widespread use at the time, it is believed that the stones were dragged manually across the landscape using ropes, wooden sleds, or rollers made from logs. Once on site, the stones had to be lifted into place and anchored into prepared holes in the ground. The coordination required to achieve this on such a wide scale suggests strong social cohesion and shared knowledge. Despite this, we still do not know who these people were. Their language is lost. No contemporary chronicles mention their culture. Even oral traditions among local populations are vague or silent about their origins. Some stories speak of giants who once walked the land or of stones that arrived through supernatural means. Others caution against disturbing the circles, treating them as places of quiet reverence, but such accounts offer little in the way of concrete history. Researchers have proposed several theories about the purpose of the circles. One of the more commonly accepted views is that they served as elite cemeteries, burial sites for leaders or important individuals. The recurring presence of iron tools, decorative objects, and carefully arranged bodies supports this idea. Another possibility is that the circles marked clan or tribal territories, each ring belonging to a specific lineage or social group. In this view, the monuments function both as tombs and boundary markers, reminders of ancestry, identity, and land. A smaller group of scholars has explored astronomical interpretations. The alignment of some stones suggests potential connections to solstices or equinoxes. However, unlike megalithic sites in Europe, the astronomical patterns here are inconsistent and do not always align with solar or lunar cycles. If celestial observation played a role, it may have been symbolic or ritualistic rather than scientific. Others believe the circles served as gathering places, spaces for councils, ceremonies, or seasonal rites. The shape of the ring itself suggests a gathering of equals oriented toward the center rather than a structure of hierarchy. The placement of taller stones in certain positions may have indicated roles or points of focus during these gatherings, but again, without records or definitive context, these interpretations remain speculative. One striking feature of the Senegambian circles is their longevity. They were not built all at once, but over generations. Some were reused long after their initial construction. Others were expanded or modified. This continuity suggests that whatever meaning the circles held, it was passed on even as other cultural traits changed. In a region where oral history was the primary means of transmission, the stones themselves became a kind of permanent speech, anchoring memory to place. Today, many of the circles still stand untouched by modern development. Cattle graze nearby. Farmers work the land around them. Travelers pass without always noticing what lies just beyond the path. But there is something undeniably compelling about these rings. They are at once ordinary and extraordinary. Simple in form, yet impossible to ignore. Their presence demands attention, even if their meaning cannot be fully grasped. In 2006, UNESCO designated the stone circles of Senegambia as a World Heritage Site, acknowledging their significance not only for West African history, but for human history as a whole. The stones are among the best preserved examples of megalithic architecture in sub-Saharan Africa, and among the largest and most organized on the entire continent. Yet even with this recognition, the circles remain under research. Few large-scale excavations have been undertaken. Much of the area remains unmapped, and many of the smaller sites have never been studied. Climate, vegetation, and shifting soil continue to challenge efforts to record and preserve them. Still, they persist, worn by time, but remarkably intact. It is tempting to view the stones as puzzles to be solved, questions waiting for answers, but perhaps they were not meant to explain themselves. Perhaps their purpose was never about permanence or clarity. Instead, they may have been about presence, a way of saying, "We lived here, we remembered, we were honored." In that sense, they have already succeeded. Though centuries have passed since the last circle was raised, the land still carries their quiet imprint, and for those who walk among them now there is a strange familiarity, not of knowing, but of sensing something old and deliberate left behind, not to be solved, but simply to be seen. In the Zhejiang province of eastern China, nestled near the village of Shanbun, lies a discovery that few outside the region had ever expected: an entire network of vast man-made underground chambers carved with precision from solid sandstone. Known today as the Longyu Caves, These subterranean spaces are not natural formations. They were painstakingly excavated by hand. Massive in scale and complex in design, the caves stretch deep beneath the surface with towering ceilings, intersecting corridors, and meticulous carvings. And yet, in all the written records of China's long and detailed history, there is no mention of their construction. The first cave was discovered in the summer of 1992. A local villager, curious about a body of water that never seemed to dry up, even during times of drought, decided to pump it out. What emerged was not a shallow pond, but the top of a vast, hollow chamber cut with such precision that it left those who saw it stunned. The walls were smooth and sloped, the ceilings vaulted, and every surface was marked with parallel grooves etched by hand one after another across tens of thousands of square feet. As word spread, more ponds were drained. By the end of the year, at least 24 caves had been uncovered across a small area of less than 1 square kilometer. Each one was different in size and shape, yet all shared the same architectural language: sharp angles, uniform tool marks, and vast interior spaces. Some chambers were linked together, others stood alone. Most descended to depths of over 30 meters with interior spaces the size of modern cathedrals, and despite their age and depth, no signs of collapse were present. The ceilings remained unbroken. The pillars stood firm. The magnitude of labor involved is difficult to comprehend. Researchers estimate that over 1 million cubic meters of stone would have needed to be removed to create the caves. This excavation, accomplished with only hand tools available at the time, would have required thousands of workers, years of labor, and careful planning to avoid collapse or flooding. Yet, astonishingly, there is not a single reference to the Longyu Caves in any known historical text. China is renowned for the detail of its historical records. Dynasties such as the Han, Tang, Song, and Ming left behind exhaustive chronicles of military campaigns, tax codes, harvests, and engineering feats. Great projects like the Grand Canal and the Great Wall were documented meticulously. But the Longyu Caves, if they were built before or during any of these eras, are curiously absent. There is no mention of who commissioned them, what they were for, or even that they existed at all. The walls inside the caves are carved with striking uniformity. Every inch bears rows of fine chisel marks arranged at consistent angles and depths, covering the ceilings, columns, and walls alike. Some suggest that these patterns were more than decorative, that they may have helped acoustically or served a structural purpose. Others see them as a ritual or symbolic element, a way to sanctify the stone or mark ownership. But without written records or artifacts, the reasoning behind these etchings remains unknown. One of the most impressive features of the caves is their structural integrity, despite being over 2,000 years old. According to some estimates, the chambers have not collapsed or eroded significantly. The stone is dry, the air is cool, and the floors are remarkably even. There are carved steps, stone platforms, and dividing walls, all cut with geometrical consistency. In one chamber, a stone bridge-like structure connects 2 sides of the room, suspended above an empty space with no reinforcement visible. Such design would require a deep understanding of load distribution and stability. Many have asked the obvious question: why were these caves built, and for what purpose? One theory suggests that they were used as underground storage facilities, perhaps for grain or for military supplies. Their dryness and temperature consistency would have made them ideal for preserving food or materials, but no containers, residues, or structural divisions indicating storage areas have ever been found. Another possibility is that they served as places of worship or meditation. The grandeur of their interiors combined with the quiet and isolation of their location might suggest a spiritual or ceremonial use. However, unlike Buddhist cave temples found elsewhere in China, such as those at Mo or Yongnong, there are no statues, murals, or religious iconography present. The Longyu Caves are bare, marked only by their grooves and the silence that fills them. A more practical theory is that they were meant to be tombs. China has a long tradition of elaborate underground burial chambers for emperors, nobles, and influential families. But here again, no human remains, notary goods, and no burial niches have been uncovered. The interiors do not resemble known tomb designs. They lack the inscriptions, central chambers, and altars typically found in ancient Chinese burial sites. One chamber does contain a carving of a fish roughly 2 meters long etched into the wall in relief. This lone depiction is stylized and somewhat abstract, an unusual find in an otherwise austere setting. Some interpret it as symbolic, possibly representing water, rebirth, or migration. Others see it as a signature or perhaps a guardian figure, but with nothing to compare it to, the carving remains isolated like a single word from a lost language. Geologists examining the site have confirmed that the sandstone in the region is relatively soft and workable, but still difficult to excavate without modern tools. The uniformity of the grooves and the scale of the chambers indicate that the work was not random or rushed. Whoever built the Long U caves possessed not only determination, but planning, coordination, and skill. If the construction occurred over decades, it would have required centralized leadership and significant resources. Some researchers have attempted to place the caves within a timeline. Pottery fragments found nearby suggest human activity in the area during the Han Dynasty, around 200 BCE to 200 CE. That would mean the caves are over 2,000 years old. However, these fragments were not found inside the caves themselves, and so their relationship to the structures remains speculative. What adds to the mystery is the lack of debris. If over 1 million cub-m of sandstone were removed, where was it taken? There are no nearby mounds, no signs of stone processing, and no waste piles. The material simply vanishes from the record. This logistical gap suggests either the stone was dispersed over a wide area or used in construction elsewhere, yet no matching volume of laterite blocks has been identified in local ruins or buildings. The discovery of the caves in 1992 was accidental, and since then they have slowly drawn attention from engineers, archaeologists, and travelers. Despite this, large portions remain unexplored. Funding has been limited, and access to some of the deeper or less stable chambers is restricted. Research is ongoing, but progress is slow. Locals have mixed views about the caves. Some believe they are ancient refugees built to escape wars or natural disasters. Others think they were the work of forgotten people, ancestors whose knowledge has long since disappeared. A few embrace more speculative ideas, pointing to lost civilizations or knowledge deliberately hidden beneath the earth, while no credible evidence links the caves to anything beyond human construction. The sheer scale of the achievement has fueled comparisons to other architectural enigmas, sites where effort and craftsmanship appear to exceed the technological expectations of their time. The Long U caves are among these, not because they are magical or mythical, but because they are real and unexplained. They speak not through carvings or texts, but through the labor they require. Thousands of workers carve by lamplight day after day, chiseling lines across stone that no one would ever see from above, moving downward through layers of earth, creating space where none existed before. A community of builders with a purpose lost to time. And while the questions remain, so too does the experience of entering one of these vast halls, stepping through a narrow entrance, descending into the cool dark, and finding oneself surrounded by columns of stone cut with absolute care. It is a reminder of how much human hands can achieve when they work together with vision. Even if the vision itself is no longer understood, in the world above, life continues. But beneath the village of Shibun, these chambers remain cool, precise, and vast. A monument not to a named emperor or a recorded victory, but to an ambition buried in bedrock, quietly resisting the erosion of history. High atop the rugged cliffs of Mpumalanga, South Africa, overlooking a sweeping valley where the land folds into endless ridges, lies a quiet arrangement of stones. At first glance, it might appear as nothing more than an old animal enclosure or a scatter of boulders shaped by time. There are no towering monuments, no intricate carvings, and no grand staircases. But some believe this site, often referred to as Adam's calendar, could be among the oldest human-made structures on Earth. According to proponents of its significance, it is not simply a circle of stones, but a prehistoric calendar carefully aligned with celestial bodies, perhaps dating back tens of thousands of years. The structure itself is unassuming, roughly circular, with a series of upright stones embedded into the earth. The site lacks any immediate signs of human craftsmanship in the traditional sense. There are no chisel marks, no hieroglyphs, no tools or pottery fragments. But the positioning of the stones suggests intentional placement, a central upright monolith flanked by two smaller ones, seems to frame the point where the sun rises on the spring and autumn equinoxes. Other stones appear to align with solstices, lunar cycles, and certain star constellations. It is these alignments that have earned the site its controversial reputation. The site was brought to broader attention in the early 2000s by Johan Heiner, a local South African pilot who stumbled upon the stone circle while tracking a plane crash from the air. When he noticed the apparent alignment of some of the stones with solar positions, he began to investigate further, eventually partnering with amateur researchers who believed the stones formed a complex astronomical marker, one that predated recorded civilization. They named it Adam's Calendar, a title rooted more in symbolic imagination than in archaeology. The name suggests a beginning, a first point on the human timeline. Some have even gone so far as to propose that the site marks the location of an ancient civilization lost to time, whose knowledge of astronomy and mathematics rivaled or even surpassed later cultures. According to some of these claims, the calendar could be as much as 75,000 years old. Mainstream archaeologists, however, have urged caution. The age of the site is difficult to determine. There are no datable artifacts associated with the circle, no tools, bones, or charcoal that would allow for carbon dating. And the stones themselves are duarite, a hard volcanic rock resistant to erosion, but also nearly impossible to date directly. Without organic material or inscriptions, the timeline becomes speculative. Most academic experts place the construction of the circle within the last few thousand years, perhaps linked to early southern African pastoral or ritual communities. Stone circles are not uncommon throughout this region. Thousands of them dot the landscape across South Africa and Zimbabwe, often connected to livestock enclosures or cultural gatherings. Many are difficult to interpret due to the lack of written records. They simply exist, anchors of a past we only partially understand. But proponents of Adam's Calendar argue that this site is different. Unlike the more chaotic scatter of stones found elsewhere, the arrangement here appears deliberate, oriented towards specific solar events. When viewed from the central monolith, the sun rises between two flanking stones on the equinox. On the solstice, the sunrise shifts along the horizon in a measurable arc. This regular movement, paired with the spacing of certain stones, has led some to suggest the site was used to track time, not just across days or months, but seasons and years. They propose that such alignments would require a deep understanding of celestial mechanics, knowledge that, according to conventional timelines, should not have been present in southern Africa during prehistoric times. The suggestion is provocative. If the builders of this circle possessed such understanding, it would challenge long-held assumptions about where and when complex knowledge emerged. Some of the more speculative theories go even further, drawing connections between Adam's Calendar and ancient Sumerian texts, early Egyptian mythologies, and even lost civilizations such as Atlantis. These claims suggest that the circle may have been part of a vast global system, an ancient grid of sacred sites connected by purpose and energy. According to these ideas, Adam's Calendar was not only a tool for observing the sky, but a marker of human origins, a place where something profound once began. Such claims have not been accepted by mainstream historians or archaeologists, primarily due to a lack of verifiable evidence. The stones, while intriguing, bear no markings to indicate their builders or their function. No structures, burials, or settlements have been found in direct association with the site, and the patterns of erosion and lichen growth suggest a much more recent date than the 75,000-year estimate sometimes offered. Without datable material, the story remains uncertain. Still, there is something compelling about the site. It sits on a high plateau far from cities and roads, exposed to wind and sky. The air is dry, the horizon wide. On clear mornings, the sunrise cuts sharply across the landscape, its position shifting each day as the year progresses. Whether or not the stones were placed with precise knowledge of solar motion, the experience of standing among them during these changes invites reflection. It is not difficult to imagine that early people living close to the rhythms of the land would have noticed the movement of the sun and stars. The idea of marking these events with stones is not far-fetched. Across the globe, from the British Isles to Mesoamerica, cultures have aligned monuments with celestial events, tracking the passage of time with patient observation and enduring symbols. Even if Adam's Calendar is not as old as some believe, even if it is not the remnant of a lost civilization, its presence is still meaningful. It represents an intersection between land and sky, between what we know and what we hope to uncover. It prompts questions about how ancient people understood their place in the cosmos, how they measured time, and how they expressed that understanding through the landscape. Geologists examining the site have noted that some of the diorite stones appear to have been shaped or fractured deliberately. Others have pointed out that the stones could be natural, fractured through geological processes and later rearranged by human hands. The difference is subtle, and without excavation beneath the soil, the full context remains elusive. There are no inscriptions on the stones, no drawings, no remains of ritual objects. Their surfaces are rough, marked only by time and weather. Some lean slightly, others stand firm. A few are missing altogether, toppled or buried, their places indicated only by indentations or gaps. The entire arrangement seems vulnerable, perched on the edge of certainty and speculation. Local traditions regarding the site are limited. Some communities speak of the stones as sacred, but there are no long-standing oral histories that explain their purpose. In recent years, the site has become a place of interest for spiritual seekers and fringe researchers drawn by the mystery and the sweeping views. Ceremonies, meditations, and solstice gatherings are now common. Though the original builders, if the stones were indeed placed by human hands, are long gone. Even without definitive answers, Adam's calendar offers a kind of quiet importance. It reminds us that not all human achievement leaves behind towering temples or sprawling cities. Sometimes the only legacy is a line of stones aligned with the rising sun, a trace of thought pressed lightly into the earth. The arguments surrounding the site, its age, its purpose, its origin, will likely continue for years to come with limited excavation and little funding for deeper archaeological investigation. It may remain as it is, a place of questions left open to interpretation. For some, that ambiguity is frustrating. For others, it is the very thing that makes the site worth visiting, because not all stories are written, not all histories are preserved. Some are scattered across hilltops and valleys, waiting for eyes to notice and wonder, whether it marks time, honors ancestors, or simply records the curiosity of those who came before. Adam's calendar sits beneath the sky with quiet patience, and as the seasons shift, as the sun rises a little farther each morning along the ridgeline, the stones remain, watching, weathering, and holding their secret. Winding along the barren slopes of the Pisco Valley in southern Peru is a site unlike anything else in the region. A ribbon of thousands of man-made depressions carved directly into the earth, known to locals simply as Monte Sierra or Serpent Mountain. This strange formation is better known to archaeologists and satellite surveyors by a more literal name, the Band of Holes, stretching for nearly a mile across the arid desert terrain. These holes march in organized rows, spaced with curious regularity, yet without explanation. They are neither tombs nor quarries, nor clear foundations for any lost structure. They are simply holes. From a distance, the formation looks like a natural feature, perhaps the result of erosion or a strange geological event. But upon closer inspection, the pattern reveals itself, row upon row, sometimes 4 wide, sometimes more, of round or rectangular cavities carved into the rock and compacted soil. Some are shallow, while others descend several feet. Their width is consistent. Their alignment, while not perfectly straight, maintains a flowing rhythm, almost like a coded message pressed into the earth. Estimates suggest that more than 6,000 individual holes make up the formation. Most measure between 2 and 3 feet in diameter and roughly the same in depth. A few are much deeper. Some have been measured at over 6 feet. They appear in clusters that sometimes drift apart and then converge again, as if following some larger pattern long forgotten. No tools, artifacts, or inscriptions have been recovered directly from the holes themselves, and no written records from the region mention their construction. They remain among the least understood man-made features in South America. The Band of Holes first came to broader attention in the 1930s, when aerial photography missions conducted by the Peruvian government revealed a strange pattern along the slopes above the Pisco River. At the time, it was assumed to be a storage or irrigation system, perhaps built by the Inca or one of the many earlier civilizations that occupied the region, but no definitive function was ever identified. In later decades, archaeologists visited the site on foot. What they found deepened the mystery. The The holes did not appear to be graves. No remains were found. They were not part of a drainage network. No water channels, catchments, or aqueducts were connected to them. And while some speculate they may have been used for storage, no traces of baskets, vessels, or coverings have been found nearby. Nor is there evidence of sustained settlement at the site. The Band of Holes is located on a steep, exposed hillside with no known villages, temples, or ceremonial centers in the immediate vicinity. It seems unlikely that such a labor-intensive feature would have been built far from where people lived, unless it served as specialized, possibly seasonal or symbolic function. One prevailing theory holds that the holes were used as storage pits for food, possibly tubers or grains that needed to be kept cool and dry in the desert climate. The high elevation and exposure to dry winds may have provided natural refrigeration. If this is true, it would point to an advanced knowledge of environmental conditions. Yet if the pits once held perishable goods, no organic material remains today. The dry climate has preserved many ancient artifacts elsewhere in Peru, but the Band of Holes has yielded only the stone and earth itself. Another suggestion is that the formation was a form of census or tax accounting. In this view, each hole represented a family, a clan, or a contribution. They may have been filled temporarily with offerings, perhaps stones, tokens, or agricultural produce measured and counted during seasonal rituals. Such a system would align with the practices of the Andean civilizations, which often relied on labor and resource contributions as a form of social structure. But without physical evidence, this remains hypothetical. A more speculative theory imagines the Band of Holes as part of a larger ceremonial or astronomical landscape. The Nazca lines, located not far to the southeast, show that ancient cultures in this region created massive geoglyphs with symbolic meaning. Could the Band of Holes be part of a similar tradition? Were the holes markers of something no longer visible? Or perhaps even a path, one that the feet never touched, but the eyes followed towards something now erased by time? Others have proposed more practical explanations. Perhaps the site was a quarry, and the holes were created as the first step in breaking up the rock for construction elsewhere. If so, the layout seems far too ordered, and the depth too consistent for a simple extraction site. No large buildings nearby are known to have been built from the same stone. The rock around the Band of Holes is a hardened form of compacted desert soil rather than solid bedrock, making it unlikely to have been quarried for blocks. The formation's alignment raises further questions. Rather than tracing a straight line or forming a grid, the Band of Holes follows a subtle curve along the hillside, climbing gradually in elevation. From above, it almost resembles a trail or a boundary, but it leads nowhere visible. It begins abruptly and ends just as suddenly. No related formations have been found beyond its known limits. Local oral traditions about the site are sparse. Some villages in the area refer to it as a place of the ancestors or say the holes were created by unknown peoples long ago. There is no clear cultural memory attached to them. No surviving names or myths that can be traced back through generations. This absence is unusual in a region where many ancient sites remain connected to indigenous cosmology and belief. Satellite imagery and drone surveys have mapped the Band of Holes in fine detail, but have revealed no accompanying features, no roadways, no irrigation channels, no buried walls or structures. The holes are isolated. They do not intersect with other known settlements or ceremonial centers. Their construction appears to have been both deliberate and sustained, requiring considerable manpower over time, yet without any clear benefit that modern researchers can measure, and so they sit, exposed to the desert sun and the dry winds that sweep across the Pisco Valley. Thousands of carved depressions that resist interpretation, each one like a question pressed into the landscape. The dating of the site has proven difficult. Without artifacts or organic remains, carbon dating is impossible. Some archaeologists believe the Band of Holes predates the Inca, perhaps constructed by a lesser-known culture such as the Paracas or the Wari, who lived in the region before the rise of Cusco. Others believe it may have been an Inca project or even a post-Inca attempt to replicate or record something older. But without datable evidence, the debate remains unresolved. Its obscurity is partly due to its location. While the Nazca lines have become world-famous and heavily studied, the Band of Holes lies off the main tourist routes without large signage or major protection. Some parts of the site are slowly being reclaimed by dust and erosion. Yet, the structure has endured in remarkable condition, despite exposure to the elements for centuries, possibly millennia. The edges of many holes remain sharply defined. There is little evidence of collapse and no signs of modern disturbance beyond the footprints of occasional visitors. What draws people to this site is not its grandeur, but its contradiction. It is both intricate and unadorned, vast and subtle. The sheer labor involved suggests purpose. The absence of explanation invites speculation. It does not try to impress. It simply exists, quiet and inexplicable. Perhaps that is why the band of holes continues to fascinate. It offers no grand theory, no conclusive inscription or monument. It challenges the idea that all human intention must be readable from the remains. Here is a project that required planning, effort, and patience, yet whose meaning may never be recovered. And in that uncertainty, the band of holes joins the ranks of other archaeological enigmas. It stands not just as a physical feature, but as a reminder that for all we have uncovered and all we have reconstructed, there are still places on this earth where the past chooses not to explain itself. As the sun crosses the sky and the desert stretches into the distance, the holes remain exactly where they were made, some filled with dust, others open to the light, none offering answers, just quiet impressions in the land, where the line between purpose and mystery has long since blurred. On a quiet hill outside the town of Elberton, Georgia, once stood a monument unlike any other in the United States. It was not ancient, it was not part of a buried civilization or the ruins of an empire. And yet, the mystery surrounding it was no less real. Composed of massive granite slabs rising over 19 feet into the air, weighing more than 119 tons, and inscribed with an unsettling message in 8 languages, the Georgia Guidestones were often called America's Stonehenge. But unlike their ancient counterparts in Britain, the origins of these stones were not lost to time. They were hidden deliberately. The monument was erected in March of 1980, commissioned by a man using the pseudonym R.C. Christian. He approached the Albertan Granite Finishing Company with specific instructions and detailed architectural plans. According to those involved, he claimed to represent a small group of loyal Americans who wished to remain anonymous. He made it clear that the stones would be designed to withstand catastrophe, both physically and philosophically. The company agreed and construction began. The result was a commanding structure, 4 vertical granite slabs arranged in a cross shape with a central pillar anchoring the design and a horizontal capstone resting above. The stones were precisely aligned with celestial events. The central shaft had a drilled hole through which the North Star was always visible. A narrow slit tracked the sun's movement across the sky, and a carefully carved aperture allowed a beam of sunlight to strike the central pillar at noon. The placement and orientation were not ornamental. They were functional, but it was the inscriptions that drew the most attention. Etched into the faces of the vertical stones were 10 guiding principles presented in 8 languages: English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, and Russian. The messages were concise and universal in tone, but some found them disturbing. The first of the 10 read, "Maintain humanity under 500,000 in perpetual balance with nature." Other instructions called for guiding reproduction wisely, uniting humanity with a new living language and ruling passion with reason. There were appeals for truth, justice, and harmony. But for many, the first message, implying a vast reduction of the global population, cast a long shadow over the rest. The purpose of the monument became the subject of speculation. Was it a call for peace after the apocalypse, a warning for future generations, or something more sinister? The identity of R.C. Christian was never revealed. He communicated through a series of letters and phone calls, always protecting the anonymity of those he represented. He met in person only once with the president of the granite company, and even then he used a fake name and provided a legal proxy to handle the finances. The money was paid in full, held in escrow by a local bank, and the transaction was completed without incident. Over time, the monument became a magnet for curiosity and controversy. Tourists visited from across the country. Some came to admire its engineering, others came seeking meaning. A few came to protest. Conspiracy theories surrounded the monument from the beginning. Some believed it was tied to secret societies. Others linked it to apocalyptic visions, eugenics, or globalist agendas. There were claims of connections to Rosicrucianism, the Illuminati, or even ancient prophecies. Local residents had mixed feelings. Some appreciated the attention it brought to the town, others viewed it with suspicion. Graffiti became common. At various times, the stones were spray-painted with accusations, religious warnings, and political messages. But despite the controversy, the monument remained standing for over 4 decades, unmoving, unaltered, and unclaimed. And then, without warning, it was destroyed. On July 6, 2022, an explosive device detonated at the site in the early hours of the morning. One of the vertical slabs shattered completely and the capstone was dislodged. Security footage showed a flash of light, followed by a cloud of dust. No one was injured, and no suspect was publicly identified, but the damage was extensive. For safety reasons, the remaining slabs were soon demolished and removed by local authorities. The destruction brought renewed attention. News outlets across the country reported on the event. Some mourned the loss of a unique monument. Others celebrated, viewing the guide as a symbol of oppression or secrecy. But the core mystery remained. Who built them and why? In the absence of answers, theories multiplied. Some believed the stones were a time capsule for a post-catastrophic world, a blueprint for rebuilding civilization after nuclear war or environmental collapse. The instructions in this view were meant to guide survivors through the process of forming a new global society. The languages chosen represented a diverse cross-section of humanity. The messages were etched deeply, meant to last for centuries. Others saw the monument as a statement of intent, a warning not for future generations, but for the present. In this reading, the inscriptions were not hopeful ideals, but declarations of a planned future shaped by an unseen hand. The call to reduce the population, the appeal for global governance, and the emphasis on nature over industry suggested an agenda that some found deeply unsettling. Still others approached the monument more poetically. They saw it as a work of philosophical architecture, a reflection on the fragility of human systems and the possibility of harmony after collapse. Like the temples and pyramids of ancient times, the guide stones offered a message in stone, one meant to outlast the noise of politics and war. The structure's astronomical precision added further depth. Its ability to track time to the movement of light and stars linked it to ancient practices of observation and orientation. It was in its own way a calendar and a compass measuring not only hours but ideas. Yet unlike ancient monuments, the Georgia guide stones were conceived in an age of paper trails and digital records, and still their origin remains sealed. R.C. Christian left behind only a slim booklet published in limited copies titled Common Sense Renewed. In it, he expanded on the themes inscribed on the stones, advocating for population control, environmental stewardship, and international cooperation. But even this text raised more questions than it answered. Was it the work of an idealist, a warning from a hidden group, a philosophical experiment? The monument's destruction did not resolve these questions. If anything, it deepened them. Without the physical stones, the mystery became more abstract, less about the structure itself and more about what it represented. The site is now empty, the hilltop bare. Only scattered chunks of granite remain along with the concrete foundation and the debates that swirl around it. In many ways, the Georgia guide stones were never about their material form. They were about intention. Someone somewhere decided to carve a message into granite in 8 languages using precise measurements and deliberate symbols. They did so in secrecy, and they left no clear trace behind. The result was a monument that stood between worlds, part utopian ideal, part cultural riddle. Unlike many archaeological mysteries, the guide stones were not buried or weathered by time. They were born into the modern era, documented, photographed, and debated from the moment they appeared. And yet, they carry the same weight of unanswered questions as ruins that have stood for 1,000 years. That may be their most enduring quality, the ability to provoke reflection even in their absence. As the years go on, memories of the monument may fade, but the questions will linger. Who commissioned the guide? What were they hoping to preserve? Were they warning us, guiding us, or simply inviting us to think beyond our moment in history? With the structure gone, there will be no more sunlight passing to its aperture. No more observers watching the North Star through its central shaft. But the message it carried, carved deeply into stone, then scattered by force, remains in the minds of those who wonder why it was ever built at all. In the dry, ancient heart of South Africa's northwest province lies a town called Klerkto, an unassuming settlement known mostly for its mining history, but buried deep within the region's layers of pyrite, a soft mineral formed from compressed volcanic ash. Miners began to uncover something wholly unexpected: small metallic spheres, some no larger than a coin, others the size of a palm, perfectly rounded, smooth, mysteriously grooved, and most remarkably of all, they were found embedded in stone that dates back nearly 3 billion years. They became known as the Klerksdorp spheres, and since their discovery, they've been the subject of both scientific scrutiny and speculative fascination. Geologists, metallurgists, and curious researchers have debated their origin. Are they products of natural geological processes slowly formed over inconceivable spans of time? Or are they something else? Objects shaped with intention, out of place and impossibly old. The spheres first came to attention in the late 20th century, when miners working in the Archaeological region encountered them repeatedly while cutting into pyrophily deposits. The mineral itself is unusually soft, registering only 1 to 2 on the MO scale of hardness, and is typically used in applications like carving and industrial ceramics. Yet embedded within this soft stone were hard, often metallic spheres which had to be carefully removed to avoid damage. Most of the spheres measure between 2 and 10 centimeters in diameter. Many are perfectly round or slightly oval. Some have a smooth metallic surface. Others appear composed of a fibrous material or have a slightly hollow core. What makes them truly unusual, though, is the pattern. Several display parallel grooves that wrap around the circumference in evenly spaced lines. Often there are 3 grooves, rarely 4, always symmetrical. This feature caught the attention of those who believed the spheres could not have been formed by natural means. How, they asked, could random geological forces produce such uniform lines consistently across multiple specimens? And if these spheres truly came from rot dating back billions of years before the rise of multicellular life, who or what could have shaped them? The stone they were found in, known as the Precambrian pyrite of Odal, is thought to be roughly 2.8 to 3 billion years old. This places it in the Archaean, a time when the Earth was still in its early development and the atmosphere contained little oxygen. There were no forests, no animals, no human civilizations. Life, if present at all, was microbial. The continents were still forming, and volcanic activity was widespread. To discover anything even resembling human craftsmanship embedded in such ancient rock seemed unthinkable. Some proposed that the spheres were artifacts, relics from a lost civilization long before the dawn of known history. A people or beings capable of advanced metallurgy who existed before the continents as we know them took shape. A few speculated even further, suggesting that the spheres might not have been made on Earth at all, but arrived through unknown means. Others were more cautious, pointing to natural explanations. Certain geological processes, they argued, could result in concretions, hard nodules formed by the accumulation of minerals around a nucleus. Over immense spans of time, these mineral deposits can take on rounded shapes, sometimes with layers or patterns caused by variations in chemical composition. Iron concretions, for example, are found in many regions around the world, from Utah's Moki marbles to similar formations in Australia. But even among geologists, the Klerks spheres stood apart. The hardness of some specimens measured higher than the steel used to test them, though later analysis showed the composition to be more in line with hematite or goethite, both naturally occurring iron oxides. Some were found to be hollow with an interior of spongy or flaky material. Others were solid throughout, dense and perfectly shaped. One particularly compelling aspect was the precision of the grooves. Multiple spheres displayed identical patterning with grooves carved at equal intervals and consistent depth. They did not appear as random surface abrasions. The lines had a rhythm, a symmetry, and no clear origin. There was no known geological pressure or process that could explain such consistency. Specimens were sent to various labs for analysis. The Museum of Klerks housed several of the most prominent examples, displaying them under glass with notes on their discovery and composition. Some were analyzed by scientists at the University of Johannesburg and abroad. Most were found to be natural, though the formation process was not fully understood. Despite assurances from portions of the scientific community that the spheres were geologically explained, interest in their mystery never faded. The idea that something so clearly designed in appearance could emerge from a time before humans or even animals challenges assumptions. It creates space for wonder, for curiosity, for questions that are not easily closed. Some theorists point out that no transitional formations have been found, no half-formed spheres or versions with incomplete grooves. The ones that exist appear finished, deliberate. If the process was natural, why does it yield such rare precision in so few places? And why here? Others wonder whether the grooves served a purpose, whether for motion, measurement, or something symbolic. Were they part of a system, a tool set, or perhaps a method of communication? Or were they simply oddities never meant to be found? There have also been comparisons to artifacts from other parts of the world. The Baghdad battery, the Anti-Thera mechanism, the Phistos disc, items that seem to leap ahead of their time, bearing marks of sophistication without clear lineage. But unlike those items, the Clerk spheres lack of cultural context. They come not from ruins or burial sites, but from deep within the earth itself, untouched by human hands until miners pulled them into the light. Their location contributes to their intrigue. The Archaeological region is geologically unique, part of a belt of very ancient rock formations that have seen little tectonic upheaval over the eons. The stability of the area has preserved the original structure of the rock layers, making it a rich source of information for geologists and a fertile ground for surprises. Some argue that the spheres are nothing more than geological flukes, anomalies that spark the imagination precisely because they lack a clear narrative. But for many, they represent a frontier between explanation and speculation. They are not miracles. They are not evidence of lost worlds, but they are strange, and in their strangeness, they become vessels for wonder. The Museum of Clerks continues to house its collection. Visitors peer into glass cases, studying the smooth forms and etched lines. The spheres are small, almost unremarkable in scale, and yet they hold attention, not because they answer questions, but because they resist them. They have no inscriptions, no markings of ownership, no symbols to decode. They are not part of a known tradition. They are not named in any ancient texts, and yet they compelled curiosity in a way few artifacts do. It is likely that they will never be fully understood. New discoveries may one day shed light on similar formations or offer clearer geological explanations. But for now, they remain in that narrow space where science and speculation touch, where observation gives way to interpretation and the human need to make sense of the world encounters the limits of what we know. For those drawn to the mysterious, the spheres are reminders that not all puzzles are grand or monumental. Some are small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, simple, perfect, and found deep beneath the surface of a world we are still learning to understand. As the Earth turns and the minds shift, more spheres may yet be uncovered. Others may never be seen again, lost in rock that will remain undisturbed for millennia. But the ones that have emerged continue to be studied, debated, and quietly admired, not for what they are, but for what they suggest might still be waiting just beneath our feet. In the year 1513, a Turkish admiral named Piri Reis carefully inked the lines of a map that would not become famous until centuries later. He could not have known that what he drew on a sheet of gazelle skin would one day stir debates among historians, cartographers, and geographers across the world. For at first glance, his creation seemed much like any other early 16th century map, a record of coastlines shaped by seafaring and hearsay, drawn in flourishes of color and detail. But over time, a strange detail began to emerge, one that continues to perplex scholars and researchers to this day. Among the coastlines depicted along the bottom edge of the map, some believe they see the outline of Antarctica drawn not as the frozen ice-locked continent we know today, but as it might have appeared free of ice. And if that interpretation is correct, the implications are extraordinary. The Piri Reis map, as it came to be known, was not discovered until the year 1929. It had remained hidden within the archives of Istanbul's Topkapi Palace, a forgotten piece of a much larger collection, when German theologian Gustav Adolf Deissmann and Orientalist Paul Karl examined it. They were struck by its age, detail, and references to older source materials. The map itself shows portions of Western Europe, West Africa, and the eastern edge of the newly discovered Americas, particularly the coast of South America. It includes notes and measurements, decorative sea creatures, and mentions of previous charts used in its construction. Piri Reis stated directly on the map that he had drawn it using 20 older charts and 8 newer maps, some of which dated back to the time of Alexander the Great. He claimed to have compiled the information from both ancient and contemporary sources, including maps from Portuguese and Arabic origins. At first, the map drew attention for its detail. The accuracy of the South American coastline, especially for the year 1513, was impressive. It suggested that Piri Reis, or the sources he used, had access to geographical knowledge that predated much of the known exploration of the region. But then came a more controversial observation. Along the southern edge of the map lies a landmass that some have identified as Antarctica. The shape bears resemblance to the Queen Morland Coast, a portion of East Antarctica that lies closest to southern Africa. But what makes this interpretation particularly puzzling is the way the coastline is drawn, without the massive ice sheet that currently covers it. The conventional discovery of Antarctica did not occur until the year 1820, and its subglacial coastline was not mapped in detail until the 20th century using sonar and satellite imaging. The suggestion that a 16th century mapmaker could have drawn the continent in ice-free form thousands of years earlier raises more questions than it answers. Some researchers believe that if the landmass at the bottom of the Piri Reis map truly represents Antarctica, then the knowledge must have come from an ancient civilization capable of sailing to and mapping the region long before the ice settled in. Estimates suggest that Antarctica may have been ice-free more than 6,000 years ago, during a warmer climatic phase known as the Holy Sign thermal maximum. The implications of such a conclusion are profound. It would suggest that human civilizations possessed advanced seafaring and oceanographic skills at a time when, according to mainstream history, they were only beginning to develop agriculture and writing systems. No known ancient society is recorded to have explored the polar regions, much less mapped them in recognizable detail. Skeptics, however, offer a more conservative view. They argue that the landmass depicted is not Antarctica, but a distorted or exaggerated version of South America, curved around in a way that compresses the map's lower edge. Photographers of the early 16th century often worked with incomplete data, and distortions were common due to the limitations of map projections and the challenge of reconciling different source materials. Moreover, many of the so-called anomalies on the map may be the result of combining mismatched scales and differing levels of accuracy. If Piri Reis indeed used 20 different charts, some may have been old, fragmentary, or copied imperfectly. The joining of these pieces could have led to a strange landmass appearing where none was intended. Still, the mystery remains. The resemblance is difficult to dismiss entirely. Some of the coastal curves match modern outlines, and the suggestion that the information came from earlier sources raises questions about the kind of maps circulating long before the age of discovery. The margins of the map include handwritten notes from Piri Reis himself. He explains that some of his sources were from seafarers who had sailed to newly discovered lands. He references the Portuguese infidels who had ventured far into the Atlantic and speaks of maps recovered from Spanish prisoners. But he also mentions charts dating from antiquity drawn, he says, in the era of Alexander the Great. What these charts were and how he obtained them is unknown. The possibility that these charts preserve knowledge from a forgotten or misunderstood era has captivated researchers. Some believe the Piri Reis map is a vestige of ancient world knowledge, passed down across cultures and generations, eventually making its way into the libraries of Islamic scholars during the golden age of Islamic science and philosophy. Others believe the map is simply the product of guesswork and embellishment, with coincidences mistaken for connections. There is another angle to the mystery. Even if the lower landmass does not depict Antarctica, the level of accuracy in the rest of the map still defies expectations. For example, the eastern coast of South America is represented with surprising precision, especially considering that European ships had only recently begun exploring that region in the early 1500s. Features such as river estuaries, coastal curves, and capes are marked with relative consistency to modern maps. How this information was gathered so early and who gathered it remains unclear. The best explanation may be that explorers from earlier civilizations, perhaps Phoenicians, Carthaginians, or even earlier seafarers, ventured further than we give them credit for, and that their observations were recorded, passed down, and eventually compiled by later mapmakers. As a document, the Piri Reis map is a mosaic. It is not a product of a single vision, but a composite attempt to bring together fragments of the world as it was known, remembered, or imagined in different corners of the globe. In that way, it is as much a cultural artifact as it is a geographical one. It speaks not just to where people had been, but to how they thought about the world, what they valued, what they feared, what they hoped to understand. The map is adorned with notes, warnings, and embellishments, depictions of sea monsters, strange birds, and unfamiliar ships. It blends observation with interpretation, fact with imagination. Like many early maps, it reflects a world still being discovered, still being pieced together from reports, rumors, and half-glimpsed shores. Yet, despite its age, it has a certain clarity. The coastlines are drawn with care. The script is neat. The compass roses are aligned with thought. Whoever compiled the map, whether Piri Reis himself or the many unnamed sources he drew from, believed they were recording something important. Today, the Piri Reis map is housed in the Topkapi Palace Museum in Istanbul. It is rarely displayed due to its fragility. High-resolution images and reproductions are available to scholars, and its peculiarities continue to be studied. Some researchers hope that further examination may reveal hidden details, perhaps clues within the script, or layers of drawing that point to older iterations. Others believe the answers lie not on the map, but in the archives that fed it. Lost libraries, forgotten records, or uncatalogued documents that may one day resurface. But for now, the map remains what it has always been, a record of a world both known and unknown. It presents coastlines with accuracy and land masses with mystery. It shows what the people of the early 16th century believed about the globe and what they might have remembered from older traditions. Whether it truly shows Antarctica before it was covered in ice, or whether we are simply projecting patterns onto ancient approximations, the question remains open, and sometimes it is the absence of certainty that gives something its enduring power. As eyes continue to study the lines on the parchment, lines drawn by hand with ink now faded but never forgotten, the story of the Piri Reis map remains one of possibility, a glimpse perhaps into a chapter of human history that has yet to be written. A cracked stone in a desert workshop was all it took to launch one of the strangest debates in American archaeological law. The year was 1961. Along the dry edge of Owens Valley, near the town of Poncha in California's Inyo County, 3 amateur geologists spent their afternoon searching for geodes, those rounded volcanic rocks known for their glittering crystal interiors. The terrain around the Caso Range had long attracted collectors. Eroded slopes offered an abundance of odd mineral formations, and rock shops were common across the region. That day, Wallace Lane, Virginia Maxey, and Mike Mell returned to their store with a small collection of nodules they believed were typical finds. Back at the shop, Michael used a diamond saw to slice one of the rocks cleanly in half. Rather than revealing quartz crystals or polished bands of agate, the geode offered something entirely unexpected. Inside sat a small cylindrical object surrounded by a pale mineral casing. The central core looked metallic. There was a visible rod encased in porcelain and a circular metal shell. The shape resembled a spark plug, not a rough or corroded piece of debris, but something seemingly deliberate. The outer casing was hard enough to damage the saw blade during cutting. Layers of tightly packed mineral matter surrounded the central object, suggesting it had been there for quite some time. Word of the discovery traveled quickly. Within days, speculation spread beyond the quiet rock shop and into mystery magazines, local news columns, and eventually fringe science journals. This strange find would come to be known as the Coso artifact, named after the mountain range where the rock had been collected. The shape of the object inside the stone resembled no natural formation. Researchers noted the symmetry, the layered ceramic material, and the apparent presence of a metal coil, features common in spark plugs used in the early 20th century. Some believed the resemblance was more than coincidental. They saw it as a modern component locked inside a rock formation assumed to be ancient. And from there, the questions began. Was this a genuine out-of-place artifact? Something modern trapped in geological materials supposedly thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years old? Or could the entire anomaly be explained by the interaction between modern technology and unusual mineral processes? Maxey, one of the discoverers, claimed that a geologist had examined the stone and estimated its formation at 500,000 years. The name of this expert was never released, and no written report has surfaced. Yet the claim would go on to anchor much of the artifact's mythology. Publications repeated the number, and the timeline became fixed in the public imagination. Proponents of the artifact's mystery argue that such an object should not exist at all. Human technology capable of producing a spark plug did not emerge until the 19th century. Internal combustion engines appeared only after centuries of development in metallurgy and design. If a manufactured spark plug were truly sealed within 500,000 years of mineral buildup, it would suggest a past far different from what textbooks record. Alternative explanations began to emerge. Some believe that an advanced civilization may have existed in the distant past, one capable of producing sophisticated tools long before any known empires arose. Others proposed time travel or even extraterrestrial origins. Though these theories lack direct evidence, they found fertile ground in books, documentaries, and discussions of anomalous artifacts. Skeptics view the entire episode differently. They point to the more mundane geological processes. Concretions, they explained, form when minerals precipitate around a central object and slowly harden over time. These mineral nodules can encapsulate bones, shells, and even man-made debris if the right conditions are present. In this view, the spark plug was simply an old piece of discarded machinery that had become encrusted by iron-rich groundwater or silica deposits, possibly within a few decades. Geodesics, too, do not require millions of years to form. While many develop over long stretches of time, others can harden quickly, especially when exposed to volcanic ash layers and mineral-laden water. If the spark plug had been lost or buried in a hot spring or near an underground seep, incrustation could have occurred far more rapidly than assumed. Photographs of the artifact were shared widely throughout the 1960s and 1970s. Several showed a distinctly mechanical object, tightly embedded in a round shell of sediment and rock. Some researchers claimed that the shape matched a Champion spark plug model produced in the 1920s, specifically used in Ford engines and aircraft engines of that era. If this identification was accurate, the mystery changed dramatically. Instead of an impossibly ancient artifact, the object might be a century-old spark plug entombed in recent sediment. This possibility didn't eliminate every unusual detail, but it removed the need for speculative histories. Yet not all questions were settled. The ceramic insulator appeared clean and undamaged, which some found surprising given the pressure and temperature conditions often associated with geological formation. The symmetry of the surrounding mineral material remained hard to explain. And most frustrating of all, the original artifact disappeared. For reasons that remain unclear, the Koso artifact was never submitted for full laboratory analysis. It remained in private possession throughout the 1960s and eventually vanished from public record. Attempts to locate it over the decades have failed. No museum catalog lists it. No formal study has been archived. What remains are secondhand accounts, newspaper clippings, and a handful of surviving photographs. Without access to the physical object, the debate becomes circular. Supporters of its authenticity point to the original photographs and eyewitness reports. Critics counter with geological models, citing known cases of rapid incrustation. Each side holds to its interpretation, drawing on partial evidence. Some researchers speculate that the artifact may have been lost. Others believe it is kept in a private collection, withheld from scrutiny to preserve its mystique, or possibly out of fear that definitive testing might erase its aura entirely. Without the original object, re-examination is impossible. The region where the object was found near Owens Dry Lake holds its own layers of mystery. Volcanic rock, fault lines, and alkaline deposits make the geology unusually complex. Hot springs once dotted the region. Sediment layers accumulated and eroded rapidly. All of this creates a challenging backdrop for any attempt to date a rock by appearance alone. Some argued that the object was never meant to be understood, only discovered. No other object of similar form or composition has been found in the immediate area. Desert geology often defies simple classification, especially in transitional zones where mineral activity varies dramatically between wet and dry seasons. Mineral buildup in arid conditions can take on highly unusual forms. Variations in temperature and seasonal pressure can cause rapid cementing of soil, sand, and volcanic ash. This natural layering, when wrapped around a buried object, can give the appearance of something far older than it is. Even among skeptics, there was a sense of unresolved curiosity. The artifact, whatever its true nature, inspired genuine wonder. Comparisons were made to other so-called anomalies. Each one met with similar uncertainty. Without hard evidence, imagination filled the gaps left by unanswered questions. Speculation continued long after the artifact vanished, fueled by articles and interviews. The absence of formal study left space for rumor and reinvention. Fringe theorists expanded its legend, while scientists quietly filed it away as a lesson in misidentification. Yet, despite the lack of closure, the co-artifact remains part of a wider story. One where curiosity, chance, and uncertainty intersect. A small item discovered by accident, nestled inside an ordinary rock, continues to prompt extraordinary ideas. Desert landscapes hold a strange kind of memory. They don't erase so much as bury. Wind and sand shift across the surface, but underneath stories wait in layers. The Koso artifact, whether genuine anomaly or geological misunderstanding, belongs to that quiet legacy. Sometimes the most mysterious things are the smallest. Sometimes a spark plug inside a rock becomes more than just metal and mineral. It becomes a symbol of how little we truly know, even about the things we hold in our hands. And in that uncertainty, a kind of meaning forms, not from answers but from the patience to keep asking. Near the shores of Lake Titicaca in the high plains of Bolivia, a peculiar artifact emerged from the soil. An old ceramic bowl, thick and weathered, unlike others found nearby. Its outer surface displayed familiar decorative motifs seen in local pottery from the region, but inside the bowl, carved along the inner face in careful lines and strange symbols, was something entirely different. Writing, and not the kind associated with the Andean world. Instead of geometric symbols or traditional pre-Columbian designs, the writing resembled a system used thousands of miles away. Cuneiform, the wedge-shaped script associated with ancient Mesopotamia. This was the Fente Magna Bowl, and since its discovery it has remained one of the most debated objects in South American archaeology. The bowl surfaced sometime in the 1950s, reportedly near a site called Fuente Magna, not far from the Bolivian city of La Paz. The exact location was never formally recorded, which has only deepened the mystery. According to local accounts, it was uncovered by a farmer and eventually made its way into the hands of Max Portugal Zamora, a Bolivian archaeologist and director of the Museo de Metales Preos Precolinos. Zamora examined the bowl and noted its unusual inscription. At the time, it was a curiosity, nothing more. The object was stored away, rarely seen, and for decades little was said about it. But in the late 20th century, the artifact re-emerged into public view and began drawing attention from alternative historians and linguists, intrigued by its unusual features. Two main elements stand out. The first is the bowl's shape and material. It is made from local clay and shaped in a style similar to ceremonial vessels found in the Tiwanaku and Pucar cultures, societies that once flourished near Lake Titicaca. The exterior bears carvings of zoomorphic figures, llamas, snakes, fish, all typical of high Indian iconography. The second element is what transformed the bowl from a regional curiosity into a global enigma. Etched into the inside surface are two distinct forms of writing, one that some researchers have claimed resembles Sumerian cuneiform and another that appears to follow a more archaic style, possibly Proto-Sumerian pictographs. The idea of a Sumerian inscription in the heart of South America was immediately controversial. The Sumerians occupied the region of Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is now modern Iraq. Their civilization peaked around 3000 BCE, and they are widely credited with developing one of the world's earliest systems of writing. Their reach extended across parts of the Middle East, but never, according to any accepted historical account, into the Americas. Supporters of the bowl's authenticity have attempted to decipher the script. Among the most cited was Dr. Clyde Winters, an independent researcher who claimed to have translated the symbols. According to his interpretation, the text inside the Fuente Magna bowl is a dedicatory prayer to the goddess Naya, linked to fertility and harvest. common themes in both Sumerian and Andean spirituality. Winters argued that the writing was authentic, that it had linguistic parallels to Proto-Sumerian, and that it suggested a far earlier and much broader scope of cultural contact than previously believed. If true, the implications would be vast. A link between Mesopotamian and Andean civilizations would suggest some form of transoceanic contact long before Columbus, or even the Norse explorations of the North Atlantic. It would imply that ancient peoples had crossed the Pacific or perhaps the Atlantic thousands of years before known seafaring cultures charted such paths. Mainstream scholars, however, remain unconvinced. Most experts in cuneiform studies reject the inscriptions as meaningful, suggesting that the symbols are either misinterpreted or unintentionally resemble early scripts without independent verification, peer-reviewed study, or formal excavation records. The bowl cannot be properly placed in historical context. There is also the matter of provenance. No photographs document the object in situ. The site of its discovery has never been conclusively identified or explored. Without this, the possibility of forgery, intentional or otherwise, cannot be ruled out. Some suspect the bowl may have been altered after its discovery, its interior etched to generate mystery or even as a hoax intended to attract attention. Yet even critics concede that the bowl remains difficult to explain entirely. The inscription is too ordered, too consistent to be accidental. The placement of the characters follows a clear sequence wrapping around the interior of the vessel with deliberate spacing. If it is a hoax, it is one made with considerable effort. If it is not a hoax, then something far more complex lies beneath its surface. One possibility is cultural convergence. Some researchers have pointed out that certain symbolic systems, especially early pictographs, developed independently in multiple parts of the world. Human beings faced with the need to record trade, seasons, religious rites, or property often resorted to simple marks that became codified over generations. In this sense, the bowl may reflect a local Andean script that resembles profiting from another part of the world without any direct contact between the two. Another theory suggests that ancient sailors blown off course or seeking new lands may have reached South America and left behind fragments of their culture. While no direct evidence supports this, remnants of ancient boat-building technology, star navigation, and cross-cultural myths do hint at the possibility of forgotten contact. Ancient Polynesians, for example, are believed to have reached parts of South America well before European explorers based on botanical and genetic evidence. If maritime explorers from the Mediterranean or Middle East reached the Americas even once, and if they interacted with local populations, the traces might be faint, scattered, and easily dismissed, especially if they were never part of formal settlements. The Fuente Magna Ball, if authentic, might be such a trace, but the absence of corroborating finds remains a problem. No other objects with similar inscriptions have been recovered in Bolivia. No Sumerian-style tools, structures, or symbols have been unearthed in the Lake Titicaca region. Without context, the bowl stands alone. Today, the Fuente Magna bowl is held in Museo de Metales Preolinos in La Paz. It rests in a glass case, occasionally attracting the gaze of curious visitors, but still lacking a full scholarly investigation. Its presence raises questions, but offers few answers. The Lake Titicaca region, where the bowl was supposedly discovered, is itself a place of deep antiquity and cultural richness, home to the ruins of Tiwanaku, a once thriving civilization that flourished between 500 and 1000 CE. The area has long held sacred status. Stone structures, subterranean temples, and massive monoliths stand as reminders of a culture that valued the cosmos, water, and agriculture in equal measure. Tiwanaku's advanced knowledge of astronomy, irrigation, and architecture has puzzled archaeologists for decades. To imagine that such a culture might have absorbed foreign influence either from trans-Pacific travelers or transatlantic wanderers is tempting, especially given the presence of artistic forms in Tiwanaku that differ from neighboring cultures. Yet a definitive link has never been proven. Whether the bowl is a case of mistaken identity, a modern hoax, a misinterpreted local script, or a genuine anomaly, it continues to stir discussion. Even the act of wondering has value. It reminds us that for every monument neatly classified and every artifact properly cataloged, there are always a few that resist simple definitions. Some objects are like riddles, quiet, unblinking, and waiting. A ceramic bowl, humble in size and rough in form, sits on a shelf in a quiet museum. Its markings are etched, its surface uneven, its meanings uncertain, yet it holds within it the potential to redraw parts of the map or at the very least expand the boundaries of what we are willing to ask. Mysteries do not always come wrapped in grandeur. Sometimes they arrive as everyday objects, unearthed by accident and preserved through uncertainty. Sometimes a clay bowl carries more questions than gold, and in the quiet space between possibility and doubt, the Fuente Magna rests, neither confirmed nor dismissed, just present, waiting. The city of Alamado, nestled within the state of Guanajuato in central Mexico, is an unassuming place. Its streets are lined with colonial facades, open markets, and quiet parks where time moves slowly. Life here hums with a gentle rhythm shaped by centuries of local tradition. But beneath this ordinary surface, a story emerged in the 19th century that would perplex scholars, delight fringe theorists, and provoke fierce debates. A story not about temples or lost cities, but about small, curious objects. Thousands of them. It began in the summer of 1944, when a man named Waldemar Jules, a German bee-born merchant and amateur archaeologist, was riding his horse along the base of El Toro Mountain just outside Acámbaro. The ground here was dry and rocky, scattered with loose stones and patches of sun-baked earth. As he rode, something caught his eye, an object partially buried in the dirt. He dismounted and retrieved it. What he held was a small ceramic figurine, well-formed and oddly shaped. It looked unlike any artifact he had encountered before. Intrigued, Urod asked a local farmer named Odilon Tenero to dig in the area and bring him whatever else he found. What followed was a flood of discoveries. Day after day, Tenero returned with bags of clay figures, some depicting animals, others humanoid forms. The collection grew rapidly, eventually numbering in the tens of thousands. Urod cataloged them, organized them into trays and shelves, and filled entire rooms of his home with the figures. But it was not just the volume of figurines that caused a stir. It was what many of them seemed to depict. Some figures resembled the expected forms, ancient-looking men and women, warriors with shields, animals that might have been dogs, llamas, or deer. But others were strangers. They showed creatures with long tails and sharp teeth, figures with reptilian skin, horned heads, and massive limbs. To some observers, they looked like dinosaurs. There were figurines that appeared to show ceratopsians, beasts with frilled heads and horned snouts. Others resembled sporadic with long necks curving backward, supported by thick pillar-like legs. Some even appeared to be ridden by humans or interacted with in scenes that suggested domestication or familiarity. The implications, if accepted at face value, were extraordinary. Dinosaurs were thought to have gone extinct approximately 65 million years ago. Human beings in anything close to their modern form did not appear until hundreds of millions of years later. Yet here in central Mexico were figures that seemed to blend the two worlds. Urod became convinced that the figurines were genuine prehistoric artifacts. He argued that their burial depth, the wear of the clay, and their immense variety pointed to a lost culture with knowledge of creatures long thought extinct. He invited journalists, historians, and researchers to see the figures for themselves. Some were intrigued, others were skeptical. In the years that followed, the Amaro figures drew widespread attention. By the early 1950s, they had become a point of interest for alternative historians and fringe archaeologists. Several independent researchers visited Jules's home and described the collection in articles and lectures. Among the most vocal supporters was Charles Hapgood, a professor of history known for his unconventional theories. Hapag examined the figures and concluded they were not recent fakes. He believed they might support the idea that dinosaurs had lived more recently than commonly believed, or that some ancient people had preserved remarkably accurate knowledge of their forms. But skepticism grew just as quickly. Professional archaeologists raised serious concerns. First and foremost was the lack of scientific excavation. The figures were removed by laborers with no archaeological training, and no formal records were kept about their context. No stratigraphy, no precise mapping of where each object lay. Without this, the objects could not be dated by their surroundings or reliably linked to any particular culture. Then came the question of style. Critics pointed out that many of the figures bore no resemblance to known Mesoamerican art. the cultures that inhabited the region, the Pirapetta, the Olmec, the Toltec, and others, produced ceramic works of astonishing sophistication. But their aesthetic forms were different. They did not depict dinosaurs, nor did they make humanoid figures with such exaggerated features. Further doubt was cast by thermoluminescence testing conducted in later years. This method, which can estimate the last time an object was fired in a kiln, was used on a sample of the Amuro figures. Some tests suggested the figures were made relatively recently, possibly within the last 100 years. Others were inconclusive or contradictory. There were also allegations of outright forgery. Some local residents claimed to have made figurines for Jules in exchange for payment. The idea was simple. He paid for each piece found. With no verification process and high demand, it would have been easy to sculpt clay figures that looked strange, bury them, and then discover them for money. These claims were never formally investigated in depth, but they cast a long shadow over the collection's authenticity. Jules never accepted the possibility of fraud. He remained adamant until his death in 1964 that the figures were authentic and that mainstream academia had unfairly dismissed them. Today, the bulk of the Amberal figures remain in private hands. A small museum in Acambaro displays many of them with shelves packed tightly, row after row of creatures frozen in clay. Their expressions are frozen too: open jaws, curling claws, humanoid faces with wide-set eyes. For those who visit, the experience can be surreal. The sheer volume of figures overwhelms the senses. Each shelf offers a variation. Some figures are only a few inches tall, others nearly a foot. Some are simple, others detailed, and almost all defy easy categorization. Supporters of the figures argue that their variety is too great for a small group of forgers to have created so quickly. They cite anatomical features, specific horns, spines, and limb arrangements that resemble modern paleontological reconstructions. They suggest that an ancient culture now lost may have encountered large reptiles, perhaps now extinct, and recorded them in clay. Skeptics reply that the resemblance is too close, too aligned with 20th century dinosaur imagery to be a coincidence. Many of the dinosaurs appear similar to reconstructions seen in textbooks and museums during Jules Rod's lifetime, especially those popular in the 1920s and 30s. For example, tail-dragging postures now considered outdated appear frequently among the figures. No known pre-Columbian civilization has left behind any comparable depictions of such creatures, while dragons and mythical reptiles do exist in folklore. There are no clear depictions of sauropods or ceratopsians in ancient American art. And yet, the mystery lingers. The Ambero figures exist. That much is undeniable. Thousands of them sit on shelves waiting. What remains uncertain is what they represent. Are they misunderstood pieces of local folk art, a long-running hoax, the product of sincere belief in mythical beasts, or something far older drawn from a memory the Earth itself has not yet revealed? Questions persist. The figurines challenge assumptions. They sit quietly, unspeaking, but not without voice. Their forms, once shaped by hand and fire, now speak in the language of curiosity and disbelief. In archaeology, certainty is rare. So much of what we know depends on fragments, on pottery shards, weathered bones, and partial ruins. Interpretation fills the gaps. Sometimes new evidence supports what is known. Other times, an artifact appears that refuses to fit, to conform, to make sense. The Amaro figures do not fit easily anywhere. Their origins remain unclear. Their purpose is unknown. Their meaning is debated, but they remain row upon row, shelf after shelf, little clay beings from the dry earth of central Mexico, watching, waiting. As with so many other mysteries, their story may never be resolved. But in the spaces where reason meets wonder, they have already secured their place. Tucked away beneath the sun-baked earth of southwestern Peru lies one of the most controversial collections of alleged artifacts ever discovered, an assortment of carved river stones that have for decades puzzled, fascinated, and divided researchers. Known today as the eco-stones, these enigmatic relics first rose to prominence during the mid-10th century. Their surfaces are edged with a bewildering variety of images: humans riding dinosaurs, scenes of open heart surgeries, telescopic astronomy, and maps of unfamiliar continents. At first glance, they seem to tell the story of an impossibly advanced prehistoric civilization. And yet, for every claim of authenticity, there is a shadow of doubt, a whisper of forgery, and an ever-present fog of uncertainty. Our journey begins near the quiet desert town of Ica, nestled not far from the Nazca lines, those vast geoglyphs etched into the Peruvian plateau that have long drawn their own share of speculation. It was here in the early 1960s that a local farmer reportedly began unearthing smooth and white stones, black or gray in color, often oval-shaped, each etched with strange carvings. The farmer named Basilio Uchua brought several of these stones to light and began selling them to collectors and curious visitors. Word traveled quickly, and soon the stones caught the attention of a man whose name would become forever linked to the mystery: Dr. Javier Cabrera, Darca. Dr. Javier Cabrera. Cabrera was a respected Peruvian physician with a strong background in biology and a profound interest in ancient cultures. When he received one of the stones as a birthday gift in 1966, he was struck by the image engraved upon it, a fish he identified as an extinct species known only from the fossil record. The precision and familiarity of the carving intrigued him, and thus began his lifelong obsession. Over the following decades, Dr. Perseni Cabrera amassed a collection of more than 11,000 stones, creating a private museum within his home and dedicating his life to their study and preservation. What Dr. Cabrera found among the images etched into the stones was, to him, undeniable proof of a forgotten chapter of human history. He claimed the stones depicted the activities of a sophisticated ancient civilization, one that predated all known human societies. Some carvings appear to show heart transplants, brain surgeries, and even cesarean sections. Others displayed humans interacting peacefully with creatures resembling stegosaurs, triceratops, and pterosaurs, suggesting, if taken at face value, that humans and dinosaurs once coexisted. Still more stones showed what appeared to be advanced scientific knowledge. There were celestial diagrams featuring comets, planets, and orbital patterns. One stone seemed to map out the Earth's continents in unfamiliar positions, suggesting either a different planetary layout or long-forgotten land masses. There were even depictions that some interpreted as surgical tools and complex devices. For Dr. Cabrera, these artifacts weren't simply relics, they were revelations. He theorized that the stones were created by a pre-glacial civilization tens of thousands of years old, whose technological advancements rivaled modern science. According to his beliefs, this civilization was eventually wiped out by a cataclysm, leaving behind only the stones as a record of their accomplishments. In his book, The Message of the Engraved Stones of Ica, published in 1976, Cabrera laid out his case in great detail, outlining his belief that the stones preserve the memory of a global culture lost to time. Yet, from the moment the stones gained widespread attention, they have been mired in controversy. Mainstream archaeologists and historians quickly cast doubt on their authenticity, noting the lack of proper excavation records, the absence of credible documentation, and the suspiciously perfect condition of the stones. Most damning of all was the confession of Basilio Uchua himself. When confronted by authorities in the 1970s over the legality of selling antiquities, Uchuya admitted that he and his wife had carved the stones themselves using simple tools and artistic references from books and magazines. He claimed the stones were meant to be souvenirs, nothing more. In fact, when he was shown a picture of a stegosaurus and asked to replicate it on stone, he complied with ease. Despite this, some proponents argued that Uchua's confession had been coerced and that he had no real motive to fabricate such elaborate pieces over so many years. Supporters of the stone's authenticity also point to the sheer scale of the collection. Thousands of stones, each bearing a unique image, were stored and cataloged by Cabrera and other collectors. Some weighed several pounds, others fit in the palm of a hand. The level of detail varied, but the recurring themes, surgery, dinosaurs, astronomy, remained consistent. Could one man and his family have produced such an enormous volume of work with such thematic continuity over such a short span? Critics, however, argue that many of the stones show signs of modern tool use, grinders, drills, and even metal implements. Microscopic examination of the carvings suggests they were not made using primitive techniques. Furthermore, there is no evidence that similar stones were ever unearthed in controlled archaeological digs. No pre-Columbian culture in Peru or elsewhere has been associated with the kind of imagery found on the Ica stones. In short, there is no contextual grounding for them in the broader archaeological record. Then there is the matter of dinosaur depictions. While some carvings do resemble known dinosaur species, they often include inaccuracies, spinal ridges in the wrong place, limbs that do not align with fossil evidence, or details that appear to be borrowed from popular science books of the 19th century. Skeptics argue this is strong evidence that the images were inspired by modern interpretations rather than ancient first-hand knowledge. Yet, the stones persist. Some have found their way into private collections, while others remain in Dr. Cabrera's museum, which is still operated by his family. Visitors continue to travel to Ica to see them, to touch them, and to ponder their origin. There are those who maintain that even if some stones are forgeries, others might be genuine evidence of a deeper truth obscured by time and disbelief. The Peruvian government, for its part, has taken a cautious approach. Officially, the eco-stones are considered modern fabrications and their sale as antiquities is prohibited. Still, enforcement is inconsistent and the debate remains unresolved. For every archaeologist who dismisses the stones as a hoax, there is an enthusiast who sees in them the outline of a story yet untold. It is worth noting that the mystery of the Ica stones is not unique. Similar debates have emerged around other alleged out-of-place artifacts or pop arts across the world. From the the mechanism in Greece to the Baghdad battery in Iraq, history is full of puzzles that sit just outside the boundaries of accepted understanding. Whether these anomalies are genuine or the result of wishful thinking, they speak to a deep human yearning to connect with lost wisdom, to believe that our ancestors may have known more than we give them credit for. Dr. Cabrera passed away in the year 2001, but his legacy continues. His writings remain available to those who wish to explore his theories, and his home-turned-museum remains a shrine to his lifelong pursuit. Whatever the truth behind the Ica stones may be, they remain a compelling curiosity, an unfinished sentence etched into stone, waiting patiently to be understood. In the cool stillness of a Peruvian desert evening, one might imagine a time long past when a civilization, real or imagined, pressed knowledge into rock for future generations to find. Whether they were real scholars or modern artisans, they left behind something that makes us pause, something that stirs the imagination. And in that quiet wonder, we find ourselves again tracing the grooves of possibility with fingers and thoughts alike. Beneath the cold limestone ridges of the Altai Mountains in southern Siberia lies a quiet cave, a shallow mouth carved into the slope of a forested hill. It does not immediately stand out. Snow often gathers near its entrance, and the wind that moves through this ancient landscape speaks more of the present than the past. Yet within the compact interior of Denisova Cave, scattered among its layers of sediment, archaeologists uncover traces of a long-forgotten kind of human, one whose existence had never been imagined, let alone confirmed. A sliver of bone here, a fragment of a tooth there, hardly anything to build a story upon. And yet, a story began to form nonetheless. In the year 2008, a team of Russian scientists excavating the cave came across a small piece of bone, a child's pinky finger, ancient and fossilized, buried deep within the strata of time. It was nondescript at first, lacking the grandeur of a carved artifact or the majesty of a complete skull. But it was sent away for testing, and what came back from the genetic laboratories would quietly rewrite our understanding of the human family tree. When researchers at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in Leipzig sequenced the mitochondrial DNA from that single finger bone, they expected to find a Neanderthal signature. After all, Neanderthals were already known to have lived across Europe and parts of Western Asia. But what they found was neither Neanderthal nor modern humans. The genetic code belonged to an entirely different lineage, one that had never been identified before. It was a new chapter of human ancestry, hiding in plain sight for tens of thousands of years. These newly discovered relatives would come to be known as the Denisovans, named after the cave in which their remains were first discovered. And yet, despite the weight of that name, so little is known about them. Unlike the Neanderthals, whose skeletons and tools have been found across continents, the Denisovans are largely known through genetic traces, echoes left in bone and blood, not in monuments or murals. The mystery of the Denisovans is shaped as much by what is missing as by what remains. We do not have their settlements, nor do we know what language, if any, they may have spoken. There are no clear records of their beliefs or customs. And yet, their genetic imprint runs deep through much of Asia and even reaches into Oceania. People living today in parts of Melanesia, Papua New Guinea, and Australia carry a measurable amount of Denisovan DNA, sometimes as high as 5%. These are not vague similarities. They are precise inherited markers, the quiet inheritance of ancient unions long forgotten. This tells us something important. The Denisovans were not a fringe population tucked away in a remote cave. They must have been widespread. They must have interacted, lived beside, and even interbred with other human groups over long periods of time. But where and how, and for how long? Those questions remain suspended in uncertainty.
Further fragments have since been found in Denisova Cave. A tooth, a piece of skull, another small bone. In the year 2019, researchers announced the discovery of a Denisovan jawbone high in the Tibetan Plateau, more than 500 mil from the Alai Mountains. This fossil found in Baishia Cast Cave helped confirm what genetics had already suggested, that Denisvan had a much broader geographical reach than their name implies. To live on the Tibetan Plateau at such altitudes required biological adaptations that modern Tibetans still carry, adaptations that appear to have come in part from Denison genes. It is a quiet kind of legacy, not carved in stone or passed down in myth, but written directly into the cells of those who walk the earth today. From what little physical evidence we have, we can infer that the Denisovans were robust with strong jaws and large teeth. The murs found in the cave are unusually massive, larger than those of either modern humans or Neanderthals, yet even this is based on limited remains. We do not yet have a complete Denisovan skeleton. We have never seen a full skull. The shape of their faces, the color of their skin, the exact tone of their voice.
These are questions we can only imagine, not answer. There is, however, something powerful about knowing that they were not a fleeting anomaly. Genetic signatures tell us they were widespread, successful, and distinct. And they were not just living in parallel to modern humans.
They were part of a complex web of contact, movement, and exchange. The child whose finger bone was found in Denisova Cave lived at least 50,000 years ago.
Another bone fragment from the same site, analyzed in 2018, revealed something astonishing. A teenage girl who was half Neanderthal, half Denisovan, a direct descendant of two different archaic lineages. Her very bones testify to the mingling of ancient worlds. That discovery was not just rare, it was unprecedented. It marked the first time that a first-generation hybrid had been found among ancient human species. It suggested that contact between these groups may have been more common, more intimate, and more biologically meaningful than previously imagined. Still, the Denisovans remained ghost-like in the archaeological record. They did not leave behind ornate cave paintings like those in Lascaux or Alamira. They did not fashion complex burial chambers that we have discovered. If they made tools, as they likely did, few have been definitively attributed to them. There is evidence in Denisova Cave of sophisticated objects, a fragment of a bracelet made from polished green stone shaped with care and precision. Some researchers suggest it may have been crafted by Denisovans. If so, it hints at a capacity for beauty and symbolism that pushes against the limits of what we assume about archaic humans. The difficulty lies not in what we have found, but in how little of it there is. Caves are capricious archivists. They preserve some bones and erase others. What survives is not always what is most important. The Denisovans may have roamed forested valleys, crossed mountain passes, and looked out over rivers that have since shifted their course. Their footprints have long since faded. Their campsites may have eroded into the soil. The wind and the rain have carried away the pieces we wish we could hold. And yet they are not gone. In a very real way, they continue through us. Their genetic legacy is found not only in island populations, but in genes linked to immune system strength, altitude adaptation, and even traits like fat metabolism. Their influence lingers in the fabric of human life. This complicates the neat branches of our evolutionary tree. It suggests not a linear progression from primitive to modern, but a braided stream. Population splitting, mixing, diverging, and converging again. The story of humanity is not the story of one species replacing another. but of many humankind's weaving together across vast expanses of time and land. Still, many questions remain. Where was the Denisovan heartland? Did they have rituals? Did they bury their dead? What kind of shelters did they build? What did they hunt or gather? How did they treat strangers? How did they raise their young? What songs, if any, did they sing under ancient stars? These are not merely academic curiosities. They are deeply human questions. They remind us that our own identity is tied to forgotten ancestors, some of whom we have only just met. That the Denis could live alongside Neanderthals and early modern humans suggests a world far more complex than we once imagined. A mosaic of cultures, voices, and lives, many of which have left little trace behind. Denisova Cave itself continues to be studied layer by layer, each fragment analyzed with the hope of finding a new clue. The sediments contain DNA even when bones are gone. Tiny traces of human presence, sweat, skin, blood, can be read by modern techniques. These genetic whispers allow us to detect who was present and roughly when, even if no artifacts remain. But no matter how many fragments we find, the full story of the Denisovans may always remain just beyond our reach. And perhaps that is fitting. Not every mystery was meant to be solved. Some remain as reminders of the vastness of time, the limits of knowledge, and the quiet resilience of those who came before us. And so the Denisovans linger, not as names in textbooks or portraits in museums, but as echoes woven into our breath and blood. They are with us, not because we remember them, but because they never entirely left. Across the rolling plains and gentle river valleys of what is now the eastern and midwestern United States lie ancient designs pressed into the land itself. Circles, squares, octagons, and serpentine curves stretch across hundreds of acres. Their scale is barely noticeable from the ground, but astonishing from above. These are the remnants of the Hopewell culture, a pre-Columbian society that flourished between approximately 200 BCE and 500 CE. Though they left no written language, no grand temples of stone, the Hopewell people shaped the earth itself into symbols whose meanings we still do not fully understand. The term Hopewell is something of a modern convenience. It originates not from the people themselves, but from a 19th century Ohio landowner named Morai Hopewell, on whose property one of the culture's largest and most intricate sites was first studied. Archaeologists later used his name to classify a broad set of Native American communities that shared common traits in art, architecture, trade, and burial practices. But it is important to understand that the Hopewell were not a single unified tribe. They were more likely a network, a loose confederation of villages and ceremonial centers connected by rivers, trade routes, and spiritual beliefs, all contributing to a shared cultural horizon that spanned much of what is now the eastern United States. What remains of their legacy are vast earthworks, raised mounds, and embankments crafted with remarkable precision. These constructions are most densely concentrated in Ohio, but examples stretch from New York to Florida and from the Great Lakes down to the Mississippi River. At first glance, some of these formations appear deceptively simple, but as aerial photography and modern mapping techniques revealed over the last century, the scale and mathematical accuracy of the Hopewell designs are nothing short of extraordinary. In the Silota River Valley of southern Ohio, for example, the remnants of circular, square, and octagonal enclosures span hundreds of acres. At the Newark Earthworks, a site that once covered over 3,000 acres, massive geometric shapes are connected by broad earthen causeways. One of the most famous features is the Great Circle, nearly 1,200 feet in diameter, surrounded by walls that rise up to 14 feet high and enclose a perfectly level interior. Nearby, the octagon earthworks link to a circular enclosure with precise alignments that, according to some researchers, may track lunar cycles over an 18-year period. The exactness of the measurements aligned with astronomical events suggests a knowledge of celestial rhythms that is difficult to reconcile with assumptions of rudimentary technology. This precision raises questions not just about how the Hopewell built their monuments, but why. What purpose did these earthworks serve? Were they ceremonial, astronomical, social, or practical? Perhaps they were all these things at once. Some archaeologists believe the enclosures functioned as sacred spaces, temples without walls used for processions, gatherings, or rites of passage. Many sites include burial mounds containing elaborate grave goods, copper ornaments, carved mica, obsidian blades imported from the Rocky Mountains, shells from the Gulf Coast, and grizzly bear teeth likely traded from the Western Plains. Such items, often buried with individuals of apparent status, suggest complex social hierarchies and wide-ranging exchange networks. Others interpret the mounds as cosmological diagrams designed to replicate sacred myths or mark key seasonal events. But none of these explanations capture the full picture. The Hopewell did not live within the enclosures, nor do the structures appear to be defensive. There is no evidence of warfare in the layout. The walls are too low and the gates too open to be protective. Their construction required vast amounts of coordinated labor. Thousands of tons of earth moved basket by basket, shaped by hand and vision alone, without metal tools or draft animals. That such efforts were repeated at numerous locations over centuries indicates not a spontaneous or isolated phenomenon, but a shared cultural drive, something deeply ingrained in their worldview, yet no one knows precisely what inspired it. The true scale of the Hopewell influence also remains difficult to define. Archaeological evidence suggests their trade routes extended across nearly 2 lives their continent. Obsidian found in Ohio's Hopewell sites originates from Yellowstone. Copper used for ornaments came from the Great Lakes. Shark teeth and shells from Florida. The Hopewell interaction sphere, as it is sometimes called, was not a political empire, but rather a vast cultural network tied together through exchange, ideology, and likely kinship. It shows that even without cities or kings or written records, complex civilizations could flourish and sustain intricate webs of connection over great distances. There are hints that the Hopewell may have had a deeply symbolic relationship with the land and sky. The layout of many earthworks follows cardinal directions. Some sites align with solstices or lunar standstills. The Great Serpent Mound in Adams County, Ohio, though often associated with later cultures, shares a geographical context that suggests a continuity of belief in the power of the earth as canvas. Measuring over 300 feet in length, this undulating serpent-shaped mound appears to swallow an egg-shaped structure at its mouth, possibly symbolizing birth, death, or celestial renewal. And yet, with all the alignments and patterns, no written explanation survives. Oral traditions among descendant native communities such as the Shoan, Miami, and other tribes of the Ohio Valley may preserve echoes of ancient meanings, but centuries of displacement, war, and colonization have fractured many of these links. Excavations have provided detailed data on the materials used, burial goods left behind, and even pollen samples suggesting ceremonial plant use. But when it comes to the worldview of the builders, the logic behind choosing a circle here, a square there, a causeway stretching half a mile between, interpretations remain speculative. Were these spaces meant to be walked slowly in procession? Were they designed to be seen from above, perhaps from a wooden viewing platform, or as part of an oral storytelling journey? Or did they represent paths for the spirits of the dead? Gateways to another world marked not by doors, but by soil and geometry. One particularly compelling mystery lies in how the Hopewell sites mirror one another across vast distances. Some alignments found in Ohio are replicated in structures far to the south or east. This suggests not only shared ideas, but some form of coordination, a flow of knowledge maintained over generations. How such widespread consistency was achieved without writing or centralized leadership remains one of the most puzzling aspects of Hopewell archaeology. And then slowly, the building stopped. Around 500 CE, the construction of large ceremonial earthworks appears to have ceased. The Hopewell culture, as it had existed, began to fragment. People still lived in the region, still farmed, fished, and built. But the sprawling geometric complexes were no longer raised. Something shifted, though exactly what remains unclear. There is no evidence of widespread famine or violent collapse. Rather, the change seems gradual, cultural, a transition from a broad ceremonial network to more localized ways of life. Perhaps the spiritual center moved elsewhere. Perhaps new belief systems took root. Whatever the cause, the momentum of earthwork construction faded, leaving behind only the remnants of a once interconnected world. Today, many of these sites lie hidden beneath modern towns, farms, and roads. Others are preserved within parks or protected by historical societies. A few have been recognized as UNESCO World Heritage Sites. offering a degree of international attention and stewardship, yet most people pass through the region unaware of the complex past beneath their feet. The Hopewell earthworks invite a different kind of attention, not loud or dramatic, but slow and contemplative. They ask the viewer to step back, to look not for treasure or conquest, but for meaning carved into the shape of the land itself. Their patterns are deliberate, their construction purposeful, and yet they remain open to interpretation, like an unfinished sentence or a poem in a forgotten tongue. Though centuries have passed, the forms still hold their quiet power. Walk beside them on a foggy morning, and you may feel something, an awareness that these circles and lines are not accidents of erosion, but memories preserved in soil, not monuments to rulers, but reflections of something greater than any one person, a culture attuned to rhythm, space, and something just beyond definition. The Hopewell people did not vanish. Their descendants still walk this land, even if the language of geometry once used to speak to the sky is no longer fully understood. But their earthworks remain vast and deliberate, waiting for us to listen with more than just our eyes. And as the day drifts to dusk and the grass overgrows the lines drawn so long ago, the message they shaped from soil still lingers, unfinished, unread, but never entirely forgotten. Along the quiet rural fields of eastern and central Poland, archaeologists have occasionally unearthed burial sites that at first glance appear no different from ordinary medieval graves. The soil is shallow, the bones often fragile, the remains arranged in a way that seems familiar. But then the eye catches something strange. An iron sickle laid tightly across the neck of a skeleton, curved as though poised to strike. In other graves, a heavy stone rests inside the mouth of the deceased, wedged open in a gruesome silence. These were not routine burials. These were graves prepared with fear, not reverence. They belonged to those believed capable of returning after death, revenants, the cursed, or what local folklore would come to call vampires. These so-called vampire burials have stirred fascination and unease ever since they were first uncovered. While the term vampire conjures up modern images of Gothic fiction, cloaked figures, and blood-soaked legends, the reality behind these graves is rooted in older, deeper fears. Centuries before the vampire entered European literature, the people of rural Poland and surrounding regions already carried anxieties about death that were both practical and supernatural. The unearthed graves spanned from roughly the 11th to the 17th century, a time when Christian beliefs were still mingling with older Slavic traditions. Life in medieval Poland was marked by plagues, famines, invasions, and unexplained illnesses. In such a fragile world, death was rarely peaceful, and the line between life and what came after often felt alarmingly thin. When misfortune struck a village, when crops failed, livestock died mysteriously, or disease spread quickly, people searched for causes that went beyond the natural. It was not uncommon to blame someone recently deceased. If that person had been an outsider or had died suddenly or had been considered odd in life, suspicions might take root. And if those suspicions grew strong enough, the living would return to the grave, prepared to ensure the dead remained exactly where they were. Among the most striking examples of these apotropaic burials, graves designed to prevent malevolent forces, are those found in the village of Drosko in northwestern Poland. Excavations there between 2008 and 2012 uncovered several graves that deviated from the norm. One skeleton belonging to a woman in her 30s was found with a curved sickle placed across her neck. Another burial contained a man with a sickle laid over his abdomen and a large stone pinned beneath his chin. Both tools, farming implements in life, had been repurposed to guard against the return of the dead. The symbolism of the sickle is powerful. Its curved blade, typically associated with reaping the harvest, may have held deeper meaning. Positioned over the neck or abdomen, it would act as a kind of trap. Should the corpse attempt to rise, the blade would sever vital parts of the body. It was not just a deterrent, it was a threat to the soul itself. The positioning had to be precise. Too loose and the effect would be symbolic only. Too tight and it might damage the body in a way considered disrespectful. But the careful placement suggests intent and belief. These were not careless arrangements. They were rituals carried out with solemn purpose. Other burials found across Poland include decapitations, stakes driven through the chest, and limbs weighted down with stones. One particularly notable site in the town of Kameen-Pomorsky revealed a skeleton with the leg bones removed and placed beside the body, an act possibly meant to prevent the deceased from walking. In another grave, a stone was lodged so forcefully in the mouth that the jaw had broken. They followed a pattern of practice that suggests shared fears and perhaps even a local tradition of dealing with suspected revenants. The dead believed to be at risk of rising were often people who had died under unusual circumstances, those who perished from sudden illness, individuals with deformities, foreigners, and even people of high status might be marked by suspicion. In times of great uncertainty, difference itself could be dangerous. Sometimes even those who returned from a long journey or survived an epidemic were viewed with unease. Their survival in a strange inversion made them suspect. If death was everywhere and someone seemed immune, perhaps they were not entirely human. Interestingly, the vampire in Polish and Slavic folklore was not necessarily the handsome predator of modern fiction. Instead, it was more often imagined as a grotesque, bloated figure, ruddy from feeding with a swollen tongue and an unquenchable hunger. These revenants did not always drink blood. They could cause illness merely by being present, or bring nightmares or sour milk, or bring ruin to a home. They were beings of disruption, distorting the boundary between the living and the dead. The use of the stone in the mouth is believed to prevent the vampire from rising to feed or speak spells. The sickle was a more direct solution. Its iron edge was believed to hold protective qualities capable of warding off evil. In Slavic traditions, iron was seen as a metal of power, one that could cut through malevolent spirits. Placing it over a corpse's neck or pelvis might prevent the soul from escaping or prevent demonic forces from reanimating the body. Although these practices may seem macabre from a modern viewpoint, they reflect a community's attempt to make sense of tragedy. Death in the medieval world was not a private event, it was a communal disruption. Entire villages might be affected by a single illness. Without scientific explanations, people turned to spiritual and symbolic ones, and the rituals performed at the graveside were not acts of cruelty, but of protection for the community, for the family, and perhaps even for the troubled soul of the deceased. The presence of Christian elements in these graves further complicates interpretation. Many of the vampire burials were found in consecrated ground alongside ordinary interments. Crosses, religious medallions, and traditional Christian orientations were maintained. This suggests that the communities involved did not see their actions as heretical. They were not rejecting the church, but supplementing its rites with older, perhaps pre-Christian beliefs. It was a form of spiritual insurance, blessings for the soul and earthly restraints for the body. Modern archaeologists and anthropologists continue to study these graves to uncover the broader cultural context. Scientific dating, isotope analysis, and even genetic testing have been used to better understand who these individuals were. In most cases, they appear to have been ordinary members of their community, men and women, often healthy, sometimes respected in life. Their graves tell us less about who they were and more about what others feared they might become. These discoveries have captured public imagination, often leading to headlines that oversimplify the findings. Vampire discovered in Polish graveyard. But the truth is far more nuanced. These were not monsters buried beneath the soil. They were people caught in the long-standing human tradition of finding patterns in fear. Their graves became places where the living projected their anxieties about death, disease, difference onto those who could no longer speak. Some scholars suggest that these burials reflect transitional moments in culture when older pagan customs were giving way to newer Christian ones. Others see them as symbolic echoes of social tension, a way to deal with individuals who in life stood at the edge of the community's acceptance. What unites these theories is the recognition that burial practices reflect more than mourning. They are shaped by belief, by story, by the deep need to find meaning when answers are scarce. Even today, the discoveries continue. As modern development uncovers more land and archaeologists apply new technologies, the number of suspected apotropaic burials grows. What was once thought to be an isolated phenomenon now appears as part of a broader, deeply rooted cultural response to death and the unknown. And while the imagery remains stark, a sickle laid like a blade over a silent throat, the meaning behind it speaks to something universal: the human urge to protect, to explain, and to bring order to the chaos of loss. In a way, these graves are less about vampires and more about memory. They are stories etched into the earth, not in words but in gesture. A stone placed with care, a tool laid down with intention, a warning made permanent by soil. And though the fears that shaped these rituals have faded, their traces remain. Reminders of how fragile the line between fact and belief once was. Not every mystery is meant to terrify. Some are meant to teach, to invite reflection, to show us how those before us cope with what they could not understand. So beneath the fields and farm roads of Poland, where wheat sways in the summer wind and snow falls thick in winter, the ancient graves remain. They are quiet now, their secrets mostly buried, but in their quiet complexity, they still speak to those who are willing to listen. Along the arid southern coast of Peru, where wind-blown dust trails over dry hills and ochre cliffs drop sharply into the Pacific, lies a region that once cradled an ancient and enigmatic civilization known today as the Paracas Peninsula. This remote landscape stretching out into the sea has given rise to one of the most enduring archaeological mysteries in the Americas. A mystery not carved into temples or painted onto pottery, but shaped in the very bones of its people. For it is here, beneath layers of sand and centuries of time, that archaeologists uncovered a collection of human skulls unlike any others. Skulls impossibly elongated with sloped foreheads, expanded cranial vaults, and volumes that defy easy explanation. The story begins in 1928, when Peruvian archaeologist Julio led an excavation into the parched soil of Paracas. What he found would not only change the understanding of pre-Columbian cultures in the region, but would raise questions that linger to this day. Dozens of skulls, over 300 in total, were recovered from elaborate subterranean burial chambers, many of them displaying extreme forms of cranial elongation. These were not the result of natural variation. The shape had been intentionally formed, altered in life through cultural practice. Cranial deformation was not unique to Paracas. Across many parts of the ancient world, from the Mur of Mesoamerica to the Huns of Central Asia, various cultures practiced head binding for ceremonial, aesthetic, or social purposes by tightly wrapping an infant's head during early development. The shape of the skull could be molded over time, creating elongated, flattened, or conical forms. In Paracas, however, the results were among the most dramatic ever recorded. What made the Paracas skulls stand apart was not merely their external shape, but their internal structure. Detailed examinations revealed not just elongated crania but also unusual thickness in the bone, irregular suture patterns, and in some cases cranial volumes significantly larger than those of an average human skull. The combination of these features led to widespread speculation, from the cautious hypotheses of biological variation to the more speculative claims that stretched far beyond conventional science. Among the most controversial claims was the suggestion that some of the Paracas skulls may not belong entirely to anatomically modern humans. In the early 21st century, several researchers and independent investigators conducted genetic analysis on samples taken from the skulls. Though the methods, controls, and peer review processes of these studies remain contested, some results were said to show anomalies in mitochondrial DNA, variations not commonly found in known indigenous populations of South America. In particular, certain samples reportedly displayed markers associated with Eurasian or Middle Eastern lineages, sparking a wave of fringe theories linking the Paracas people to ancient seafarers, lost tribes, or even visitors from distant worlds. Mainstream archaeologists and geneticists, however, remain cautious. While cranial deformation is well documented and not inherently mysterious, the notion that these skulls represent a distinct subspecies or non-human entity is generally rejected in academic circles. Many of the supposed anomalies can be explained by sample contamination, degradation, or misinterpretation. Still, the questions remain. Why did the people of Paracas engage in such extreme cranial modification? What did it symbolize? And why were the results so anatomically unusual compared to similar practices elsewhere? burial context offers some clues. The skulls were typically found in underground shaft tombs, deep vertical chambers with side niches where bodies were carefully placed. Many of the skeletons were wrapped in layers of intricate textiles dyed in vivid reds, yellows, and deep blues, preserved remarkably well in the dry climate. These textiles, some of the finest produced in pre-Columbian Peru, suggested a highly developed society, one that valued ritual, symbolism, and status. It appears that cranial elongation may have marked an elite class within Paracas society. Not every individual had the altered skull shape. Those who did were likely born into specific lineages or chosen for ceremonial roles. The act of shaping the skull was not merely aesthetic. It was formative, begun in infancy, and carried throughout life. It may have reflected ideas of divine connection, ancestral memory, or social hierarchy. From a physiological perspective, cranial deformation does not affect brain function when done carefully. However, it alters the proportions of the face, changes how the head is carried, and would have made these individuals immediately recognizable. In daily life, those with elongated skulls would have stood out visually, signaling their unique position within the community. Yet, despite the evidence of social structure and skilled craftsmanship, much about the Paracas people remains elusive. They left no written records, no monumental inscriptions, no decipherable system of symbols to explain their beliefs. Most of what is known comes from grave goods, textiles, and pottery fragments, pieces of a broader puzzle that refuses to assemble neatly. Over time, the Paracas culture faded. By around 200 BCE, the great burial chambers ceased to be used. The region eventually became part of the Nazca culture, best known for the massive geoglyphs etched into the desert surface. Whether the Paracas were absorbed into the Nazca or displaced entirely is still debated. What is clear is that the unique practice of extreme cranial modification became far less common. The people changed, the customs shifted, and the meaning behind those elongated skulls faded from living memory. Modern studies of the Paracas skulls have also had to contend with looting and damage. For decades, local grave robbers removed artifacts and remains, selling them on the black market or scattering them in the process. Many skulls have lost their archaeological context, making interpretation more difficult. Still, museums in Peru and abroad continue to study and preserve the specimens that remain, hoping to better understand the culture that created them. Among the more recent discoveries was the finding that some of the elongated skulls had only 2 cranial sutures instead of the usual 3, a condition that, while not unique, is rare and typically considered a developmental anomaly. Whether this trait was intentionally selected for or merely an incidental variation is unknown, but it adds to the intrigue surrounding these remains. Some theorists have attempted to draw connections between the Paracas skulls and other ancient anomalies: the elongated skulls of Malta, the megalithic ruins of South America, even Egyptian depictions of pharaohs with elongated heads. While such comparisons are visually compelling, they often lack archaeological grounding. There is no direct evidence linking these cultural expressions across continents, though they may share symbolic meanings of status, spirituality, or transformation. What the Paracas skulls most clearly reveal is the depth of human creativity and the profound ways in which cultures have used the human body itself as a canvas. In shaping the head, the Paracas shaped identity. They reshaped the body to reflect the soul, the society, or something we can no longer name. The desert winds that blow across the Paracas Peninsula today stir more than sand. They pass over cemeteries forgotten by time, over the broken stone tombs where elongated skulls once rested beneath layers of wool and color. The dry air carries no words, only the echo of choices made long ago. Decisions about beauty, belonging, and belief that we may never fully understand. And perhaps that is the essence of the mystery. The skulls do not speak. They do not answer. They wait. Their curves and angles, once deliberate, now appear alien to us, not because they are unnatural, but because we have forgotten how to see what they once meant. As the sun lowers behind the cliffs and the Pacific glows with quiet amber light, the Paracas skulls remain beneath museum glass or layers of earth, resting without answers, and yet their presence continues to stir the imagination, to call back to a people who shaped themselves in ways that challenge everything we assume about the past, whether markers of nobility, vessels of spirit, or reminders of forgotten science. The elongated skulls of Paracas remain among the most compelling enigmas in the archaeological record, a silent but striking monument to a worldview now lost to time. In the vast emptiness of western China's Xinjiang region, where wind sweeps through plains of dust and dunes shift slowly over time, the Tarim Basin lies cradled by mountain ranges and desert silence, surrounded by the snow-capped peaks of the Tian Shan and Kunlun Mountains, and divided by the harsh expanses of the Taklamakan Desert. This arid basin has long been one of the most inhospitable places on Earth, and yet beneath its baked soil and beneath layers of time, archaeologists uncovered a mystery that would rewrite chapters of human movement and challenge long-held assumptions about the boundaries of the ancient world. Scattered across burial grounds on the edges of oases, where life once pulsed despite the encroaching desert, were hundreds of remarkably well-preserved human remains, known collectively as the Tarim mummies. These bodies had been naturally mummified by the region's dry climate. Sealed in the sands for thousands of years, their clothing remained nearly intact, their hair still clinging to their skulls, and in some cases, their facial features hauntingly well-preserved. But it was not only their state of preservation that surprised researchers. It was what they looked like. These mummies, dating as far back as 2000 BCE, appeared to have features not typically associated with ancient East Asian populations. High bridge noses, deep-set eyes, narrow faces, and even reddish or light-colored hair suggested origins far to the west. Some were tall with long limbs and finely woven woolen garments in patterns resembling those found in Bronze Age Europe. Their presence in the heart of Asia centuries before the formation of the Silk Road raised immediate questions. Who were these people? Where did they come from? And how had they arrived so deep into the interior of the Asian continent at such an early time? The most famous of these ancient individuals is often referred to as the Beauty of Lan, discovered near the ancient settlement of Lan on the eastern edge of the Tarim Basin in the early 1980s. Her body dates to around 1800 BCE. She was approximately 45 years old when she died, wrapped in a simple shroud and buried with items that suggest a settled, possibly pastoral life. Her face is delicate and angular, her reddish-brown hair braided and resting on her shoulders. The dry climate of the region preserved even the lashes of her eyes. She looks peaceful but undeniably foreign to what one might expect of a Bronze Age resident of Western China. Over the decades, dozens of similar mummies have been recovered. Some are infants wrapped lovingly in blankets. Others are men with elaborate hats, boots, and tools clearly accustomed to traveling or herring. Many of the burial sites are located along the fringes of dried lake beds, places where water once drew communities together, forming temporary but vibrant settlements. Their artifacts include felt hats, wooden bowls, woven grass mats, and bronze tools. Some mummies were buried with stringed instruments, suggesting music was part of their daily lives. Others lay beside sheep and cattle remains, pointing to a lifestyle dependent on herding in a harsh but navigable landscape. What set these people apart was not just their appearance, but the cultural traces they carried. The textiles in particular reveal advanced weaving techniques. Some patterns mirror those used in the Caucasus region during the Bronze Age. The dyes, too, have been studied, revealing sophisticated methods using plant-based materials. It appears these people were not primitive wanderers, but part of a broader movement of Indo-European-speaking populations that had begun to spread across Eurasia thousands of years ago. Linguistic clues further support this connection. Ancient texts from the area recorded centuries later in Chinese sources mention peoples with unusual physical features and unfamiliar languages. Among these groups were the Tocharians, a little understood Indo-European people who once occupied parts of the Tarim Basin. The languages they spoke, now extinct, belonged to a branch of the Indo-European family, more closely related to early European tongues than to the neighboring Chinese or Turk dialects. Manuscripts written in Tocharian A and B, discovered in the ruins of Buddhist monasteries centuries after these mummies were buried, hint at a cultural legacy that may have begun with the very people unearthed beneath the desert. Genetic studies conducted in the early 21st century helped clarify the ancestry of the Tarim mummies. Testing revealed that these individuals carried a mixture of Western Eurasian genetic markers, particularly from populations once found near the Caspian Sea and the Eurasian steppe. Their lineage appears to be related to ancient peoples of the Andronovo culture and other Bronze Age societies that once roamed the lands now divided between modern-day Russia, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine. What makes their presence in the Tarim Basin so remarkable is the timing. These mummies predate the Silk Road by over 1,000 years. They arrived before the great empires of Persia and China had emerged, before merchants connected east and west through trade. This was not cultural diffusion through commerce. This was movement through wilderness. Whether driven by climate shifts, trade in obsidian or wool, or the simple momentum of nomadic migration, these early travelers crossed formidable terrain to settle in a region where few today would choose to live. Some scholars propose that these people followed rivers and steppe corridors that once stretched like veins across Central Asia. Others suggest they were pastoralists, following herds into fertile valleys that have long since dried up. The desert that dominates the region today was not always so severe. There were once lakes and flowing rivers, now reduced to ghost traces in the sand. The mystery deepens when one considers the relative isolation of these populations. Later groups in the Tarim Basin show increasing contact with both East Asian and Central Asian civilizations, but the earliest mummies appear genetically distinct, more closely related to ancient Western populations than to those of China or Mongolia. They seem to represent a community that once arrived remained largely separate for generations, maintaining customs and appearances that differed markedly from their neighbors. This cultural and biological uniqueness raises further questions. How were they perceived by surrounding groups? Were they traders, settlers, or strangers passing through? Did they integrate with local populations over time, or vanish as the climate changed and the desert tightened its grip? Chinese records from the Han Dynasty centuries later mention fair-haired peoples and kingdoms in the western regions, often treated as allies or adversaries depending on shifting political winds. These records, though limited, hint at the diversity that once characterized the Tarim Basin, a crossroads long before trade routes turned it into a bustling channel of goods and ideas. Today, many of the Tarim mummies are preserved in museums across China, though access to them has become increasingly limited due to political sensitivities, as Xinjiang has become the focus of international attention for other reasons. The study of its ancient past has sometimes been caught in the currents of modern concerns. Still, scholars continue to examine textile fragments, burial styles, and genetic evidence, slowly assembling the pieces of a puzzle that stretches across continents. The mummies remain silent. Their mouths, though sometimes open in the grip of death, speak no language we can understand, but their presence tells a story of movement, of distance, of resilience, of human beings who thousands of years ago crossed unknown terrain to settle in a desert that would preserve them far beyond their time. Their clothes, though worn, are not primitive. Their expressions are serene, their hands often folded or arranged with care. They are not anomalies, but reminders that history does not flow in one direction, that the past is not neatly confined by borders or timelines. As the wind drifts over the Tarim Basin, stirring grains of sand that have not moved for centuries, the mummies rest below, perfectly preserved witnesses of a forgotten migration, travelers whose bones challenge what we thought we knew about, where we come from, and how far we've gone. And in that timeless landscape where mountains watch over desert and rivers once ran through valleys now dry, the story of the tar mummies continues not as myth, but as memory buried beneath dust, waiting to be heard. On a cold day in May of the year 1950, two brothers cutting peat in the Bielskofdal bog near Silkeborg, Denmark, paused at the edge of their tools. Something unusual had emerged from the deep brown earth.
Rivers and mountain ranges are indicated, and islands are carefully labeled. Notes written in Ottoman Turkish. Alongside the drawing reference, the sources used the PIRI. Race mentions earlier maps, including some that he claims were more than a century old. Some of these sources were European, some Portuguese, some perhaps drawn from lost or forgotten charts. The map is by all accounts a synthesis of maritime knowledge. Yet it also hints at a level of sophistication that seems almost impossible for the era. Mainstream historians emphasize that the map reflects the accumulation of exploration, knowledge up to 1513. Perry Race himself noted that he compiled it from a collection of about 20 charts, including maps from Christopher Columbus. From this perspective, the map is a remarkable achievement of careful scholarship, navigation, and artistic skill. a testament to the maritime ingenuity of the early modern period. In this light, the map is less an enigma and more a window into the process by which humans began to understand the oceans and the continents that border them. And yet, the map does not yield all its secrets so easily. The depiction of what appears to be the southernmost continent has sparked some of the most provocative questions. Certain features, mountainous coastlines and ice-free shorelines, do not correspond neatly with what we know of Antarctica today. Some researchers have argued that these parts of the map reflect ancient knowledge, possibly derived from sources lost to time that predate the ice sheet that now covers the continent. Could this be the record of a world no longer visible, glimpsed by explorers or chroniclers whose names have been erased by history? Or is it a coincidence, an approximation by a photographer piecing together disparate reports? The map also exhibits an intriguing combination of artistry and scientific observation. Latitude and longitude are indicated, though imperfectly, and there is an evident attempt to translate complex three-dimensional coastlines into a two-dimensional plane. For a time when accurate longitudinal measurement was notoriously difficult, these efforts are extraordinary. The lines on the map, drawn with fine, deliberate strokes, suggest that the hand guiding the pen was both knowledgeable and methodical. It is tempting to imagine peer race poring over manuscripts and charts, translating knowledge into a form that could be understood by sailors navigating uncharted waters. Yet some of what he drew seems almost beyond conventional explanation. More speculative interpretations have arisen, precisely because of these anomalies. Some have suggested that the map preserves traces of a pre-ordering global understanding, a knowledge network that spans centuries and continents before the era of documented European exploration. Others posit that the map incorporates information from ancient civilizations, possibly transmitted through lost sources, now known only to legend. Such ideas remain highly debated and controversial among historians. Yet they underscore the way the map continues to provoke wonder. The Peri Race map exists at the intersection of empirical knowledge and the unknown, where careful documentation meets the tantalizing suggestion of what might lie beyond the accepted historical record. The map's historical context further deepens its intrigue. Peri Race was not merely a choreographer. He was an admiral and explorer navigating the complex political and maritime landscapes of the Ottoman Empire at its height. His maps were tools of both practical navigation and imperial strategy used to plan voyages, understand coastlines, and anticipate the movements of rivals. Yet, even in such pragmatic circumstances, the inclusion of coastlines that would not be officially documented for centuries raises questions. How did this knowledge survive and travel across time and space? Were there lost voyages, earlier explorations now erased from conventional history, whose traces appear only in maps like this one? Scientific studies of the map have added layers of both clarity and mystery. Analysis of the parchment and ink confirms its early 16th century origin. Comparisons with modern geography and satellite imagery reveal the surprising accuracy of many depicted features, from the bulges of the Brazilian coast to the placement of islands in the Caribbean. Yet discrepancies remain, especially in the southern reaches of the map. Attempts to reconcile these with known coastlines often require stretching or distorting modern geography, which only intensifies the questions. Are these errors merely the result of human miscalculation? Or do they hint at sources whose origins are unknown and whose precision cannot be easily explained? The Peri Race map also captivates because it is a reminder of the fragility of human knowledge. It is a fragment, a single surviving piece from a larger mosaic of exploration and mapping, much of which has been lost. Entire libraries, charts, and records from antiquity and the early modern period have vanished through war, fire, or neglect. What survives is tantalizingly incomplete, and yet it challenges us to imagine the world through the eyes of those who sought to understand it long before modern technology. The map invites us to consider the limits of human discovery. What was known, what was recorded, and what remains hidden beneath oceans, ice, or the sands of time. Holding a copy of the map in one's hands, even today, is a humbling experience. One can trace the curves of the continents, follow the lines of latitude, and contemplate the efforts of a 16th century navigator, attempting to make sense of an immense and unpredictable world. The map is both a tool and a symbol, a bridge between exploration and imagination, between empirical observation and the mysteries that persist beyond our grasp. Its survival is remarkable, and its anomalies continue to fuel debate and curiosity alike. As the sun sets over distant oceans and coastlines, it is worth pausing to reflect on what the Peary race map represents. It is a document, a work of art, a practical guide, and yet also a puzzle whose full meaning remains elusive. It reminds us that history is not always linear, that knowledge is often scattered and fragmentary, and that even the most meticulous record-keeping cannot capture the entirety of human discovery. In its delicate lines and golden hues, the map whispers questions that resist final answers. Where did this knowledge originate? How much of the world was understood long before our historical texts tell us it was? And what other secrets might lie hidden, waiting to be rediscovered in the maps, artifacts, and chronicles of the past? The Peary race map endures as a silent testament to human curiosity, skill, and the persistent allure of the unknown. It beckons us to look beyond the horizons of recorded history, to imagine voyages and discoveries that may never be fully documented, and to acknowledge that some mysteries are meant not to be solved, but to inspire wonder. Like the stars of the Nebra sky disk or the enigmatic grooves of the Lake Winnipesaukee stone. It challenges us to think beyond the limits of conventional understanding, inviting us to consider what has been lost, what remains, and what might still be hidden beneath the surface of time. Beneath the gentle waves of the Asian Sea, along a rocky stretch near the island of Antityre, the remnants of a long-forgotten world lay scattered, concealed by centuries of salt, sediment, and silence. In the early 20th century, sponge divers accustomed to the unyielding Mediterranean depths stumbled upon a shipwreck. Its wooden timbers long since eroded, its cargo fragmented and unrecognizable. Among the broken emporium and corroded statues, something far more enigmatic emerged. A small bronze device no larger than a shoebox, whose intricate gears and dials seemed almost impossibly advanced for its age. This was the Antityre mechanism, an object that continues to challenge our understanding of human ingenuity. At first glance, it resembles little more than a collection of interlocking wheels and bronze plates corroded by the sea's slow assault. Yet the closer scholars examined it, the more it revealed itself as a puzzle of extraordinary sophistication. Every gear carefully arranged suggested purpose and precision. Even in its fragmented state, researchers could discern its function. A mechanical calculator capable of predicting the movements of the sun, the moon, and even eclipses centuries before such devices were thought possible. In essence, it was an analog computer created over 2,000 years ago. How could a civilization so ancient conceive of such a mechanism? What knowledge and what artisanship must have been lost to time? The Antityre mechanism's origins are traced to the Hellenistic period, roughly the 2nd century BCE, a time when Greek thought was at the zenith of its mathematical, astronomical, and philosophical exploration. Scholars have meticulously analyzed inscriptions etched onto its corroded surfaces, translating the faint Greek letters into instructions and explanations. Through these texts, we glimpse a society deeply attuned to the cosmos, a culture that measured time not only in days and months, but in cycles, predicting the intricate ballet of planets and stars with uncanny accuracy. Yet, there is a tension between the known and the unknown. While mainstream historians suggest the device was a product of genetic ingenuity, potentially influenced by the work of figures like Hipparchus or Archimedes, its complexity far exceeds any other known technology from the era. The gears themselves, each meticulously cut and arranged, anticipate innovations that would not reappear in Europe until the medieval clockwork of the 14th century. How was such precise engineering achieved in an age devoid of industrial tools? And if such knowledge existed, why does it seem to vanish almost entirely from the historical record? X-ray imaging and 3D reconstructions have allowed researchers to peer into its hidden chambers, revealing layers of complexity that initially seemed unimaginable. One gear in particular, known as the Sorrow Dial, aligns with the cycles of eclipses, both solar and lunar, repeating every 18 years. Another tracks the maternal cycle, a 19-year period after which lunar and solar calendars realign. These calculations are not merely abstract. They imply a civilization capable of conceptualizing time in cyclical patterns, of translating celestial movements into mechanical form. To hold the mechanism, even as a fragment, is to touch the intersection of science, philosophy, and art. And yet, for all the certainty of its mathematics, the mechanism harbors mysteries that have no definitive answer. Some suggest that it could calculate the positions of planets beyond the moon and sun, hinting at knowledge of the solar system that should have been impossible. Others have noted inscriptions that remain partially illegible, tantalizing fragments of text that may reference events or concepts we cannot fully reconstruct. Could the anti-athra mechanism represent an isolated pinnacle of technological achievement, a brief flare of brilliance lost in the sweep of history? Or might it hint at a deeper continuum of knowledge, one that civilizations before and after the Greeks tapped into, but that was ultimately suppressed or forgotten? Speculative theories, of course, abound. Some historians and enthusiasts wonder if it might suggest contact with advanced, perhaps unknown cultures, whose understanding of astronomy and mechanics far surpassed what we typically credit to the ancient world. Others propose that it was part of a broader network of knowledge, scattered and hidden, designed for elite astronomers or philosophical schools. While such ideas remain unproven, the sheer sophistication of the mechanism invites questions that transcend conventional explanation. Could the Greeks have had access to techniques or ideas now lost forever? Could there have been a continuous line of technological mastery, whose traces only flicker briefly in the historical record? What is equally haunting is what we cannot know. The human story behind the device. Who conceived it? Who crafted its gears with such painstaking precision? And for what purpose? Was it a tool for teaching, for astrology, for the calendar, or for some other function we cannot even imagine? Each turn of its corroded wheels might have once marked the rhythm of human thought, the heartbeat of curiosity and understanding. And yet those hands, the minds behind the mechanism, are gone, leaving only the artifact itself, a mute witness to centuries of mystery. The antique mechanism also invites reflection on the fragility of knowledge. Civilizations rise and fall, libraries burn, and technologies disappear. What seems impossibly advanced in one era can be completely forgotten in the next. In this sense, the mechanism is not merely a technical marvel. It is a monument to human potential and human loss, a reminder that history is often incomplete, that what we take for granted as progress may be punctuated by gaps and absences that no modern reconstruction can fully bridge. As modern science continues to dissect and model the mechanism, new insights emerge slowly. Each revelation raises further questions. Advances in imaging, computational modeling, and materials analysis have allowed researchers to reconstruct its functions with greater fidelity. Yet, every answer seems to deepen the mystery. For example, reconstructions show the device could predict the timing of Pan-Hellenic games, the cycles of the moon, and even eclipses visible across the Mediterranean. Yet, the sheer ambition of its design, its ability to map cosmic phenomena with gearwork alone, suggests a worldview and technological culture we are only beginning to comprehend. How did they translate abstract astronomical knowledge into tangible mechanical form? What other devices might have existed alongside it, now lost to time, waiting to be rediscovered? Perhaps the most compelling element of the mechanism is its quiet insistence on wonder. There is no flashy proclamation, no overt message. It does not boast of its own ingenuity. It simply exists, an artifact of both precision and mystery, inviting contemplation. Its gears and inscriptions are a dialogue across millennia, challenging us to imagine the hands that turned them, the minds that envisioned them, and the world that produced such a marvel. In its silent complexity lies a paradox. We understand enough to be astonished, yet not enough to claim certainty. And so as the fragments rest in their glass cases or beneath careful X-ray analysis, the questions persist. How many such devices were there? How far did this knowledge extend? And what caused it to vanish from human memory? Are there other artifacts still buried that could illuminate the story further? Or is the Antithera mechanism a solitary whisper from a civilization glimpsed only through fragments of bronze and inscriptions? The sea gave it back. Yet it refuses to yield all its secrets, leaving us suspended between comprehension and awe. In the quiet contemplation of this ancient calculator, one cannot help but wonder how much of human history, ingenuity, and knowledge lies hidden, waiting for the right moment, the right hands to bring it to light. The mechanism in all. Its mechanical elegance and historical ambiguity reminds us that some mysteries are not meant to be fully solved. They are meant to be experienced, pondered, and marveled at, bridging the gap between past and present, knowledge and imagination. Tucked away in the quiet halls of Yale University's Buy a Rare Book and Manuscript Library lies a small, unassuming codex, its faded vellum pages bound in soft, worn leather. At first glance, it might seem like any other medieval manuscript, yet a closer inspection reveals an enigma unlike anything scholars have ever encountered. This is the Voynich manuscript, a book that has resisted understanding for over a century, a puzzle of ink, parchment, and imagination that seems to defy time itself. Opening its pages is like stepping into another world. Rows of flowing, looping script wind across the vellum in a language that no one has definitively deciphered. There are no annotations in any known alphabet, no marginal notes from scribes or scholars, only the text itself accompanied by intricate illustrations of plants, astronomical diagrams, and human figures engaged in mysterious, often unidentifiable rituals. The colors, deep greens, rich blues, and occasional bursts of crimson, have faded over centuries, yet they retain a vibrant, almost uncanny vitality, as if the manuscript were resisting the march of time. The origin of the Voynich manuscript is itself a subject of careful scrutiny and debate. Carbon dating places the creation of the vellum in the early 15th century, somewhere between 1404 and 1438, situating the book squarely within the European Renaissance. Yet the script refuses to yield any known linguistic patterns. Cryptographers, linguists, and historians have pored over it for decades, employing every tool from statistical analysis to modern computational decryption. And still the text remains a cipher without a key. How can a manuscript so meticulously crafted and so evidently designed to convey information produce only silence to the modern mind? Was it meant to communicate knowledge that has been lost? Or was it created as an elaborate intellectual game, perhaps even a hoax? The illustrations, add another layer to the mystery. Some pages feature plants unlike any seen in Europe, Asia, or the Americas. Their shapes suggest hybrids that defy botanical classification. Others depict astronomical and cosmological diagrams, spirals of stars and spheres that hint at a sophisticated understanding of the heavens. Then there are the human figures, mostly women, sometimes bathing in pools. Their forms surrounded by pipes, tubes, or other geometric shapes, whose purpose remains opaque. Scholars debate whether these images represent medical or alchemical practices, mystical rituals, or a coded system of knowledge now lost to history. Each turn of the page deepens the sense of strangeness, a feeling that one is peering into the mind of someone profoundly different from ourselves. Despite its enigmatic script, the manuscript shows remarkable internal consistency. Statistical analyses reveal that the patterns of its text differ fundamentally from gibberish with repeating sequences, linguistic-like structures, and predictable distributions of words and characters. This consistency has led some experts to suggest that the Voynich manuscript represents a genuine language, one that simply has no surviving counterpart. Could it be a constructed language, an elaborate cipher intended to hide knowledge from all but the initiated? Or might it be the expression of a previously unknown culture, one whose linguistic and symbolic system vanished before leaving other traces in history? Mainstream explanations focus on the manuscript as a Renaissance curiosity, a scholarly codex intended for a small circle of learned individuals. Some propose it was the work of a polymath or an alchemist, documenting botanical remedies, astrological insights, or mystical practices. Others speculate it might have been commissioned by a wealthy patron fascinated with secrecy and knowledge, a compendium designed to convey wisdom to a select few while keeping outsiders in the dark. The reality, however, remains elusive. No definitive ownership records exist before its 17th century appearance in the collection of Emperor Rudolph II of the Holy Roman Empire, who reportedly believed it to be the work of Roger Bacon, the medieval English philosopher and scientist. Beyond that, the trail grows cold, leaving historians to grapple with speculation. Fringe theories abound, some more imaginative than others. There are those who posit extraterrestrial influence, suggesting the script and images encode knowledge from another world. Others propose time travel, lost civilizations, or secret societies as possible sources, weaving narratives that are more speculative fiction than historical documentation. While these ideas cannot be substantiated, the fact that they persist highlights the profound unease and fascination the manuscript inspires. It is not merely a curiosity. It is a mirror reflecting our desire to understand, to find patterns, and to confront the limits of knowledge itself. Recent technological advances have offered tantalizing yet incomplete insights. Multispectral imaging has revealed faded text and hidden annotations, while computational models have attempted to crack its code. Certain patterns suggest that the text may encode natural language information, while other features hint at symbolic or mnemonic systems, designed to record knowledge in a highly compressed form. Yet every discovery seems to raise more questions than it answers. Could the manuscript contain medical prescriptions or astronomical observations, or entirely metaphorical systems of thought that are not literal at all? The lack of external reference makes interpretation nearly impossible. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Voynich manuscript is the human story it represents, or more accurately, the absence of one. Whoever created it has left no signature, no authorial mark, no commentary to guide us. In its place is a meticulously crafted artifact that bridges art, science, and enigma. Each page is a testament to the mind that conceived it, yet that mind remains invisible. What motivated its creation? Was it curiosity, ambition, secrecy, or perhaps something that defies categorization? And how many other works, equally brilliant or enigmatic, have vanished entirely, leaving only fragments or whispers behind? Holding a facsimile or examining high-resolution images of the manuscript, one is struck by the tension between intimacy and distance. The book invites scrutiny, yet it simultaneously resists understanding. Its visual and textual elements draw the observer into a dialogue across time, yet the conversation remains one-sided. In a sense, the manuscript exists not only as an artifact, but as a question, a reminder of how much of human knowledge and imagination can remain inaccessible even when preserved. And yet, despite or perhaps because of its mysteries, the voyage manuscript continues to captivate. It challenges scholars, cryptographers, historians, and enthusiasts alike to stretch the boundaries of their expertise, to confront uncertainty, and to grapple with the limits of interpretation. Each theory, each attempt at translation is both a step forward and a reminder of how far we remain from the truth. In the quiet halls of the library, under dim light that glances off its yellowed pages, the manuscript remains enigmatic and patient. It is a relic that refuses to be fully known, a puzzle that compels curiosity while defying resolution. Its message, if one exists, is still out of reach, concealed in a language no modern scholar has yet unlocked. And so it invites us to wonder, what knowledge has been lost to time, and what truths might still be waiting, hidden in plain sight, in places we have yet to look. The Voyage manuscript, with its looping text and impossible plans, reminds us that mystery is not always a void to be filled, but a presence to be felt. It is a testament to human creativity, a challenge to our assumptions, and a whisper from a past that continues to elude comprehension. What secrets might one day be revealed? And what enigmas will remain, patiently waiting for centuries more before they give themselves up? In the arid plains along the Yellow River, where the dust settles thick over fields, and the wind whispers through ancient ruins, fragments of a civilization long vanished lie buried beneath centuries of soil. Among them, the most enigmatic of all are not statues, not bronze weapons, nor the remnants of palaces, but thin, curved pieces of bone and shell etched with lines and symbols that seem at once familiar and utterly alien. These are the oracle bones of ancient China, artifacts that speak across millennia, their quiet authority resonating with the weight of history and the enduring human desire to peer into the unknown. At first glance, an oracle bone is unassuming, a fragment of shoulder blade, often from an ox or the plaster of a tortoise, carefully scraped and smoothed, scarred with intricate carvings. Yet these carvings are not mere decoration. They are the earliest known examples of Chinese writing. Each stroke deliberate, each character a message intended to bridge the mortal and the divine. The bones bear inscriptions recording questions posed to ancestors or gods, often about the outcomes of battles, success of harvests, and the health of the royal lineage. They are tangible evidence of a civilization that sought to manipulate fate, to seek guidance from unseen forces, and to record those answers for posterity. The story of their discovery is as compelling as their content. Oracle bones were first unearthed in significant numbers in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in the ancient city of Anyang, once the capital of the Shang dynasty. Farmers digging wells stumbled upon these curious artifacts, at first sold as dragon bones to apothecaries for use in traditional medicine. It was only when scholars examined the inscriptions that their true significance emerged. The bones contained the earliest written records in Chinese history, predating previously known texts by centuries. Suddenly, these fragments, once dismissed as curiosities, revealed themselves as keys to understanding the Shang civilization, its politics, its religion, and its complex system of divination. The process of divination recorded on the bones is as fascinating as it is mysterious. Scribes would carve questions into the bone, often invoking ancestors for guidance. Then, using heated metal rods, they would apply intense heat to the back of the bone or shell until it cracked. These cracks were then interpreted by divers. The patterns read as messages from the spiritual realm. The inscriptions frequently recorded both the question and the interpretation, sometimes even noting the outcome to see whether the prophecy had come true. It is a system that merges art, science, and ritual, creating a permanent record of humanity's earliest attempts to understand and influence the forces beyond comprehension. Yet for all their clarity, the oracle bones retain an air of enigma. Scholars can read many of the characters, yet much of the writing is cryptic. Symbols, sometimes inconsistent, meanings lost over centuries of linguistic evolution. The questions themselves often hint at a society deeply concerned with forces beyond the human realm. The movement of celestial bodies, the favor of ancestors, and the whims of gods whose identities and powers we may never fully understand. Were these rituals purely pragmatic, a form of early risk management? Or did they embody a worldview in which the living and the dead were in constant dialogue, where time and causality were fluid, and the outcomes of decisions were inseparable from the will of unseen forces? Mainstream historical interpretation situates the oracle bones firmly within the Shang dynasty, roughly 1600 to 1046 BCE, as evidence of a highly organized state with sophisticated social, religious, and administrative structures. The inscriptions reveal kings consulting ancestors on matters of war, agriculture, weather, and health, suggesting an early form of bureaucratic oversight infused with spiritual authority. Yet the level of literacy required to produce these inscriptions, the precision of the carving, and the complexity of the questions all point to a culture capable of remarkable intellectual achievement. How did such knowledge develop in a society that otherwise seems so distant from our modern conception of science and documentation? What methods, now lost to time, allowed divers to combine observation, intuition, and ritual into a system that was both practical and symbolic? Beyond their historical significance, the oracle bones also provoke more speculative questions. Some researchers have noted patterns in the inscriptions that suggest a proto-scientific approach to observation, almost like early attempts at hypothesis and testing. Could these divers have been recording subtle correlations between natural events, celestial movements, and human outcomes, creating a primitive form of empirical knowledge that has largely been lost? Others have suggested the bones may encode esoteric wisdom, a blend of theology, astrology, and philosophy transmitted selectively to those initiated into the ritual practices of Shang elite. And then there are those who wonder if the bones hint at connections to other now vanished traditions of divination, knowledge that was not unique to the Yellow River, but part of a broader ancient network of human inquiry into fate and the cosmos. The bones themselves also bear traces of mystery in their physical form. Some display unusual cracking patterns that defy easy explanation. Others show evidence of secondary inscription, as if reused or reinterpreted over time. Certain characters remain undeciphered, tantalizing scholars with glimpses of linguistic systems that may have existed alongside early Chinese writing, but have no surviving analogies. Could these elements indicate a deeper level of meaning? Hidden messages intended only for those with the right knowledge, or simply the evolution of a script in its earliest stages? In either case, they remind us that even the most studied artifacts retain secrets beyond the reach of certainty. Modern technology has enabled new ways to examine the oracle bones, revealing insights invisible to the naked eye. High-resolution imaging, 3D scanning, and microscopic analysis uncover details of carving techniques, the sequence of inscription, and subtle variations in tool marks. These studies provide glimpses into the hands that made them, the scribes and divers who engaged in meticulous work, translating the abstract world of spirits into tangible signs. Yet despite all this scrutiny, the bones continue to resist complete understanding. Every revelation raises further questions about the intentions of the divers, the nature of the questions, and the worldview that informed such a sophisticated blend of ritual, observation, and record-keeping. The oracle bones also serve as a reflection on the impermanence of knowledge. The Shang dynasty, once a formidable civilization, left few material traces beyond these artifacts, fragments of bronze and the occasional architectural remnant. What we know of their culture is filtered through these bones, a record of human curiosity, fear, and ingenuity preserved against the odds. In this sense, they are more than historical objects. They are echoes of human consciousness, faint voices, speaking across thousands of years, reminding us that much of what we take for granted as knowledge can be lost, buried, and only partially recovered. Yet, even with all that has been learned, the bones retain an aura of the unknown. Their messages are at once clear and opaque, grounded in ritual practice, yet suggestive of larger philosophical or cosmological systems we may never fully grasp. How did the divers conceptualize the relationship between cause and effect, life and death, the visible and invisible worlds? What other methods of knowledge now vanished might have existed alongside these practices? Were these bones an ordinary tool of statcraft? Or did they represent a deeper, almost mystical attempt to engage with the unknown forces that shaped human life? In examining the oracle bones, one confronts the delicate balance between certainty and wonder. They are both evidence and question, artifact and mystery, a tangible connection to a civilization that mastered the written word while grappling with forces beyond its understanding. As we peer into their etched surfaces, tracing the lines carved by hands long gone, we are reminded that the past is rarely fully knowa, that is partially illuminated by fragments, shaped by interpretation, and shadowed by absences that may never be filled. And so the oracle bones endure, silent yet eloquent, bridging time and thought. They invite us not only to study and decipher, but to reflect on the human impulse to seek guidance, to impose order upon uncertainty, and to leave a trace of our understanding for those who follow. They are a testament to early civilization's attempt to touch the unknown, a reminder that even the simplest fragment of bone can carry the weight of centuries, the whisper of ancestors, and the challenge of mysteries yet unresolved. As the sun sets over the plains of the Yellow River, casting long shadows over the ruins of ancient palaces, one can almost imagine the divers of the Shang dynasty at work, their tools in hand, questions on their lips, eyes fixed on the flames and cracks that might reveal the future. The bee in the quiet climate-controlled halls of the Bennick Rare Book and Manuscript Library at Yale University. A single sheet of parchment lies flat under soft protective glass. Its surface is aged and yellowed, the edges carefully preserved, and yet the markings upon it, lines, colors, and inscriptions, carry a weight far beyond its modest size. This is the Vinland Map, a document that has captured imaginations and confounded historians for decades. On it, the coastlines of Europe, Africa, and Asia are rendered with careful attention. But to the west, beyond Greenland, stretches a mysterious, land-labeled Vinland, a territory that hints at voyages across the Atlantic long before Columbus set sail in 1492. The map's story begins not on the parchment itself, but in the shadows of history. Scholars first encountered the Vinland map in the mid-10th century, though the document was said to have been created in the 5th and 10th century. Its provenance, however, is tangled and uncertain. Some records suggest it was part of the collection of a European scholar, possibly a monk, while others trace its journey through private collectors and obscure auctions. The map emerged in the public eye in 1957 when historian and collector Ross Skelton brought it to academic attention. Its revelation stirred controversy almost immediately. for it seemed to challenge established historical timelines, if genuine. It suggested that Norse explorers had reached North America, specifically the region of Newfoundland, centuries before Christopher Columbus. Holding the Vinland map or even gazing upon high-resolution images is an immersive experience. The parchment is fragile, each fiber a reminder of the centuries it has survived. Its geography is meticulous yet peculiar. Europe is recognizable, though drawn with a medieval eye. The British Isles appear elongated, the Mediterranean exaggerated. Greenland is clearly marked, and beyond it a landmass, Vinland, is delineated. In broad strokes, the script, neat and Latin in form, labels regions and islands, but offers little in the way of explanatory notes. It is, in essence, a puzzle of geography and chronology, a silent record that raises profound questions about the reach of human exploration and the circulation of knowledge in medieval Europe. The Vinland map's significance lies not merely in its content, but in the implications it carries. If authentic, it could rewrite aspects of history, confirming that Norse explorers had crossed the Atlantic and reached the shores of North America hundreds of years before the age of exploration, traditionally credited to Columbus. This possibility alone has fueled intense scholarly interest and fierce debate. Yet, as investigations have progressed, so too have the questions multiplied. How was such geographic knowledge obtained and transmitted? Were the Norse navigating with methods far more sophisticated than we previously assumed? Or does the map represent a later fabrication, a forgery created to lend prestige to certain collections or individuals? Mainstream historical interpretation places the map within a context of medieval scholarship and exploration. The Norse sagas, particularly the accounts of Leif Erikson and other explorers, describe voyages to lands west of Greenland, lands with plentiful timber, fertile soil, and abundant resources. Archaeological evidence, including the settlement at Leon's O Meadows in Newfoundland, confirms that Norse presence in North America did occur, albeit briefly. In this light, the Vinland map could be seen as an extension of these journeys, a tangible record that complements the sagas and archaeological findings. Yet, the map is far more than mere confirmation. It suggests a continuity of knowledge, a link between oral tradition, written scholarship, and practical navigation that is difficult to trace fully. Scientific analysis of the map has added layers to the mystery. Early studies of the ink, parchment, and pigments aim to determine its age and origin. Radiocarbon dating of the vellum supports a 5th–10th century creation, roughly consistent with the claims of authenticity. However, chemical analysis of the ink has produced conflicting results. Certain compounds appear consistent with medieval European inks, while traces of modern titanium dioxide have led some researchers to suggest forgery. Debates over the map's authenticity have intensified as analytical techniques have become more precise, yet no consensus has been reached. Could the presence of anachronistic materials be the result of contamination over centuries? Or do they point to deliberate fabrication? The answer remains tantalizingly out of reach. Beyond the scientific debates, the map evokes a sense of narrative, mystery. Its landmasses are annotated with names that resonate with Norse sagas, yet the correspondence is imperfect. Vinland itself is depicted inconsistently, its exact contours vague, its scale uncertain. Scholars have attempted to reconcile its geography with known North American coastlines, producing maps that sometimes match Newfoundland. Other times suggest broader, more speculative interpretations. Was the map intended as an accurate navigational tool, a scholarly exercise, or a conceptual representation of lands known through rumor, exploration, or legend? Each possibility raises further questions about the knowledge and intent of its creator. Speculative theories surrounding the Vinland map are as varied as they are imaginative. Some suggest that it represents evidence of pre-Columbian transatlantic contact, not only by Norse explorers, but potentially by other cultures as well. Could knowledge of the Western lands have circulated through trade networks, intellectual exchanges, or maritime voyages, reaching the hands of scholars who recorded it on parchment? Others propose that the map was part of a larger political or religious agenda designed to legitimize claims of exploration, settlement, or authority over distant lands. More fringe theories even hint at knowledge lost to history, secret traditions of navigation and geography that disappeared without trace. While these ideas remain speculative, they underscore the map's capacity to challenge assumptions, to blur the line between history and possibility, and to ignite curiosity about what might lie hidden in the unrecorded voyages of the past. The Vinland map also serves as a reflection on the fragility of historical memory. Few artifacts from the 5th century survive intact, and fewer still carry the potential to reshape our understanding of exploration. The map is a singular object, one document whose provenance, authenticity, and meaning are contested at every turn. Its survival is improbable, and yet, here it is, a fragment of human ambition, curiosity, and perhaps imagination preserved against the odds. The questions it raises are not limited to geography. They touch upon human ingenuity, the transmission of knowledge, and the ways in which we construct narratives of the past. Examining the map today, one is struck by the interplay of certainty and ambiguity. On the one hand, the physical evidence, the vellum, the ink, the Latin inscriptions, anchor it firmly in the realm of medieval Europe. On the other, the map's depiction of lands across the Atlantic suggests knowledge that should have been beyond the reach of 5th century scholars. Who drew the map? And what sources informed their work? Were they compiling oral histories, consulting other maps now lost, or engaging in educated guesswork informed by the sagas and scattered reports from sailors? The gaps between what is known and what is suggested give the Vinland map its persistent aura of mystery, compelling observers to weigh fact and speculation, evidence and imagination. In this sense, the Vinland map is more than a cartographic curiosity. It is a bridge across centuries, a tangible point of contact with human exploration, ambition, and uncertainty. It asks us to consider how knowledge was accumulated, transmitted, and preserved in the pre-modern world. It challenges us to imagine the voyages that may have occurred, the encounters that may have taken place, and the stories that were told or forgotten along the way. Every line, every annotation carries the potential to rewrite a portion of history, or to reinforce the sense of wonder that surrounds it. Even as modern technology offers new tools for analysis, the map continues to resist full comprehension. Multispectral imaging, chemical assays, and historical scholarship have illuminated certain aspects of its construction, yet each discovery seems to raise new questions. Was it an authentic record of early Norse exploration, a sophisticated forgery intended to impress or deceive, or a hybrid, a medieval scholar's imaginative reconstruction of distant lands informed by fragments of knowledge, hearsay, and legend? The uncertainty is not a flaw, but part of the map's allure, a reminder that history is rarely straightforward, and that the past often leaves only fragments for us to interpret. And so, the Vinland map endures as a silent witness to exploration, ambition, and mystery. It invites us to trace its coastlines with the mind's eye, to follow the routes that may have carried intrepid voyagers across the Atlantic, and to ponder the knowledge, skill, and imagination required to chart the unknown. It reminds us that the act of discovery is both tangible and conceptual, that maps are not merely representations of the world, but reflections of human understanding, curiosity, and desire. As we stand before this delicate parchment, we are left with questions that reach beyond geography. How many journeys have been lost to time? How much knowledge has vanished, leaving only whispers of possibility? Could the Vinland map be a key to understanding a hidden chapter of human history? Or is it a testament to the imagination and ambition of a single scholar? And most profoundly, what other artifacts, still buried, still undiscovered, might challenge our assumptions about exploration, navigation, and the human reach into the unknown? The Vinland map, in its quiet, deliberate complexity, embodies both certainty and ambiguity. It bridges the known and the unknown, the documented and the speculative, and invites us to marvel at the possibilities of human endeavor. Perhaps in the end, its greatest legacy is not the answers it provides, but the questions it inspires. Questions that echo across centuries, patiently waiting for the next observer to trace its coastlines, follow its lines, and wonder what lies beyond the horizon. Nestled in the highlands of the Valley of Tuca, just a few hours west of modern-day Mexico City, lies the site of Kixlavaca, once a vibrant pre-Hispanic settlement. Its ruins are quietly tucked amidst rolling hills and sparse vegetation, whispering stories of civilizations long vanished. The sun casts gentle shadows across the crumbling stone foundations, and the wind carries the faintest hint of dust in history, as if the earth itself is reluctant to release its secrets. Amid these ancient stones, archaeologists uncovered an artifact so small yet so profoundly puzzling that it continues to stir curiosity across the globe. The Teak-Kix Lockahead. The object is unassuming at first glance. No larger than a human thumb, it is a tiny terracotta figurine, exquisitely detailed, depicting a man's head adorned with a distinctive helmet and facial features that are immediately striking. Unlike the stylized representations typically seen in Mesoamerican art, this figure exhibits a form of realism that is remarkably European in appearance. Its nose is straight and narrow, its cheekbones pronounced, and its eyes convey an almost lifelike intensity. The helmet, a rounded cap with a small visor, resembles those worn by Roman soldiers in the 1st century CE, a detail that would, if accurate, place it far outside the realm of the known indigenous cultures of the region. The head was discovered in 1933 by Mexican archaeologist Jose Garcia Payan during excavations at Kixlavaca within a carefully stratified burial site. It lay among artifacts unmistakably of local origin: ceramic vessels, obsidian blades, and stone figurines characteristic of the Mlatsinca culture. According to the meticulous records of the excavation, the layer in which the head was found was dated to approximately 1476 CE, well before European contact with the interior of Mexico. In other words, it predated the arrival of the Spanish by several decades. The implications were and remain extraordinary. How could a figure so distinctly European, seemingly Romang in its design, exist in pre-Columbian Mexico? Scholars and skeptics alike have approached the object with caution. Mainstream explanations often suggest that the head may have been a modern intrusion, perhaps accidentally introduced during excavation or by later occupants of the site. This is plausible. Small objects can easily be misplaced or mixed across layers over centuries of human activity. Yet the careful documentation by Garcia Payan and subsequent examinations of the site suggest otherwise. The stratigraphy was intact, the context consistent with a 15th century burial. The artifact had not been dislodged or moved. Scientific investigations have attempted to shed further light on the mystery. Thermoluminescence testing, a method used to determine when ceramic materials were last fired, has placed the creation of the toxic chicken walk-ahead between the 1st century BCE and the 1st century CE. This aligns intriguingly with the stylistic parallels to Roman artifacts, yet leaves historians grappling with a profound chronological and geographical puzzle. Could Roman traders or even a lone traveler have somehow crossed the Atlantic and reached central Mexico. Conventional history holds that such contact was highly unlikely, if not impossible. The known voyages of the time did not extend across the Atlantic in a manner that would connect Europe to Mesoamerica. Despite the weight of conventional scholarship, the artifact's appearance continues to provoke speculation. Some researchers point to the possibility of cultural convergence, a chance similarity in artistic representation across continents. Human faces and helmets are universal motifs after all, and one could argue that the resemblance to Roman military attire is coincidental. Yet the uncanny precision of the features combined with the historical context has invited more adventurous interpretations. Could the head be evidence of transoceanic contact long before Columbus? Might it hint at a forgotten chapter in the movement of peoples and ideas across the ancient world? Fringe theories, though unverified, add another layer of intrigue. Some suggest that the figure represents a European observer or settler who arrived centuries before documented contact, a lone traveler whose presence went unrecorded in the annals of history. Others have ventured into more speculative territory, proposing lost civilizations, secret voyages, or even metaphysical explanations, as if the artifact somehow transcends conventional understanding of time and geography. While such ideas remain on the edge of plausibility, they underscore the head's power to capture the imagination and challenge the assumptions of established history. The artifact itself, though small, is a masterclass in craftsmanship. Close inspection reveals finely incised details around the eyes and mouth, a carefully rendered hairline, and a subtle attention to proportion that is unusual for the period in which it was purportedly created. The terracotta bears traces of a reddish-brown slip, and microscopic analysis suggests that it was fired at a consistent high temperature indicative of advanced ceramic techniques. These qualities have fueled the argument that the figure was not merely a crude or symbolic piece, but a deliberate, skillful representation, likely created by an artisan with a clear intention to capture human likeness. Equally compelling is the context of its discovery. Kixlavaca was a significant regional center known for its intricate society, ceremonial structures, and extensive trade networks within Mesoamerica. The presence of an artifact that so starkly contrasts with local artistic conventions raises questions about the movement of ideas, objects, and peoples. Could it have been a gift, a curiosity, or a trophy carried along far-reaching trade routes? Or does it suggest something far more enigmatic? A fleeting, almost imperceptible encounter between civilizations separated by oceans and centuries. At first glance, it appeared to be a recent corpse, so fresh that the skin still showed wrinkles. The eyelashes remained intact, and the face looked as though the man might wake if disturbed. The local police were called, but as soon as archaeologists arrived, it became clear that what lay curled beneath the peat was not a recent tragedy, but a perfectly preserved remnant of an ancient world. This was the Talon Man, now one of the most famous bog bodies ever discovered. Though he died over 2,000 years ago, around the 4th century BCE, his features are so well preserved that he seems almost modern. His hair is neatly cropped. His eyes are closed gently. A slight stubble is visible on his chin. He wears a cap of sheepskin and wool, and around his neck, a thick leather cord tied tightly in a noose. No clothes cover the rest of his body, though a belt encircles his waist. His posture is curled, his legs drawn slightly up, as though he was sleeping. And yet his death was not natural. The mystery of how and why he died has lingered ever since. He was not buried in a traditional grave. He was placed directly in the peat, in a place unlikely to be visited. The bog itself helped preserve him. Its acidic, oxygen-poor environment prevented decay, tanning his skin into a leathery hue and safeguarding every detail. Even the contents of his stomach were left undisturbed, offering a rare glimpse into his final meal. Forensic analysis revealed that his last dish was a porridge made from barley, flaxseed, and wild grasses, grains, and plants common to the Iron Age diet in Denmark. That it was not a celebratory meal. There was no meat, no herbs, nothing extravagant, just sustenance. And this simple dish was eaten roughly 12 to 24 hours before his death. The noose tells a clearer story. It was not casually draped. The knot was tied deliberately, and the leather was strong. The placement and marks on his neck suggest he was hanged, though not from a great height. There is no evidence of broken vertebrae. More likely, he was strangled slowly with care taken to keep his body intact. There are no signs of struggle, no defensive wounds, no trauma beyond what the rope caused. This raises a question that scholars and archaeologists have debated for decades. Was the Tollen man executed as a criminal, or was he offered as a sacrifice? In many parts of Iron Age Europe, especially in regions influenced by Celtic and Germanic tribes, bogs were not just wastelands. They were liminal spaces, thresholds between the human world and the divine. Wetlands were viewed as sacred, bare. Still waters acting as mirrors to the heavens and gateways to the underworld. Offerings were frequently placed in these locations. Swords were bent and deposited in lakes. Jewelry was dropped into marshes. Animals were drowned deliberately. And in rare cases, human beings were left as well. The idea of ritual sacrifice is supported by several clues. The care given to Tollen man's body, the deliberate placement of the noose, and the untouched state of his resting place suggest he was not discarded, but laid to rest with intention that his cap and belt might have held symbolic meaning. The lack of other injuries supports the theory that his death was not the result of violence or revenge, but a controlled and possibly ceremonial act. There is also a long-standing theory that bog bodies like the Bland Man were sacrificed during periods of crisis. If crops failed, if disease spread, or if omens darkened the skies, communities might turn to offerings in hopes of restoring balance. Some scholars believe such acts were reserved for individuals chosen for their purity, status, or symbolic significance. Perhaps he was seen as a mediator between people and gods. His death was believed to bring favor, healing, or forgiveness. Others take a more practical approach. They argue that executions in the Iron Age could be deeply ritualized. A person accused of a serious crime might be executed and placed in a bog as part of a judicial practice that also served spiritual beliefs. In this view, sacrifice and punishment were not mutually exclusive, but deeply entwined. A wrongdoer could be purified through death and then offered back to the earth as a form of atonement. Complicating matters is the fact that Tollen man is not alone. Other bog bodies found throughout northern Europe, such as the Groll man and the Lindo man, show similar signs of deliberate, often gruesome deaths followed by careful deposition in petlands. These individuals were not tossed aside. They were placed, arranged, and preserved by the very environment that now delivers them back to us. One of the most haunting aspects of Tollen man's story is how familiar he feels. His expression is calm. His eyes are closed. There is no sign of pain etched into his features. Unlike skeletal remains, which leave much to the imagination, his preservation forces a confrontation with ancient life and death that feels personal. He does not seem mythical or remote. He seems like someone who lived, who felt, who walked through the same foggy mornings and cold winters that still touch the Danish landscape today. Decades of research have brought us closer to the Tollen man. Yet the central mystery remains unresolved. Was he a willing participant in a sacred ritual? Was he chosen, perhaps against his will, for a ceremony his community believed would ensure survival? Or was he condemned, punished, and given to the bog in a practice that blended law with theology? No inscription, no oral tradition, no surviving document can tell us. All that remains is his body, his position, and the traces left in the soil. Pete preserved his form, but not his name. His story is built from fragments, data stitched together by science and interpretation. The truth may lie somewhere in between all the theories, or perhaps beyond them entirely. What we do know is that the world he came from was one of deep connection between the land and its people. Nature was not separated from belief. Earth, water, fire, and sky were all part of a larger system in which people lived not above nature, but within it. Death, too, was a passage not simply into nothingness, but into a realm where the body could still carry meaning, where sacrifice could serve both divine and earthly purposes. The Talon man has spent more years beneath the ground than the modern world has existed. He died long before the Roman Empire expanded into northern Europe, long before Christianity arrived, long before modern nation-states emerged. And yet he lies in a glass case today. His features are still capable of stirring empathy and wonder. Visitors to the Silkeborg Museum in Denmark often describe a sense of quiet reverence when they come face to face with him. Not fear, not pity, but something closer to recognition. A reminder that those who lived thousands of years ago were not abstractions or footnotes, but individuals, complex feelings, and caught within the currents of their own time. As the Pete lands of Denmark continue to yield secrets, the Tolen man remains a defining discovery. He's not merely a scientific specimen, nor simply a historical figure. He's a bridge between worlds, between beliefs, and between eras. And as the wind moves gently over the northern bogs, and the moss thickens beneath ancient trees, one can almost sense that the past still lingers. Not as a whisper, not as a legend, but as a presence held carefully in the land. High in the Ally Mountains, where the vast skies meet the icy ridges of Siberia, time does not move quickly. Winters stretch for months, and the ground remains frozen beneath layers of snow and silence. It was beneath this unyielding surface that a startling discovery came to light in the year 1993, one that would capture the world's imagination and open a rare window into a long-lost world of steppe nomads. A team of Russian archaeologists led by Natalia Polimak had been working near the UK Plateau, an isolated highland bordering Russia, Mongolia, China, and Kazakhstan. They were excavating an ancient Kuran, a burial mound used by the Pazyryk people, a nomadic culture that flourished across the Eurasian steppe on the 5th century BCE, most expected to find disturbed graves or scattered remains. But what they uncovered, perfectly preserved in the permafrost, was something astonishing. The frozen body of a young Nogel woman, untouched for over 2,000 years. She would come to be known as the Ice Maiden or the Siberian Ice Princess. Her resting place had been sealed not just by earth, but by ice itself. Water had seeped into her burial chamber centuries ago, freezing solid and creating a natural vault that preserved not only her body, but the contents of the chamber with extraordinary detail. She was buried in a wooden coffin carved from a single large tree. Resting on her side, she wore a long white silk shirt and a heavy woolen skirt made from camel hair. Felt stockings covered her legs. Her head was shaved, but a tall, elaborate wig made of horsehair and decorated with feathers had been placed above her scalp, wrapped in a silk veil. 6 horses adorned with ornate bridles lay buried beside her, likely sacrificed as part of the burial rite. Around her were mirrors, dishes, a bag of coriander seeds, and a small container of cannabis. But what caught immediate attention was her skin. The permafrost had kept her body almost intact, and on her left arm and shoulder were vivid tattoos. Bold, curling images of fantastical creatures with antlers, claws, and long snouts. These were not random markings. They were art carefully inked with confidence and purpose. The designs echoed motifs found in Pizarric textiles and carvings, confirming that tattooing was an important element of their culture, perhaps tied to identity, status, or spiritual belief. The Ice Maiden was likely around 25 years old when she died. Her face, though partially damaged by ice crystals, showed high cheekbones and a slender jaw. CT scans and forensic reconstructions suggested she had suffered from osteomyelitis, an infection in the bone, and perhaps breast cancer, a condition that may have contributed to her death. Her burial, elaborate and respectful, indicated that she held a high position in her community. She may have been a priestess, a healer, or a noble woman of singular importance. The Pyrrhic people themselves are still only partially understood. They were skilled horsemen and herders who roamed the mountains and valleys of southern Siberia. During the early Iron Age, their culture left no written records, but the richness of their material goods, rugs, clothing, weapons, ornaments reveals a society that was anything but primitive. Their burial mounds were constructed with layered stones, wooden beams and careful design, often including sacrifices and personal items meant to accompany the dead into the afterlife. Many of these burial sites have been looted over the centuries, making intact discoveries like the Ice Maiden extremely rare. Yet, the preservation made possible by Siberia's permafrost has yielded insights few other ancient cultures can offer. Bodies, clothing, and artifacts frozen in time have shown the Pizarric were deeply artistic, spiritual, and attentive to the dead. What's particularly striking about the Ice Maiden's burial is its symbolism. The horses arranged with care suggest a journey to another realm. The tattoos may have held protective meanings, guiding her spirit or marking her status among her people. The presence of cannabis, not uncommon in ritual contexts of the time, hints at ceremonial use, perhaps part of mourning rites or spiritual vision. Following the discovery, her body was transported to Novosibirsk for study and preservation, triggering a wave of scientific excitement and local controversy among the native Alai people, particularly those of the Telnut community. Her excavation stirred spiritual unease. To them, the Ice Maiden was not merely an archaeological find, but a revered ancestor. They believed disturbing her grave had disrupted the balance of nature and awakened ancestral forces. When a series of floods and earthquakes struck the region, in the years following her removal, some interpreted them as signs of anger from the spirit world. These tensions remain unresolved. Some groups continue to call for her return to her original resting place, or at least to be reperiod in the Alai region with proper ceremony. Others view her as a scientific treasure that belongs in the public trust, a rare bridge between past and present. Beyond the Ice Maiden, other frozen burials have revealed additional women of high status, some with similar tattoos and burial richness. These discoveries suggest that women held influential roles within Pizarric society, not just as family figures, but as leaders, ritual authorities, or possibly warriors. Their clothing, tools, and treatment in death all speak to a culture where status was not limited by gender and where individuals could carry both spiritual and political weight. The tattoos remain among the most evocative features of these mummies. Using soot or other pigments, the ink was applied under the skin with precision. The creatures depicted are hybrid forms: deer with eagle beaks, leopards with curling horns, part animal, part myth. Whether these images served as totems, clan markers, or symbols of cosmological belief is not fully known, but their consistency across textiles, carvings, and skin points to a cohesive worldview. The Ice Maiden and others, like her, have allowed anthropologists to reconstruct entire outfits, identify dietary habits, and even test for diseases. Her skirt, for example, was sewn with care and dyed with plant-based colors. Her boots were lined for winter travel. Her bones show signs of riding, consistent with a nomadic, horseback-centered lifestyle. the scientific advances made possible by these frozen remains continue. Researchers have studied her DNA to trace migration patterns, revealing connections to ancient populations that once moved across the Eurasian steppes. Her mitochondrial lineage suggests a long and complex history of migration through Central Asia, one that challenges simplistic narratives about where people lived and how they moved in the past. But science alone cannot account for the sense of presence these burials evoke. Standing before a face so ancient yet so real, preserved by frost, marked by ink, dressed in wool spun by hand, one feels a strange familiarity. These were not distant ancestors separated by centuries of silence. They were people with memories, rituals, and beliefs as vivid as any held today. Her tattoos may never be fully decoded. Her exact role in Pyrrhic society may remain speculative, but the Ice Maiden stands as a testament to a world that was both harsh and deeply expressive. A world where the sky met the land in vast open spaces, where survival was woven together with ceremony and where the dead were honored with care and complexity. The permafrost that preserved her is now threatened by a warming climate. Each year, more of these ancient burial sites risk exposure to thronging, looting, and decay. The urgency to preserve what remains and to understand what it tells us is growing. For now, the Ice Maiden rests once more in the Ally, housed in a museum designed to respect both scientific inquiry and cultural sensitivity. She lies in a climate-controlled chamber, shielded from further deterioration, yet still watched over by those who see in her more than history, who sees a person whose presence carries meaning beyond time. And as the snow falls again across the highlands, covering the ground that once held her, the land holds its quiet. Pieced out her tattoos, her clothing, her horses. Each preserved detail remains a whisper from a world that has passed but not disappeared. A world waiting to be remembered, one layer at a time. Across the Mediterranean world, ancient ruins rise from the soil and surf with a quiet confidence. Columns weathered by wind, seawalls battered by waves, and domes still standing after centuries of storms all offer a silent but persistent reminder of Rome's architectural genius. While time has eroded many empires into fragments, the physical legacy of Rome has remained remarkably intact, often defying the natural decay that brings most human creations to dust. And at the heart of that resilience lies a forgotten material, concrete. Today, concrete is everywhere. It is the foundation of modern cities, highways, and harbors. But modern concrete is far from eternal. Left exposed to seawater, reinforced. Concrete structures can crumble in just decades. Salt seeps into cracks, steel rebar corrodes, and the integrity of the entire structure weakens. By contrast, Roman marine concrete used in harbors, breakwaters, and piers has survived for over 2,000 years in conditions that should have long since worn it away. One need only visit the ancient port of Cosa along the Tyrrhenian Sea to find evidence. There, submerged under the water, portions of a Roman breakwater remain intact. Its surface is rough but solid. Divers who inspect it often remark on how much more durable it feels than anything poured in recent memory. Similar examples can be found at Puteoli Bay and Austria, coastal hubs that once served Rome's expansive trade networks. What makes Roman concrete so enduring has puzzled engineers and chemists for generations. The mystery lies not just in its ability to last, but in its strange behavior. It appears to grow stronger over time, especially when exposed to seawater. Instead of weakening as cracks form, Roman concrete seems to self-heal, slowly reinforcing its internal structure. The recipe was not lost entirely, but the precise technique was. Roman writers such as Vitruvius and Pliny the Elder left behind clues. Vitruvius, writing in the 1st century BCET, he described a volcanic ash called patana taken from regions near Naples, especially from around Mount Volvius. This ash, when mixed with lime and seawater, created a concrete that would set even underwater. Ply also noted that this mixture created a stone that becomes a single mass impregnable to the waves, and every day stronger. But such passages were often seen as exaggerations, and for centuries, the practical knowledge behind the formula remained incomplete. Modern researchers curious about the remarkable longevity of Roman marine structures began examining samples under powerful microscopes and advanced chemical scanners. What they found was surprising. Roman concrete did not behave like modern Portland cement. Its chemistry was different, and so was its internal structure. Modern concrete is made primarily from limestone heated with clay to form clinker, then ground into cement. Water and aggregates like sand or gravel are added, forming a paste that hardens over time. While strong initially, it is brittle and susceptible to environmental attack. Roman concrete, by contrast, used volcanic ash lime and often chunks of volcanic rock as aggregate. The process of mixing the lime with water produced a highly alkaline solution which interacted with the silicates in the volcanic ash. Over time, especially when exposed to seawater, the mixture gave rise to new mineral formations within the concrete, especially a rare and durable mineral known as altaborite. Altaborite does not form easily under normal conditions, but in Roman concrete, it develops slowly as seawater percolated through the material. Rather than degrading the concrete, the seawater contributed to chemical reactions that strengthened it. The concrete was not sealed from moisture. It was meant to interact with it. Tiny cracks would form as expected, but instead of spreading, they would become sites of chemical activity. The lime and ash reacted with seawater, filling the cracks with new minerals and healing the internal damage. In a sense, Roman concrete had a built-in resilience. It was alive with chemistry, not passive and inert. The implications of this are profound. Roman engineers, without modern microscopes or laboratories, created a material that behaves almost like modern smart materials. Whether through trial and error or deeply intuitive observation, they found a way to make concrete that could outlast empires. Still, the precise ratios and methods they used remain elusive. There was no universal standard. Different regions used different ash compositions, different aggregates, and different curing conditions. Some recipes were used for underwater settings, others for dome buildings or aqueducts. And unlike today's globalized supply chains, Roman materials were locally sourced, their properties dependent on the geology of the land. The Pantheon in Rome, for example, which boasts the world's largest unreinforced concrete dome, uses different mixes at different levels. At the base, heavier aggregates like basalt were used. As the dome rises, the concrete becomes lighter with pumice replacing heavier stones. The structure completed under Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century CE still stands, still holding its original roof. The story of Roman concrete's rediscovery is not only scientific, it is also philosophical. It reminds us that technological knowledge can be gained, forgotten, and regained again. That human ingenuity is not a linear march, but a cycle of insight and rediscovery. The Romans built for permanence, not convenience. Their materials were intended to withstand time, not just meet short-term costs. Part of the durability may also have come from their construction methods. Roman builders did not pour concrete into sterile sealed molds. They packed it, layered it, and worked it by hand. The rough surfaces allowed better adhesion. The lack of steel reinforcement meant there was no internal corrosion waiting to happen. They designed their structures with mass and compression in mind, letting gravity and geometry bear the load. Some modern engineers are now working to recreate Roman-style concrete for modern applications. The hope is not just nostalgia, but sustainability. Modern concrete production is a major source of global carbon emissions. The heating of limestone and the manufacture of cement release significant amounts of carbon dioxide. By contrast, Roman concrete used less heat, less processing, and may even absorb carbon over time as it continues to react. Trials are underway to use pozzolanic ash in new marine structures. There is even talk of reviving ancient techniques for building in earthquake-prone areas where Roman methods of flexibility and weight distribution outperformed some modern approaches, but much of the knowledge is still being pieced together. Ancient construction sites, if carefully studied, might still hold answers. Each structure is a kind of experiment preserved in place. Its results are measured not by theory, but by time. In that sense, Roman concrete is more than a material. It is a message, not carved in stone, but shaped from it. A testament to what human hands can create when they work with, rather than against nature's forces. As waves crash against Roman harbor walls, and as domes cast their curved shadows across old city squares, the question remains, how did they do it? And why did we forget? And while researchers continue to analyze and simulate, some answers may always remain just beyond reach, trapped in the precise mix of ash and lime, and the lost rhythms of ancient craftsmanship, or in the quiet patience with which the Romans built not for decades, but for centuries. Underneath the surface, where mineral crystals grow across hairline cracks and the sea seeps gently into concrete's heart, the legacy of ancient knowledge still unfolds. And above, where cities rise and fall, the remnants remain, stronger than they should be. Speaking in stone, a language almost lost, but not entirely gone. In the minds of many, the story of metallurgy in the ancient Americas begins with the great empires of the Inca and the Aztec. Images of gold-adorned temples, silver ceremonial, knives and bronze tools often bring these civilizations to the forefront. But long before the rise of these imperial powers, a quieter, less recognized history of metalwork was unfolding across the continent. From the tropical forests of Colombia to the rugged shores of the Great Lakes, cultures often overlooked by mainstream narratives were shaping and refining metal centuries before the arrival of Europeans, and in some cases, before the formation of cities in Mesoamerica or the Andes. Metallurgy in the Americas did not begin in the highlands of Peru or in the central valleys of Mexico. The earliest known evidence points much farther north and west to the regions surrounding Lake Superior, where native peoples were extracting native copper from the earth as early as 4000 BC. These cultures, now grouped under the term Old Copper Complex, worked with naturally pure copper deposits found in the rocky terrain of what is now northern Michigan and parts of Canada. They mined the ore with stone hammers, shaped it with great care, and cold hammered it into balls, projectile points, chisels, and ornamental forms. Unlike the later metallurgists of South America, the people of the Old Copper Complex did not use smelting. They relied entirely on native copper, a rare natural occurrence where the metal can be found in nearly pure form, ready to be shaped without the need for high temperatures or chemical processes. Their skill lay not in melting but in mechanical transformation. They understood how to anneal copper, heating and cooling it repeatedly to soften the metal for shaping. This alone reflects an early and sophisticated understanding of metallurgy. Even if no furnaces were involved, the objects they produced were utilitarian, yet also carefully formed. Some tools show evidence of repeated sharpening, while others appear to have been crafted for ritual or symbolic use. The sheer quantity of copper tools recovered from burials and campsites suggests that this was no isolated phenomenon. It was a sustained technological tradition that flourished for over 2,000 years. Further south in what is now Panama and Colombia, metallurgy took a different form. Around 1500 BCE, communities began experimenting with the smelting and alloying of metals, marking one of the earliest transitions in the Americas from working native metals to creating true metal alloys. Gold, copper, and eventually tembaga, a gold-copper alloy, were shaped into delicate ornaments, nose rings, breastplates, and ceremonial figures. The cultures of this region, including the Xenu, the Quimbaya, and the Terona, developed techniques that allowed for a striking blend of utility and aesthetic expression. Lost wax casting, a method by which molten metal is poured into a mold formed around a wax model, was used extensively. These techniques created intricate forms, hollow sculptures, articulated jewelry, and fine details that speak to remarkable craftsmanship. Their work predates the more famous Inca goldsmithing by centuries. In particular, the Quimbaya civilization centered in present-day Colombia produced artifacts of extraordinary elegance. The so-called Quimbaya treasure discovered in the 19th century consists of dozens of gold objects, seats, containers, and stylized figurines that blend geometric abstraction with naturalistic forms. While these objects have sometimes been misrepresented in fringe theories, they are unmistakably human in origin and demonstrate technical precision that required a clear understanding of heat, mold making, and controlled cooling. The fact that these metallurgical traditions developed independently without contact with Eurasia or Africa speaks to a broader truth that their knowledge of how to manipulate metals was not a singular invention, but a potential that lay dormant in many cultures until conditions made it necessary or meaningful. In Peru, long before the rise of the Inca, the people of the Andean coast were already forging a metallurgical tradition by the 2nd millennium BCE. The machi, the lambic, and the chavine left behind a trail of extraordinary objects. Headdresses, fashioned from gold foil, ceremonial knives known as tumi, and earrings large enough to require pierced lobes stretched over decades. Their workshops, though often modest in appearance, held the tools and crucibles of an advanced understanding of metal. The mache, in particular, mastered the use of gilding, a process by which a thin layer of gold was chemically bonded to a copper surface. This created the illusion of solid gold while preserving precious material. They also used arsenicical bronze, blending copper with arsenic to create harder, more durable tools. Though not widespread across the entire continent, bronze was indeed present in the Americas well before European contact, especially in the Andes. Further evidence of early metallurgical skill appears in places less expected in the southern Amazon, long thought to be a place of limited technological advancement due to its difficult terrain. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of smelting and metal working among the ancestors of today's indigenous groups. Though not industrial in scale, these practices show a broader geographic spread of metallurgy than once assumed. Even in Mesoamerica, where metallurgy appeared relatively late around 900 CE, it arrived with vigor. The Mixtec and Tarascan peoples of western Mexico took the imported techniques and advanced them particularly in bronze casting. The Tarascans, or Puripita, developed a unique alloying system and are believed to have manufactured bronze weapons, like axes and spear tips. When the Aztec Empire attempted to invade Tarascan territory, they met fierce resistance in part because of the superior weaponry the Tarascans could produce. What links these various metallurgical traditions is not a single origin, but a pattern of independent experimentation. Cultures across the Americas discovered their own paths to heat form and transformation. Some worked with metals as sacred materials, others as tools for agricultural war. Some specialized in casting, others in hammering, but all engaged in a dialogue with fire, earth, and form. One of the most overlooked aspects of this innovation is how deeply it was integrated with other cultural systems. Metal was rarely just functional, it was symbolic. Among the Mocha, gold and silver were linked with the sun and moon, male and female. Among the Tirona, elaborate gold masks were worn during rituals, blending human identity with divine forces. The choice of metal, gold, silver, copper was never merely practical. It reflected cosmology, status, and worldview. In many burial sites, metal artifacts were found not only with elites, but also with warriors, children, and community leaders, suggesting that metallurgy was woven into the rhythms of life, death, and remembrance. The use of metal in ornament, ceremony, and commemoration suggests a society that viewed these materials as living, not in a literal sense, but as charged with meaning and power. Modern metallurgy, by comparison, is often stripped of such meanings. Steel is valued for strength, aluminum for lightness, copper for conductivity. But in ancient America, the metal itself was often only part of the story. The process of its creation, the mining, melting, hammering, polishing, was a form of participation in something greater. The act of crafting was spiritual, not simply technical. One of the lasting mysteries in this field lies in the relative absence of large-scale metal weapons in many cultures, despite their technical ability to create them. Even among highly advanced metallurgists like the Mocha or Kwaimaya, most metal artifacts are ceremonial or ornamental. This suggests a different set of priorities, where metals were reserved for beauty, identity, or communication with the divine, while stone and wood remained the primary tools of war and labor. This distinction also challenges assumptions about technological progress. Societies that could create gold masks with lost wax casting did not always choose to make metal swords or plows. Innovation was not always directed toward conquest or production. It could be directed toward meaning, symbolism, and form. In recent years, the study of ancient metallurgy in the Americas has grown more interdisciplinary. Chemists analyze the composition of alloys. Anthropologists explore the cultural contexts of metal use. Indigenous communities contribute oral histories and traditional knowledge. Together, these perspectives reveal a landscape of invention more varied, more local, and more complex than previously imagined. Metals in the Americas were not merely inherited from the Old World. They were discovered, mastered, and reshaped independently. They emerged in different environments for different reasons and with different ends in mind. And though the great empires of the Inca and the Aztec would later carry metallurgy to new heights, they were not its originators. They were its inheritors. Scattered across river valleys, high plateaus, and coastal plains are the remnants of smelting fires and hammered sheets, the faint marks of hands that worked with elements drawn from deep within the earth. Their voices may be quiet, but their legacy remains, etched into ornaments, folded into burial cloths, and alloyed into the forgotten brilliance of tools and jewelry now housed in museums or buried beneath layers of earth. And as we look more closely at these artifacts, we find not only skill, but something more subtle, a memory of fire, form, and thought, a tradition of making that did not seek permanence, but achieved it nonetheless. In the rhythm of hammer and flame across the expanse of two continents, ancient hands shaped the metal of the world, not to conquer it, but to speak through it. And even now, that voice can still be heard if we take the time to listen. Amid the desert plain of southeastern Iran, not far from the Helmand River and beneath the sun-baked earth of the Sistan Basin, lie the remains of a city that once shimmered with life, known today as Shahar-e-Suk, the Burnt City. This ancient settlement stood as a beacon of innovation during the early Bronze Age, though long buried and largely forgotten until modern excavations began. Its ruins speak of a civilization far ahead of its time. Here, between dust and stone, archaeologists have uncovered not only dwellings and workshops, but a society that practiced surgical procedures, planned its neighborhoods with methodical care, and in one instance may have experimented with the very concept of moving images. Shahara-Sut rose around 3,200 billion CE and flourished for nearly a millennium before its abrupt and unexplained decline. Its location was once strategic, perched along ancient trade routes that linked the Iranian plateau with the civilizations of the Indus Valley and Mesopotamia. Goods, ideas, and craftsmanship moved through this corridor, enriching a city that was neither a vassal of Sumer nor a satellite of the Harappans, but an independent hub with its own culture, language, and trajectory. The site spans over 150 hectares divided into 4 distinct sectors: residential zones, an industrial district, a monumental area likely used for public or administrative purposes, and a large cemetery that has yielded over 40,000 burials. This scale suggests a city of complexity with governance, economy, and infrastructure sufficient to support a substantial population. There are signs of zoning, deliberate water management, and planned streets, features not always expected in settlements of such antiquity. One of the most compelling discoveries to emerge from Shahara-Sut is the skeleton of a young woman who'd undergone what appears to be brain surgery. Her skull bears the mark of a precise trepidation, a removal of a section of the cranial bone. This was not a crude or symbolic attempt. It shows signs of healing, indicating that she survived the operation for a period afterward. At more than 4,000 years old, this case predates similar surgeries in Greece and Egypt by centuries. It reflects not just technical capability, but a cultural framework where the body could be treated, where illness or trauma was not always met with resignation. Nearby, in a grave belonging to a young girl, archaeologists found an artifact that continues to spark fascination. A small circular clay disc etched with sequential images of a goat leaping toward a tree and eating leaves. When the disc is spun rapidly, the drawings create the illusion of motion, a rudimentary animation more than 3,000 years before the development of cinema. While the object may have served other functions, such as storytelling or ritual, the potential intent to simulate movement points to a society not just capable of abstract thought, but eager to explore perception and visual play. But the city was not only advanced in medicine and art. It was a center of production and craftsmanship. Excavations have uncovered workshops filled with tools, kilns, and unfinished goods. The people of Shahara-Sut crafted fine pottery, worked with semi-precious stones like lapis lazuli and turquoise, and manufactured intricate combs and cosmetic items. Some of the pottery bears geometric patterns that remain vivid after thousands of years, a testament to their skill and control of the firing process. Perhaps most surprising is the discovery of an artificial eyeball found in the skull of a female skeleton. This object, an orb made of light material, likely a mixture of bitumen and plant fiber, was carefully placed in the eye socket. A golden thread held it in place, and faint lines etched on its surface mimic blood vessels, though not a functional prosthetic in the modern sense. Its placement and detail suggest a ceremonial or aesthetic purpose, crafted with reverence and imagination. The burial practices of Shahara-Sut offer further insight into the values and organization of its people. Some graves were simple with little adornment. Others were elaborate with goods that reflected the deceased's role in society. The presence of mirrors, sewing kits, and tools in both male and female burials hints at a division of labor based not solely on gender, but possibly on specialization. Children were often buried with care. Their small graves are marked with offerings, dolls, or symbols of protection. Trade was central to the city's prosperity. Artifacts of Mesopotamian origin have been found on site, as well as seals and ceramics, linking Shahara-Sut to the Indus Valley. Its location near a seasonal river allowed for agriculture, but also exposed it to the whims of the environment. Droughts, floods, or changes in river flow may have played a role in the city's ultimate abandonment. The name of the burnt city was not assigned by its original inhabitants, but by modern archaeologists. Layers of ash and charred debris found across the site indicate that fire swept through the city on more than one occasion. Whether these were accidental blazes, the result of conflict, or part of ritual cleansing remains debated. There is no direct evidence of war or widespread violence. The city appears to have been left behind gradually rather than erased in a single catastrophic moment. And yet, despite its clear sophistication, Shah's suit vanished. By around 1800 BCE, its structures were no longer maintained. Trade routes shifted. Climatic conditions worsened. The reasons remain speculative, but the legacy of the city lingers in the artifacts that have emerged from the dust. Its discovery challenges simplistic narratives about the spread of civilization. For years, histories of urbanism and scientific development focused on Egypt, Mesopotamia, and later the Indus Valley. Shahar-e-Zuk stands apart. It shows that urban life, intellectual curiosity, and technical innovation were emerging simultaneously across a wide geographical range, often independent of one another. Even now, only a fraction of the city has been excavated. With each new season of research, more details surface. House layouts reveal clues about family life. Tools suggest shifts in labor and technique. Decorative objects, some worn from use, hint at fashion and identity. All of it points toward a culture that balanced practicality with creativity, that saw the body and mind as worthy of attention, and that viewed the city not just as shelter, but as a canvas for communal life. There are no surviving texts from Shahar-Sukt. If the people used a form of writing, it is yet to be found. Their voice comes through clay and bone, through the careful shaping of objects left behind. Yet, it is enough to build a picture of a society that was organized, expressive, and deeply human. The dry desert air that once helped preserve the artificial eye, the girl's animated disc, and the surgeon's careful interpretation also preserves a question. Why did it all stop? Why did such a flourishing, capable city fade without being absorbed into another empire without leaving behind a successor? Some speculate that ecological changes made the land unsustainable. Others propose that the shifting tides of trade bypassed the region, cutting the city off from its lifeblood. Disease, migration, or slow erosion of resources may have worn away at its strength. Whatever the cause, its decline was not immediate. The last residents of Shahar-e-Sukt may have lived in smaller clusters, maintaining traditions as best they could, watching once busy streets fall quiet. Today, the site is protected, recognized for its historical value and the mystery it holds. Excavations continue cautiously peeling back layers of time. And though many questions remain unanswered, each discovery affirms what the ruins already suggest, that Shahak was a city of thinkers and makers, of caregivers and explorers, of people who looked beyond survival and into meaning. Beneath the sun of modern Iran, the burnt city rests once more, quiet, but never truly forgotten. Its streets are buried, its people long gone. But its artifacts speak softly still, preserved in earth and memory, reminding us that brilliance often blooms where we least expect it. High in the cliffs along the left bank of the Kura River, where the valleys of southern Georgia begin to narrow into rocky corridors, a fortress of stone lies embedded in the mountainside. At first glance, the landscape seems quiet, shaped only by time and erosion. But look closer, and the walls themselves seem to breathe with memory. Carved into the rock face are hundreds of openings, rooms, staircases, corridors, and galleries winding through the mountain in a labyrinth of human creation. This is Vardzia, a cave monastery and city complex built by hand, hidden in the cliffs and still holding secrets beneath its surface. Construction of Vardzia began in the 12th century during the reign of King George III of Georgia. It was his daughter, Queen Tamar, one of the most revered monarchs in Georgian history, who would see the complex expanded into a fully functioning stronghold of faith, culture, and refuge. Under her rule, beginning around 1184, Vardzia blossomed into not only a spiritual center, but a symbol of Georgian identity and resilience. Unlike other cities that rise from the earth with towers and gates, Vardzia was built inward. Its halls were excavated from solid rock, creating a honeycomb of chambers concealed within the mountain dot. By the end of the 12th century, the site included over 600 rooms stretched across 13 levels. These spaces served multiple purposes: monastic cells, chapels, libraries, dining halls, bakeries, wine cellars, and defensive stations. At the heart of the complex stood the Church of the Dorm Mission. Its stone was not hauled in from outside, though it was sculpted from the very mountain itself. The sanctuary hollowed into a chamber where walls and ceilings became canvases. Inside, frescoes were painted directly onto the rock's surface, their pigments holding to the volcanic stone for centuries. These paintings, still remarkably preserved, depict scenes from the life of Christ, portraits of saints, and notably a depiction of Queen Tamar herself, robed in regal attire, holding a cross in one hand and a church in the other. The fresco do more than decorate, they narrate. They give voice to the aspirations of those who built Vardzia, telling a story of faith, unity, and defiance. In a region frequently threatened by invasion, from Seljuk Turks to Mongol armies, Vardzia was both sanctuary and statement. Carved deep into the earth, it was designed to be invisible to passing armies, difficult to assault, and self-sustaining in times of siege. Water channels were carved through stone to bring fresh spring water from the mountains to the chambers below. Grain storage pits were embedded in the rock floor. Wineries equipped with traditional Georgian cowrie vessels allowed for the production and storage of wine, a critical part of religious practice and local culture. This was no temporary hideout. Vardzia was a living city prepared to endure. The full extent of the network remains incompletely mapped. While over 500 chambers are known and accessible today, researchers believe many more lie hidden, sealed by collapses, erosion, or the passage of time. Oral traditions speak of secret tunnels running deep into the mountain, of escape routes and underground sanctuaries that could shelter entire communities. Some accounts suggest passages that led across the valley or connected to other settlements. Though these stories remain unverified, the complexity of the known sections lends credence to the idea that much of Vardzia still lies waiting. In 1386, disaster struck. An earthquake shook the region, tearing open the southern cliff face and exposing much of the previously hidden complex to the outside world. Dozens of rooms were destroyed. Portions of the complex crumbled and fell into the river gorge below. In the centuries that followed, invasions further damaged the site and the monastic community slowly dwindled. Vardzia faded from a living city into a monument of memory. Yet even as it declined, the core remained. Monks continued to inhabit its chambers, carrying forward rituals and traditions. The Church of the Dorm Mission was preserved, its fresco watched over, its sacred spaces kept intact. To this day, a small group of monks still reside within the complex, tending to its history with quiet devotion. Archaeological efforts in recent decades have helped illuminate Vardzia's past. Researchers have cataloged architectural features, restored damaged fresco, and analyzed water systems and food storage areas. But the full scope of its design still eludes complete understanding. The complexity of its internal layout, spiraling corridors, vertical shafts, and multi-level chambers makes traditional mapping a challenge. Efforts to digitally scan the site using laser technology have begun, revealing new passageways and structural nuances that were previously overlooked. What makes Vardzia extraordinary is not merely its construction, but its coherence. Unlike many cave settlements that grew piecemeal over time, Vadzia shows signs of deliberate, large-scale planning. The alignment of rooms, the integration of the water system, the structural balance all suggest a single vision guiding its development. Engineers and masons must have worked in close collaboration with religious leaders and state authorities to ensure both function and symbolism were achieved. The spiritual role of Visa cannot be separated from its physical form. The decision to build into the mountain reflects a theological worldview where nature and sanctity were inseparable. The mountain was not an obstacle. L'obstacle. It was a vessel, a living stone into which belief could be etched. The act of carving churches and homes from its body was itself an expression of reverence. The darkness of the chambers, the coolness of the stone, the filtered shafts of light all contributed to an atmosphere of contemplation, humility, and permanence. Legends about Queen Tamar are still told in the region. One speaks of a secret tunnel used by the queen to escape during an invasion, a passage whose entrance has never been found. Another tells of her traveling to Vardaya in disguise, walking among the monks to test their devotion. Whether true or not, these stories reflect how deeply the site is intertwined with identity, national, spiritual, and historical. Despite its partial ruin, Vardsia continues to draw visitors, pilgrims, historians, and travelers drawn by curiosity or awe. The walk through its chambers is unlike any other. There are no grand facades or golden domes. Instead, there are narrow stone corridors, low arched ceilings, and steps worn smooth by centuries of feet. The silence carries a different kind of resonance, not empty, but weighty, filled with the presence of those who once prayed, worked, and lived within these walls. The mystery of the unmapped sections adds to the allure. In some areas, doorways end in collapse with stone walls sealing off what lies beyond. In others, ladders descend into dark shafts that have yet to be fully explored. Each turn of the corridor raises the possibility of discovery. An untouched chamber, a hidden chapel, perhaps a forgotten library. Preservation efforts continue, though the challenges are many. The same geological processes that once protected Vadzia now threaten it. Water erosion, freeze-thaw cycles, and human impact have all taken their toll. Restoration teams must work delicately, balancing access with conservation. Meanwhile, researchers continue to analyze the construction techniques used, hoping to learn how the original builders balanced strength with delicacy in carving through soft.
How the original builders balanced strength with delicacy in carving through soft volcanic tuff. Vadzia is not the only cave complex in the region. Similar, though smaller, settlements dot the Caucasus, some predating Vezina by centuries, but none match its scale or integration. It remains a singular achievement, the culmination of a cultural moment where faith, architecture, and geography aligned. Its unfinished story adds to its power. The mystery of what lies behind its sealed tunnels, the possibility of entire sections still waiting to be found, and the unanswered question of how its creators conceived such an intricate world beneath stone. These elements ensure Vardya is more than a relic. It is a living mystery, one that still invites exploration. Contemplation and wonder. As dusk falls across the cliffs and the Kura River glides quietly through the valley below, the rock face of Vadzia catches the last light of day. Its openings glow faintly like ancient eyes watching the passage of centuries. Within, the air remains cool, the chambers quiet. And in that hush, there is still a sense of motion, not of footsteps or tools, but of time itself, brushing gently against the carved walls, carrying forward a story still being written. Amid the wide deserts of northwestern Saudi Arabia, where dry winds brush across vast plains and sandstone outcrops rise like stranded ships from an ocean of sand, lies a place carved not only by nature, but by ancient hands with remarkable precision. Madain Sala, once known as Hegra, is a city etched into rock, a monument to a forgotten civilization whose echoes remain faint but undeniable. Often referred to as the Petra of the North, this Nabatean city is less renowned than its southern counterpart in Jordan, but no less astonishing in scope, scale, or mystery. The Nabateans, a Semitic people whose wealth and influence peaked between the 4th century BCE and the 1st century CE built a trading empire that spanned deserts, mountain ranges, and caravan routes. They became masters of the terrain, using natural features to their advantage and developing techniques to harvest and store water in some of the driest landscapes on Earth. While Petra served as their capital and spiritual heart, Madi Sala represented their reach, an outpost that was not only functional but ceremonial, filled with ornate facades and evidence of a refined urban culture. The site is located in the Alula region, once a critical junction between the Arabian Peninsula and the Levant. It was ideally situated along the incense trade route, which carried valuable resins like frankincense and myrrh from southern Arabia to the Mediterranean world. This trade formed the lifeblood of Nabatean prosperity. In time, wealth translated into architecture, and the sandstone cliffs of Hegra became canvases for literary art and carved symbols of status. Today, more than 100 tombs remain, hewn into the reddish stone with geometric precision. These are not caves chipped crudely from rock. They are monumental facades, some reaching heights of over 50 ft, with columns, pediments, and inscriptions carved directly into the cliff faces. Each tomb belonged to an individual or a family. Their entrances are sealed by slabs that once bore warnings or blessings written in the Nabatean script. The largest of these is Casa Alfred, the lonely castle, which stands apart from the rest, carved into a solitary boulder. Its facade, unfinished at the base, allows modern visitors to witness the technique of its makers. How they began at the top and worked downward, chiseling with symmetry and discipline. Though it was never completed, Casa Alfred stands as an emblem of Nabatean skill. Its smooth lines, symmetrical design, and commanding presence in the desert landscape speak to a cultural aesthetic that favored harmony between architecture and geology. Unlike many ancient cities that have crumbled with time, Madi Sala's tombs remain remarkably intact. The dryness of the environment helped preserve their surfaces, and for centuries, the area lay largely forgotten by major powers. The lack of urban development above or around the site protected it from the disturbances that often erase archaeological layers. What we have today is a window, still half closed, into a society that once held sway across a vast and challenging land. The Nabateans themselves remain something of a riddle. They left behind stunning architecture and robust inscriptions, yet few written records about their internal politics or daily lives. Most of what is known comes from external sources, Greek and Roman accounts, as well as interpretations of their material culture. Their language, though Semitic, incorporated influences from neighboring civilizations. Their religion blended local deities with Gnostic iconography. Their tombs, while unique, also borrowed motifs from Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Persia. This cultural synthesis points to a society deeply engaged with the world beyond its borders. A merchant who dealt not only in goods but in ideas. And yet, for all this exchange, they managed to maintain an identity distinct from the empires around them. They remained independent for centuries, resisting Roman incorporation until 106 CE, when Emperor Trajan annexed Nabatea and folded it into the province of Arabia Petra. After Roman control was established, the trade routes shifted. Maritime shipping along the Red Sea began to eclipse the overland caravan trails that had made cities like Madi and Salar thrive. Slowly, the importance of Hegra diminished. The city was not destroyed in conquest. It faded, forgotten as political power and commerce moved elsewhere. Archaeological excavations have revealed more than just tombs. Portions of a once active city have been unearthed. Remnants of dwellings, installations for water storage and agricultural infrastructure. Deep beneath the modern desert floor, stone channels run like veins, part of an elaborate system of systems and reservoirs designed to catch and preserve the rare rainfall that reached this part of the Arabian Peninsula. Such engineering reflects not only survival instincts but long-term planning, a commitment to permanence. Within the tombs, inscriptions provide names, dates, and sometimes legal statements. These writings, though brief, offer glimpses into Nabatean customs surrounding death and burial. Tombs were often owned communally by families, and usage was regulated by agreements carved into the rock itself. Violators were threatened not just with curses but with fines. Some inscriptions include prices paid for the carving of the tomb or restrictions on who could be interred there. They are documents of memory, but also of property and social order. Curiously, there is no confirmed temple at the site. Unlike Petra, which includes grand ceremonial complexes like the Casa Alban, Madi Sala appears to lack a clearly identified place of worship. Whether one existed and remains undiscovered, or whether rituals were conducted in open-air settings remains unclear. This absence fuels speculation about what form of religious life prevailed at Hegra and how central it was to the city's function. In recent years, new technologies have allowed archaeologists to study the site without disturbing it. Ground-penetrating radar and 3D laser scanning have revealed substructures and hidden chambers beneath the sand and stone. Some tombs that appear modest on the outside conceal multiple levels or hidden niches within. These discoveries suggest that the surface tells only part of the story, that much of Hegra remains concealed beneath centuries of sediment. In local folklore, Madian Saleh has long been associated with the Tamud, a pre-Islamic people mentioned in the Quran. According to tradition, they were punished for disobedience, and their rocky dwellings were left behind as a warning. For this reason, many avoided the site for centuries, regarding it with superstition. This may have contributed to its preservation, shielding it from extensive looting or alteration. Today, that perception is shifting. Madi Saleh has been designated as Saudi Arabia's first UNESCO World Heritage Site, and efforts to conserve and study the city have expanded. Restoration teams work to preserve fragile inscriptions. Specialists monitor erosion and manage tourist access, but the site is still vast and much remains unexplored. Whole sectors lie untouched by excavation, and new finds continue to reshape understanding of how the Nabateans lived, worshipped, and governed themselves. Even in its current state, the city retains a powerful atmosphere. Visitors often remark on the quiet that surrounds the tombs, not a silence of abandonment, but a calm rooted in the landscape itself. The sheer cliffs, the flat plains, the ever-changing desert light all seem to cradle the architecture, protecting it not just from time but from forgetting. There is something elemental about Madi Saleh. Its buildings are not imposed upon the earth but coaxed from it. The Nabateans chose not to construct in defiance of nature but in dialogue with it. Their facades are both boundaries and invitations, thresholds between the living and the dead, between the desert and the sacred. The artistry carved into rock speaks not of haste or conquest, but of patience and permanence, and still questions linger. How did a civilization so advanced in engineering, so fluent in cultural exchange, leave behind so few written records? What lay in the buildings now buried? How far beneath the sand do the unexcavated chambers go? And what might still rest inside them? In the end, Madi Saleh is not simply an echo of Petra. It is its own statement, a northern capital, Arari city, a crossroads where stone and memory converge. Its existence broadens the story of the Nabateans, showing that their brilliance was not confined to a single city, but radiated across a wider, more connected landscape. As daylight softens over the Alula region and the temperature drops, the stone faces of Hegra take on a golden hue. Columns and pediments glow briefly before fading into dusk. No sound disturbs the air, but the wind brushes over open sand. The tombs remain still, but their presence is unmistakable. Etched into cliffs, standing watch as they have for nearly 2,000 years, holding a past still waiting to be fully revealed. In the southeastern highlands of Zimbabwe, nestled between rolling granite hills and winding savas, lies a complex of stone ruins that rises from the earth like the remains of a forgotten kingdom. Known as Great Zimbabwe, this ancient city is composed of walls, towers, and enclosures built entirely without mortar. Massive dry stone structures that defy erosion and expectation alike. For centuries, the true origins of these ruins were obscured by myth, colonial prejudice, and neglect. And even now, though much has been learned, many questions remain unanswered. Who exactly lived within these walls? How was such a feat of engineering achieved? And why did this once great city fall into decline and silence? Great Zimbabwe takes its name from the Shona word Zimbudza Mwe, meaning houses of stone. It was not a singular structure, but a sprawling urban center with its influence extending across more than 700 hectares at its peak. Archaeologists date its construction and occupation from approximately 1100 CE to around 1500 CE. At its height, it may have housed as many as 20,000 people, an impressive number for a pre-industrial settlement in Sub-Sahara and Africa. The city is divided into three main architectural zones: the hill complex, the great enclosure, and the valley ruins. Each section served distinct social, political, and ceremonial functions. The hill complex is perched atop a steep granite outcrop, its walls and platforms wrapping tightly around natural stone formations. This elevated area likely housed rulers or priests, and it commands sweeping views of the surrounding plains. From here, signals could have been seen for miles, suggesting not only a strategic advantage, but symbolic authority. The great enclosure located further below remains one of the most striking features of the site. Its outer wall is nearly 11 m high in places and stretches over 200 m in circumference. Inside, a series of smaller walls, narrow passageways, and conical towers unfold in a layout that appears both deliberate and abstract. The purpose of these towers and enclosed spaces has yet to be definitively determined. Some believe they were purely ceremonial. Others suggest they may have stored grain or marked social hierarchy. What is clear is that the planning required mathematical knowledge, a keen sense of balance, and exceptional construction skills. The masonry of Great Zimbabwe is among the most impressive in Africa. Granite blocks were shaped and laid with remarkable precision without the use of mortar. Each stone was selected and trimmed to fit perfectly alongside the next, forming solid walls that have withstood the passage of centuries. The courses are horizontal, sometimes slightly curved, giving the walls both strength and elegance. No crude piles of rubble here. These are engineered structures built with care and intention. Despite early efforts by colonial-era scholars to deny the African origins of the city, the evidence is unequivocal. Great Zimbabwe was built by indigenous Bantu-speaking people, most likely ancestors of the modern Shona. The tools, pottery, and inscriptions found within the ruins are consistent with other sites in the region. Oral traditions passed down through generations further affirm this connection. Still, for decades, the site's grandeur challenged entrenched ideas about the scope of sub-Saharan African civilization. It was too complex, too large, too advanced for those unwilling to accept that African societies could produce monumental architecture and govern sophisticated polities. Artifacts discovered at Great Zimbabwe suggest it was not an isolated settlement, but part of a wide-reaching network of trade and cultural exchange. Beads of glass from India, coins from Arabia, and porcelain from China have all been unearthed here, indicating that goods moved along vast overland and maritime trade routes. Gold, ivory, and cattle were likely among the major exports. The nearby Mutap state, which rose as Great Zimbabwe declined, would go on to control much of this regional commerce, but its foundations were laid here in stone and soil. The social structure of Great Zimbabwe remains a subject of ongoing study. The layout suggests social stratification. Elites occupying the raised and enclosed areas, commoners living in the more open valley spaces. Structures made of dagger, a mixture of clay and gravel, once filled the spaces between stone walls. These homes, though long since eroded, point to a densely inhabited city full of life and activity. One of the most enduring mysteries is the purpose behind the conical tower within the great enclosure. Nearly 10 m tall and solid throughout, it serves no obvious functional role. Some suggest it symbolizes a granary, a display of abundance and prosperity. Others interpret it as a spiritual or astronomical marker. Its presence, central and undeniable, invites speculation about symbolism, ritual, and cosmology, but its silence persists. There is also ambiguity about why Great Zimbabwe was abandoned. By the late 15th century, the city was in decline. The reasons are likely multiple. Environmental degradation may have played a role. Deforestation, overgrazing, or soil exhaustion could have weakened its agricultural base. Shifting trade routes might have reduced its economic power. Political upheaval or internal conflict cannot be ruled out, but no single catastrophe appears to have destroyed the city. It was not razed by foreign armies. It simply waned. Its people are gradually relocating to new centers of power. Even in decline, the site retains spiritual importance. For the Shona people, the ruins are not merely remnants of a political capital, but a sacred landscape tied to ancestral spirits and cultural identity. Traditional beliefs hold that the land itself holds memory, that the stones are more than architectural features, but witnesses. Some sacred areas remain protected from excavation out of respect for these traditions, creating a rare collaboration between archaeology and living culture. The rediscovery of Great Zimbabwe by European explorers in the 19th century sparked both fascination and distortion. Early reports were infused with disbelief that Africans could have constructed such a city. Theories flourished that linked the ruins to Phoenicians, Egyptians, or even biblical figures like the Queen of Sheba. These claims, often driven by colonial ideology, have long been discredited, but their legacy lingers. It was not until the 19th century that African scholars and communities began reclaiming the narrative of Great Zimbabwe's true origins. Since then, preservation efforts have advanced, though challenges remain. The site is expansive, vulnerable to erosion, and occasionally threatened by development. Conservationists must balance tourism with protection. Meanwhile, researchers continue to map excavated areas, study building techniques, and explore the wider regional network of related sites. The legacy of Great Zimbabwe is visible not just in stone, but in national identity. The very name of the modern country, adopted at independence in 1980, honors the site. The Zimbabwe bird, a soapstone sculpture found among the ruins, has become a national symbol appearing on flags, currency, and public monuments. It stands as a reminder that the past need not be distant or abstract, but alive in memory and meaning. As evening draws over the Zimbabwean highlands, and the last light casts long lines against the dry stone walls, the ruins seem to soften. The great enclosure settles into shadow. the conical tower stands firm against time. Wind moves through the valley, unbroken by walls that were never meant to dominate, only to shelter and elevate. Within these spaces, once filled with music, ritual, trade, and diplomacy, only questions remain, not because nothing is known, but because so much still invites wonder. Who sat at the top of the hill and gazed down at the Valley of Homes? What voices echoed through the stone corridors? What stories were told beside the granaries or beneath the stars? The answers are incomplete, but they rest in the stones themselves, in the fit of each block, in the curve of each wall, in the silence that speaks without needing to be filled. Great Zimbabwe is not just an architectural marvel. It is a cultural mirror reflecting both the achievements of its builders and the stories we choose to tell about the past. And though the people who shaped it have long since moved on, the city remains a monument not to conquest or collapse, but to creativity, complexity, and endurance born from the soil of Africa itself. A sword recovered from the depths of an old river, its blade barely rusted, bears an inscription that speaks louder than the quiet centuries it has rested through. Across its surface, the name Alber appears, etched cleanly into the metal with a level of precision rarely seen in early medieval weaponry. This wasn't just a weapon. It was a statement of prestige, technology, and mystery. The Ulfert swords are among the most technically advanced weapons to emerge from Viking Age Europe, forged with a quality that would not be rivaled for hundreds of years, and yet the true source of their exceptional craftsmanship remains unknown. Between the 9th and 11th centuries, blades carrying the Ulfert mark appeared across the northern and central regions of Europe. They were found buried alongside Viking warriors, resting beneath monastic libraries and hidden near rivers as if hastily discarded or ritually deposited. Some were discovered intact, others in fragmented pieces, but all carried the same enigmatic inscription. The name itself suggests Frankish origin, likely linked to the monasteries of Francia, perhaps even to Fuller, a prominent center of religious and cultural life. But no records confirm who Albert was, or whether it was a person, a guild, or simply a brand of legendary renown. What sets these swords apart is not merely the name they bear, but the steel they were made from. Most swords of early medieval Europe were forged using bloomery iron, a process that produced metal of uneven quality. This iron contained slag, non-metallic inclusions that weakened the blade and required time-consuming techniques to fold and weld the material into a usable form. The Ulfbert swords, by contrast, exhibit characteristics of crucible steel. Their carbon content is unusually high and uniformly distributed, resulting in blades that were harder, more flexible, and far more durable than anything else available in their time. Crucible steel, known in later centuries as wood, required iron to be melted at extremely high temperatures and mixed with carbon-rich materials in sealed clay containers. The process allowed impurities to separate, leaving a purer and more resilient alloy behind. This technology was known in parts of India and Persia as early as the 3rd century BCE. But there is no clear evidence that European smiths of the Viking Age possessed the means to replicate it, and yet somehow Ulfert swords exhibit qualities that match or even exceed that standard. Some researchers propose that these swords, or at least the steel used to create them, originated through long-distance dance trade. The Vikings, known for their vast maritime networks, reached far into the east through the rivers of what is now Russia, connecting with the Islamic world and beyond. Along these routes, it is possible they acquired ingots of crucible steel, which were then forged into swords by master artisans in Europe. Others believe the swords themselves may have been imported and simply rehilted or inscribed locally, but the metallurgy tells a more complicated story. Laboratory analysis using modern tools such as scanning electron microscopes and spectroscopy has revealed a consistent pattern across genuine Ulbert swords, a carbon content close to 1%, an absence of slag, and microscopic structures indicative of high-temperature smelting techniques. These features are far beyond the capabilities of early European forges, which lacked the furnaces or understanding to reach the necessary temperatures. The presence of these blades suggests either the transfer of lost knowledge or a hidden source of production that has never been identified in the archaeological record. Yet not all swords bearing the Ulfbert name are created equal. Some, while visually similar and similarly inscribed, were made using traditional bloomery iron. Their construction was cruder, their performance inferior, and their inscriptions often sloppily rendered or misspelled. These are believed to be counterfeits, imitations crafted by less-skilled smiths who sought to capitalize on the prestige of the Ulfert name. This phenomenon hints at an early form of brand recognition and forgery, evidence that even during the 9th century, warriors were aware of and willing to pay more for high-quality steel. The existence of both authentic and counterfeit Ulfert swords has sparked ongoing debate among historians and metallurgists alike. Was there a single origin point for the true Ulfar blades? Were they the product of a monastic forge, as some have suggested, perhaps protected and passed down among an elite order of craftsmen? Or did they arrive through trade from far-off regions, the name applied later by those who recognized their superiority? No conclusive answers have emerged. The distribution of these swords further complicates the picture. They have been found from Norway to Hungary, from Iceland to northern Spain. Their owners were not limited to nobles or kings. Some were buried with minor warriors, suggesting that the swords filtered down through layers of society, either as prized possessions or inherited heirlooms. Some appeared in graves alongside Christian symbols, while others were uncovered near pagan ritual sites. The swords crossed borders of both geography and belief, their presence unbound by cultural or political allegiance. A few historical references may offer fragments of context. In Carolinian law codes from the late 8th and early 9th centuries, certain weapons were banned from being exported to foreign lands, especially to the north. This suggests that the Franks were well aware of the military power such blades could confer. Whether the Ulfert swords fall under this category remains speculative, but it adds a layer of intrigue. Could these have been the very weapons forbidden to leave the realm? The secrecy around their production, intentional or accidental, also plays into their legend. No known forge site has been linked definitively to the manufacturer of Ulfbert swords. Unlike later centers of arms production such as Todo or Solingen, the workshops that birthed these blades left no mark in writing or archaeology. This silence may indicate deliberate concealment of trade secrets, or simply the passage of time erasing all trace. These inconsistencies have led some scholars to believe that Ulbert was not a person at all, but a kind of trademark passed down or replicated by a series of smiths over generations. Others argue that the name belonged to a real individual whose methods were lost after his death, prompting others to mimic his success without fully understanding the metallurgy behind it. Whether the blades were made by one workshop or many, what matters is the undeniable fact that they stood centuries ahead of their time. The edge retention, flexibility, and resilience of these swords surpassed even those made during the later medieval period. While modern metallurgy can replicate and understand such properties now for hundreds of years, these blades remained an anomaly, blades of legend that seemed impossible. Perhaps the greatest mystery surrounding the Ulfbert swords is how easily their secret vanished. If a group of smiths truly mastered the art of crucible steel in 9th century Europe, why did the knowledge not survive? Why was it not passed on, refined, or expanded upon? Why did European sword-making largely regress into traditional bloomery methods for several more centuries? Some believe the answer lies in the political and religious shifts of the time. The collapse of central authority in many regions during the post-Carolingian period, combined with the growing consolidation of power in church hands, may have disrupted trade networks and knowledge transmission. If the Ulfert blades relied on imported steel, and if that supply was lost due to conflict or isolation, the ability to reproduce them would have disappeared alongside it. Yet fragments of the secret remain, etched into the iron, waiting in museum cases and excavation sites, stubbornly refusing to explain themselves. Every time one of these swords is discovered, claimed, and studied, it raises more questions than answers. Each new test confirms the superiority of the material, but leaves the origin unclear. The Ulfert swords are reminders that history is never as linear or as simple as textbooks suggest. Technology is not always a straight progression, and knowledge can be lost as easily as it is gained. A warrior gripping such a blade over 1,000 years ago might have known nothing of carbon content or crucible temperatures, but he would have known one thing without doubt. His sword was better than the rest, and somewhere along the banks of a northern river, or beneath the quiet layers of an ancient battlefield, another Ulfert may still lie buried, not with fanfare, not with ceremony, but with the weight of a mystery that refuses to fade. Across the sandy slopes of the Pisco Bay in southern Peru, there lies an enormous figure etched into the arid face of a hillside. Measuring over 200 feet tall and more than 10 ft deep in places, this gigantic geoglyph appears unmistakably deliberate. Its long central shaft splits into 3 outstretched arms like the branches of a candelabrum, or perhaps the prongs of a trident. No one can say for certain what it is meant to represent. No one can say for certain who made it, and no one knows why it was carved into a sloping hill that overlooks the sea. This is the Paracas candelabra, a geoglyph that has long baffled archaeologists, explorers, and seafarers alike. Unlike the more widely known Nazca lines located farther inland, this immense design is visible not from the air, but from miles out at sea. Its position on a hillside makes it a landmark to approaching vessels. Its pale lines cut into the dark volcanic soil of the Paracas Peninsula. Despite centuries of erosion from wind and coastal mist, the image remains remarkably intact. a quiet monument whose creators left no inscription, no nearby structure, and no obvious explanation. Some have proposed that the candelabra was intended as a navigational aid. Sailors crossing the waters of the Pacific along Peru's rugged coastline would have seen the figure as they approached land. Its high visibility, particularly in the bright sun of the dry desert, would have made it a valuable point of reference. Yet, if this was its sole purpose, the form is oddly elaborate. A simple directional marker might have sufficed. Instead, the creators carved a shape with almost ritualistic symmetry. 3 branches ending in rounded bulbs, a long central spine deeply gouged into the earth, and smaller lines that suggest intentional flourishes. Measuring the geoglyph reveals just how enormous it is. The central shaft alone extends nearly 300 ft, while each sidearm stretches more than 100 ft from tip to base. The trenches that form the figure were carved deep enough to resist erosion, suggesting an understanding of the terrain and its harsh winds. This area of coastal Peru receives almost no rainfall, which has helped preserve the image for over 2,000 years. That time frame, though, only deepens the mystery. The nearby Paracas culture flourished between approximately 800 BCE and 200 BCE, making them the most likely candidates for the geoglyph's creators. The Paracas people are known for their elaborate textiles, advanced medical practices, including early forms of cranial surgery and unique Morty traditions. Their necropolises discovered nearby reveal burial bundles containing finely woven shrouds, vivid dyes, and ornamented remains. Yet nowhere among their preserved artifacts is there a direct reference to the candelabra figure, nor to any form of similar monumental earthworks. Unlike the Nazca lines, which depict animals, plants, and fantastical creatures arranged across flat plains, the Paracas candelabra is alone in its form and placement. There is no accompanying iconography, no matching design on pottery, no murals or carvings that duplicate its image. This isolation raises questions. Was it a sacred symbol meant only for the gods to see from above, a tribal emblem, a marker of territory or power? Or was it something far more functional, perhaps tied to the stars or even the shifting winds? One theory posits that the geoglyph was connected to astronomical observation. The branches of the figure, when aligned with specific points on the horizon, may correspond with the position of constellations or solar movements during key times of the year. The Paracas people, like many ancient cultures, tracked celestial bodies with precision, weaving cosmic symbols into their textiles and shaping their religious rituals around solstices. Yet attempts to link the candelabra with known solar or stellar alignments have produced conflicting results. Its angle does not cleanly match the sunrise or sunset at solstices, nor does it seem to point to a fixed constellation. If it served an astronomical function, it remains one not yet fully understood. Some have speculated that the design represents the trident of Viralsha, the pre-Incan creator god who was worshipped across the Andean region. According to later mythologies, Virachia emerged from the Pacific Ocean and traveled inland, bringing order and civilization. His symbol was said to be a 3-pronged staff, often depicted in later Incan iconography. If this tradition stretches back to the time of the Paracas, it could suggest that the geoglyph served as a religious tribute, perhaps a marker of divine arrival or a sacred boundary between sea and land. Yet others see the candelabra not as a religious or navigational tool, but as a signal of a different kind. The placement on a high coastal hill, its visibility from the sea, and its strange resemblance to European candelabra shapes have led to more speculative theories. Some fringe researchers have suggested the figure was meant to communicate with travelers from afar, whether human or not. Though lacking evidence, these interpretations speak to the power of the image. Its ambiguity invites imagination. Its scale demands attention. During the 16th and 17th centuries, Spanish chroniclers noted the presence of the strange hillside figure while sailing along the coast, though they recorded little else about it. Later, during the 18th and 19th centuries, European explorers described it as a mysterious relic of a lost civilization. Yet throughout these observations, the locals offered little in the way of explanation. There were no enduring oral traditions about its construction, no stories passed down through generations. If its meaning was once known, that knowledge had long since faded. Attempts to date the Paracas candelabra rely largely on indirect evidence. Ceramic fragments and burial sites found nearby belong to the Paracas cultural horizon, placing its likely origin sometime before 200 BCE. However, without organic material directly associated with the figure itself, absolute dating remains difficult. Soil displacement studies suggest that the lines have not shifted significantly for over 2 millennia. That alone is a testament to the stability of the design and the arid environment that protects it. One detail that often goes overlooked is the effort it would have taken to create the image. The hillside's terrain is composed of a layer of dark soil over lighter clay and sand. To form the lines, the surface was carefully removed, revealing the pale layer beneath. The process required careful planning, as any misstep would throw the proportions off at such a large scale. From the ground, the image is difficult to perceive. Only from a distance or elevation does its full form become clear. This suggests that the creators had a conceptual understanding of scale and perspective, and perhaps access to elevated observation points, whether natural or constructed. While the figure has often been likened to a candelabrum, others have seen in it the resemblance to a Jason weed plant, native to the region and known for its hallucinogenic properties. Some indigenous cultures used the plant in ritual ceremonies. If the geoglyph was meant to depict this plant, it could suggest a connection to spiritual practices or altered states of consciousness. Perhaps it was a symbol marking a sacred site for ritual activity or a warning of the plant's potency. Without textual records, these interpretations remain conjectural, yet they reflect the wide range of possibilities. The name Paracus candelabra itself is a modern construction. Candelabra refers to the shape, while Paracas refers to the region. Neither word comes from the indigenous languages once spoken in the area. The local Ketwa and Amara tongues offer no specific terms for the image. This absence again underlines the challenge of reconstructing its story. It does not speak to us in language or inscription. It speaks only through its form. Today, the geoglyph is protected by the Peruvian government and forms part of the Paracas National Reserve. Tourists view it from boats offshore, drifting past its towering lines as seabirds circle overhead. Archaeologists continue to study the region, hopping to find contextual clues among the nearby burial mounds and desert ridges. Yet the figure remains unchanged, etched into the hillside as it has been for centuries, unmoved by the winds or the questions they carry. Perhaps that is the greatest mystery of the Paracas candelabra. Not merely its shape or age or purpose, but its silence. It stands on the border between desert and sea, culture and myth, science and speculation. Its lines are too deliberate to be natural, too enduring to be accidental, and yet it tells us nothing directly. It asks us to wonder, to interpret, to guess. Was it a beacon, a symbol of power, a celestial calendar, or a mark of sacred territory? Or was it something that no longer fits our categories, shaped by a culture with a worldview now lost to time? Whatever its purpose, the Paracas candelabra remains one of the most haunting legacies of the ancient world, a monument to the unknown, drawn not on canvas or stone, but on the very earth itself. As we come to the end of this journey through the strange and astonishing remnants of the ancient world, we're left with more questions than answers. These sites and objects, etched into stone, buried in sand, or preserved beneath ice, speak softly across time, inviting wonder without offering clarity. If you've enjoyed drifting through these mysteries with us, consider subscribing. There are many more forgotten ruins, unsolved riddles, and stories whispered by the past waiting to be explored. And if this helped you rest, dream, or simply reflect, we'll be here again whenever you need another quiet descent into history's unknowable corners. Thank you for watching, and good.